mental illness, which means that we have these people that are not only non-combat deployable, they're also costing the U.S. taxpayer $100,000 plus per year for their health care, and they also have a documented mental health condition. This is why Trump has signed or is about to sign the executive order banning transgender people from the military, because the military is not a medical experiment. Taxpayers should not be footing the bill for this.
And we don't have time to get into it, but he talks about some of the transgender people he served with and how they're all unstable. I'm not saying every single person is, but his experience was unstable. It contributed negatively to readiness, to group cohesion in every way.
Wow, and that was going on during the Biden administration, and they knew that, but it's looked so good to have the trans community in the military. They wanted to continue it. Interesting.
Armstrong and Getty.
William is one of millions of Americans who uses GoodRx to save on the cost of their prescriptions.
My oldest daughter, Camilla, 2 days old, she had to have open heart surgery. All of a sudden, she's on 5 different medications. It adds up at the end of the month. Me and the pharmacist got so tight. She said, GoodRx save you a lot of money. Saving that extra $200-300 a month. We're able to do all these extra activities, so it puts less stress on our household, and it puts less stress on our pockets.
Download the free app or visit GoodRx.com and start saving today. GoodRx user compensated for their time. GoodRx is not insurance, but can be used instead of insurance.
Identity Theft Awareness Week is here. There's a victim of identity theft every 3 seconds. 3 seconds. That's why LifeLock monitors hundreds of millions of data points a second and will fix identity theft guaranteed or your money back. Plus, plans include the $1 Million Protection Package with up to $3 million in coverage for the most comprehensive plan. Take control of your identity with LifeLock. Save up to 40% off your first year with my name, Clay, as the promo code at LifeLock.
Since 1945, Newsradio KONP has been your source for news and community. We are Newsradio KONP Port Angeles Squim.
From ABC News, I'm Michelle Franzen. Authorities say nearly 30 bodies have been recovered from the Potomac River following last night's mid-air collision of the American Eagle plane and an Army Black Hawk helicopter at Reagan National. The flight originated in Wichita, Kansas.
We need you, Lord.
Earlier today, a vigil held for the 64 passengers and crew members on board the American Eagle flight. 3 Army soldiers also died. The president offering condolences and also speculated on possible factors.
President Trump said Americans shouldn't be hesitant to fly after the mid-air collision between an American Airlines jet and an Army helicopter. The president said it's not clear what caused the crash.
We'll find out how this disaster occurred, and we'll ensure that nothing like this ever happens again.
But at times during a Q&A with reporters, the president did speculate on the cause and place blame on the helicopter crew and air traffic controllers. Karen Travers, ABC News, the White House.
The NTSB at its briefing says it will not speculate. A contentious confirmation hearing today. Kash Patel, President Trump's pick for FBI director, getting grilled by the Senate Judiciary Committee, telling Democrats he would not be focused on retribution against the president's adversaries. Senator Amy Klobuchar asking about a former Attorney General Bill Barr is among those on the list of people on the list.
It's not an enemies list. That is a total mischaracterization.
I asked you, I actually used the words you used for the list, which was deep state, right? That's what you put at the top.
It is a glossary
against the Attorney General of the United States.
In Israel, cheers for the release of more hostages by Hamas today. 3 of them Israelis who were held for more than 480 days. Israel also released Palestinians being held. It's the next phase of the Gaza ceasefire deal. Word today, British singer Marianne Faithfull has died in London. The Grammy-nominated artist and actress was best known in the U.S. for her hit As Tears Go By. Marianne Faithfull was 78. You're listening to ABC News.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ziprecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. when you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
The average rate on a 30-year mortgage slipping from 6.96% to 6.95%. A year ago, it averaged 6.63%. Hundreds of Serbian university students have started a 50-mile march from Belgrade to the city and following November's deadly overhang collapse that killed 15 people. This collapse happened months after a train station was renovated, fueling accusations that the construction was unsafe. Advertising rates for this upcoming year's Super Bowl breaking records.
On Super Bowl Sunday, for many, it's the commercials viewers want to see. And one that's getting buzz, Billy Crystal and Meg Ryan reprising their scene from When Harry Met Sally for Hellmann's Mayonnaise.
Oh my gosh!
Advertisers are willing to pay big bucks for these coveted spots. Viewership for the Super Bowl expected to top 120 million. Ad space sold out in November, pushing the price tag for some 30-second ads to $8 million, $1 million more than last year.
ABC's Andrea Fujii. New research suggests a Mediterranean diet is good for your heart as well as your brain. Researchers studying over 2,700 Hispanic and Latino participants found that those who ate more whole grains, fish, and olive oil and cut back on red meat and saturated fats had better preserved brain tissue. Michelle Franson, ABC News.
This is the Newsradio KONP Noon Report.
Todd Ortloff in the KONP News Center. Here's a look at what's happening on this Thursday afternoon, January 30th. An update on the potential winter weather coming. The North Olympic Peninsula should be bracing for a significant winter storm this weekend. National Weather Service has high confidence now in accumulating snow, cold temperatures, and potentially hazardous travel conditions. According to the Weather Service office in Seattle, there's now a greater than 90% chance of snow accumulation across all lowland areas between Saturday and Monday night, with the highest snowfall now expected along the northern Pacific coast, especially areas west of Port Angeles. Snowfall amounts will be highly variable due to showery precipitation patterns expected. Daytime temperatures are forecast to drop into the upper 30s to low 40s over the weekend, but even colder conditions expected into next week. And overnight refreezing could begin as early as tomorrow night and will become more widespread across the region by Saturday night into next week. In addition, a weak to moderate Fraser River outflow is expected to develop by Sunday night. That's going to bring cold wind chills and increase the risk of heavy snowfall here in the Port Angeles and Sequim area. Other risks to watch out for, according to the National Weather Service: thunderstorms possibly along the Pacific coast from Friday night through Sunday. The avalanche danger in the mountains from Friday through the weekend is now high, and coastal flooding concerns, those have decreased, with Puget Sound water levels expected to stay below flood threshold. So that is some improving news there. National Weather Service advising residents to prepare for winter weather impacts, including potential travel disruption, power outages, and hazardous road conditions. And drivers should use caution on those icy roads and stay updated on forecasts as that storm progresses through the weekend. Law enforcement locally asking for the public's help in locating 39-year-old Richard Dennis Miller, a wanted felon with an active Superior Court warrant for possession of a stolen vehicle. The Clallam County Sheriff's Office, Port Angeles Police Department, and the Olympic Peninsula Narcotics Enforcement Team say that Miller is also a suspect in multiple investigations with them. Though from Forks, he's known to frequent Port Angeles, Kitsap County, and Pierce County. Authorities confirmed that he was in Port Angeles as recently as Tuesday night. Anyone with information on Miller's whereabouts is urged to call 911. Bloodworks Northwest declaring what it calls a code red emergency due to a blood shortage. A code red is declared after 4 consecutive days of blood inventory being at emergency levels. The local nonprofit said it needs tens of thousands of blood donation appointments. Less than half the appointments needed to maintain a safe and reliable blood supply have been booked. That according to Bloodworks Northwest Meg Hall, who says the winter months traditionally mean donations are down due to the holidays, bad weather, and vacations, among other things.
Right now, we are struggling with inventory levels for blood for the local hospitals due to all those reasons, in addition to emergency requests from across the country due to severe weather events and other crises. that are happening, and the inventory levels are not at a place where the local hospitals want them to be, to make sure that they have what they need when they need it.
Now, the next opportunity with BloodWorks Northwest having organized blood drives in our area comes at an event at Peninsula College February 11th. That'll be from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. They'll have another one at Squim's Elks Lodge on February 22nd from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. And you can also book an outside appointment and travel to one of their clinic areas. Go to bloodworksnw.org online. More news after this.
You have a neighborhood auto parts store in Squim ready to help, such as when you're getting your trailer set up for the season. Rely on A1 Auto Parts and Marine to keep your outdoor adventure on the road. Trailer brakes, axles, bearings, even a hydraulic hose fix. A1 Auto will custom make hydraulic hose while you wait. Find the experts at A1 Auto Parts and Marine, downtown Squim.
The 2025 KONP Home Show is back. We are now accepting vendor applications for the largest two-day marketing event on the peninsula. Put your business in the middle of thousands of potential clients. Booths starting at under $500. The KONP Home Show will be Saturday and Sunday, March 8th and 9th, 2025. Sign up now for best locations and to lock in the lower rates. Call 360-457-1450 and get your space for the 40th annual KONP Home Show, March 8th and 9th.
In other news, a tasty local product just turned 40 years old, and it's still going strong. Bedford Sodas has been a local success story, growing from a single cream soda back in 1984 in Port Angeles to a brand now sold in 38 states. Founder Ed Bedford started out selling soda for a local distributor. When they began carrying Mug brand root beer, Bedford said that got him thinking about the need for a cream soda.
It was in a brown, stubby beer bottle. And so we brought that product in, and boy, it just went crazy. And so as I was out promoting that and doing what I was doing, I was thinking to myself that in my mind, there was no good cream soda on the market. Mm-hmm. Why can't I do the same thing with cream soda that they did with this?
So he found a bottler. He worked with a flavor chemist, and soon Bedford's cream soda was on the market. And as the cream soda took off, Bedford began to offer other flavors like root beer, ginger beer, and orange cream. Even had a surprise hit with a Marionberry cream soda that was originally made for the Lake Crescent Lodge's 100th anniversary. Through industry changes and shifting markets, Bedford has kept his company strong by focusing on quality and adapting to trends like switching to cane sugar. And with a new raspberry cream soda on the way, he's not slowing down either.
It's a matter of really, really putting the thought to where you really want to end up. Business changes so fast now, it's very, very difficult to get started.
Bedford added, if you got a great product and work hard, you can make it. With fatalities caused by drunk and drugged driving increasing on America's roads, lawmakers in Olympia are considering a novel way to bring the numbers down in Washington. Dan Frizzell has more on that.
The average individual has driven impaired 80 times before they are ever pulled over for their first DUI.
That's a sobering thought, one that had Shoreline State Representative Lauren Davis looking for a solution. What she came up with, the Impaired Driving Protection Order, or IDPO, is now being studied as a possible new law. It's a way for a family member or intimate partner of a habitually impaired driver to protect that driver and the public by presenting credible evidence to a judge that a pattern of impaired driving exists. The IDPO could include a number of methods of preventing the person in question from impaired driving, including ignition interlocks, participation in sobriety programs, or formal treatment.
Having police officers pull over individuals for impaired driving is an incredibly ineffective measure. It's incredibly inefficient, and we catch the smallest fraction of drunk drivers. This bill would provide an opportunity for those who do know that a person is drunk or drugged driving, who could then intervene when that person is posing a continual risk to public safety.
Davis, a Democrat, had a public hearing on her IDPO bill this week in the House Committee on Civil Rights and Judiciary, and a vote by the full committee is next on the docket. In Olympia, Dan Frizzell.
If you have some classic Lay's potato chips on your shelves, you may need to toss them. The FDA has issued a recall of Lay's classic potato chips in Washington State as well as Oregon due to undeclared milk, which could pose a risk to those with allergies or severe sensitivities. The recall, classified as a Class 1, applies to the 13-ounce bags with a guaranteed fresh date of February 11th, 2025. Now, so far, no allergic reactions have been reported, and no other Lay's flavors are affected. This is News Radio KONP.
If it's time for new asphalt paving for your dirt, gravel, or damaged driveway, now's the time to call Lakeside Industries for a free estimate. They've been serving this community since 1982 with city, county, and highway projects, of course. But did you know that they do residential and commercial grading, paving, and stormwater too? Well, they're scheduling spring and summer jobs right now, and no job is too small. Just call Lakeside Industries, 452-7803, or lakesideindustries.com.
Stock up on feed this Friday through Sunday at your local Coastal.
Coastal Farm and Ranch, we're just what the country needs.
From January 31st through February 2nd, stock up and save big. Buy 3 bags of Country Select poultry feeds and get one free. Save $20 off Balin galvanized stock tanks. These tanks aren't just for water, they make an excellent brooder for your baby chicks, keeping them safe and happy. Also, white salt blocks are just $6.99. We've got all the essentials from feed scoops to coops and everything in between. Shop and save on everything you need to care for your animals and keep your farm thriving right now at your local Coastal.
Coastal Farm and Ranch, we're just what the country needs.
Save big on feed this Friday through Sunday at Coastal.
Here's your News Radio KONP forecast, brought to you by All Weather Heating and Cooling. Cloudy skies expected this afternoon with a chance for isolated rain showers. Daytime highs approaching 46. Winds out of the east around 5 miles per hour. Cloudy skies expected again tonight. Rain likely. Lows dip down to about 37. Rain likely tomorrow. High temperatures reach up to 48. Temperatures a bit below average Saturday and Sunday with highs from the upper 30s to the low 40s. A mix of rain and snow likely. Saturday, snow likely becoming mixed precipitation on Sunday. About an inch of snow tomorrow night through Saturday night. That's a look at your forecast. I'm meteorologist Paul Trombley. Currently 46.
Taking down number 1 again. Good morning, I'm Jay Reynolds. Thunder, best record of the Western Conference, and last night they got 52 from Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, but it wasn't good enough. Warriors rally from down 14 and knock off OKC 116-109. Golden State has won 2 of its 3 games against the Thunder this season. The only other team with a winning record against OKC, the Mavs, who've won 3 of 4.
This is a great test. OKC, obviously the best team in the West. We play well against them. 3 out of 3 games. Just glad we got 2 of them, but we need every win, and we never everybody to step up no matter who's out there.
Steph Curry, 21 in the win last night. Best record of the NBA, Cavs. They beat the Heat by 20. Donovan Mitchell, 34 in the win. Heat still working through the drama, that is the Jimmy Butler situation. For the Kings, De'Aaron Fox could be on the move. Kings lose last night in Philly. Spurs fall to the Clippers. San Antonio has been in touch with Sacramento.
San Antonio is among the teams interested in trading for Fox. This is a massive market. This is one of the players in the prime of his career, a max contract player. He has jumped to the top of the NBA trade.
ESPN insider Shams Charania. Knicks by 10 over the Nuggets. Nikola Jokic says the Knicks are a top 5 candidate to win the title. Mavs hit 23s. They beat New Orleans by 1. Celtics by 22 over the Bulls. Raptors top the Wizards 106-82. 15 straight losses for Washington. Commissioner Adam Silver floating it out there. How about shortening NBA games? He said he'd be a fan of 10-minute quarters. College hoops top-ranked Auburn, an 87-74 win over LSU. Auburn now 19-1. Alabama by 4 over Mississippi State in a matchup of ranked teams. Number 6, Houston rolls past West Virginia 63-49. Houston has won its last 13. Golfers, get ready. The PGA Tour could be making some changes, and among those on the horizon may be rangefinders to speed up play.
Turning to local sports now in NWAC basketball action. You heard here last night on KONP, the third-ranked Peninsula Pirate women knocked off Shoreline 59-35 for their 14th win in a row. The Pirate women again showed their depth as Shania Mayanunu was once again held out, and freshman Nakenna Patrick was also sidelined with a hamstring issue. Took a while for the Pirates to get their cannons adjusted, though, as the Dolphins led 14-12 after the first quarter. Midway through the second quarter, the Pirates found their moxie, outscoring Shoreline 17-6 and took a 29-20 halftime lead. They came out of the locker room on a 12-point run to put the game away. Sophomore Sierra Agasiva was outstanding once again, scoring 13 points, including 3 three-pointers. Agasiva also pulled down 6 rebounds while adding 3 assists and 4 steals. Former Squim Wolf Jalissa Julmus was back to her old self, scoring 13 points, pulling down 12 rebounds and dishing out 3 assists. Lexi Mackey had her typical strong performance with 12 points, 8 rebounds, and 4 steals. Freshman Carlise O'Brien continued her outstanding season, scoring 8 points while grabbing 9 rebounds and adding 4 assists. Former Neah Bay Red Devil freshman Rihanna Moss contributed 8 points and had 4 boards and 2 assists. The Pirates are now 7-0 in the conference and 15-2 overall. The Peninsula men's team, however, blew a 12-point lead with 8 minutes left and fell to Shoreline last night 80-77. Shoreline, with a front line featuring 3 6'7" players, outscored the Pirates in the paint 54-28 and out-rebounded them 38-29. Pirate freshman guard Isaiah Lopez had another great shooting night, though, scoring 26 points, including 4 of 8 from the three-point line. Jaden Blackman added 18 points, Akeem Suleiman scored 12, and Cinco McNeil contributed 7 points, 9 rebounds, and 4 assists to go with 2 steals. The Pirates are now 3-4 in the conference. They're 9-11 overall. Peninsula is off until February 5th when they will host Bellevue. In high school basketball action tomorrow night, Squim hosts Port Angeles in a boys and girls doubleheader. The girls tipping off at 5:15. The boys will be at 7 p.m. We have Kraken hockey back on the air here on KONP this evening, 6:30 airtime on KONP.
Look what we have here. It's the refreshing deliciousness of a Pepsi mini can. It's the perfect complement to any meal. The dash of indulgence your day was dreaming of. The sip that'll have you singing Pepsi.
Nope, not again, Steve. Let's take a cue from the Pepsi mini can and pack all that awesomeness you're feeling into a much smaller treat for everyone. Deal?
So, big awesomeness, smaller size. I think I've got just the thing.
Pepsi mini can. Mini can, big taste.
Newsradio KONP Business.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. Fewer Amazon boxes will be arriving in UPS trucks next year. UPS says that by mid-2026, it will slash its Amazon deliveries by more than half. Amazon is UPS's largest customer, but one of the least profitable because home deliveries are more costly to handle than drop-offs at businesses. That was also one of the reasons FedEx cut most of its ties with Amazon 5 years ago, but the UPS announcement surprised its investors, and the stock is dropping 15%. Wall Street often views UPS as a global economic indicator, but not in this case. The Dow is up 0.5%, more than 200 points. The S&P also rising 0.5%. The Nasdaq up 0.2%. Market analysts are giving credit for gains to a U.S. economic report. The Commerce Department says GDP increased a solid 2.5% in 2024, and we consumers contributed by accelerating our spending in the final months of the year. Tracy Jonke, Bloomberg Radio.
Let's check the noontime road and traffic conditions next. Brought to you by Leets Farm Supply and by McCrory Carpet One.
It's the time of year to get your equipment serviced for the winter, and Leets Farm Supply can get you taken care of. We service everything from mowers to tractors to handheld chainsaws and weed eaters. We have trained techs to take care of any machine from handhelds to large tractors. We have competitive pricing and a quick turnaround. Call us at 452-1400 and talk to Jeremiah to get your service taken care of. Leets Farm Supply, your local farm and equipment dealer, and so much more. Located at 259110 Highway 101 in Squim.
At McCrory Carpet One, they sell more than just carpet. If you walk on it, they carry it. Hardwood, laminate, vinyl, tile, stone, and more. Plus, experience their award-winning installation service on everything they sell. Because McCrory's sells more flooring than anyone else on the peninsula, and Carpet One stores sell more flooring nationally than anyone, they can say always priced right and always done right. McCrory Carpet One, serving the community since 1958.
Newsradio KONP, traffic and roads.
Up to Clallam Transit Dispatch Center we go. That's where Steve's standing by with a check of the noontime traffic for us. Good afternoon, Steve.
Hi there. Hey, good afternoon, everybody. Yeah, we're doing pretty good for an afternoon commute. It is busy out there, but not overly busy, so you shouldn't have too much problem making your way around town. Both Port Angeles and Sequim, there's real steady traffic out there, but it is moving along pretty easily. You shouldn't have any problems at all. If you're on Washington or on Highway 101 between Port Angeles and Sequim, no real problems out there. It is busy and moving along at the speed limit. Only real slow spots around the Carlsberg area right now. If you're headed out any further, Hood Canal Bridge, good to go with no scheduled marine openings, and looks like state ferries are running on time today. If you're headed out to the west end, 101's in good shape all the way out to the Forks area. Right now, no real issues. Light traffic at the most, moving along at the speed limit. So everybody enjoy your afternoon and be safe. This is Steve reporting live from Clallam Transit for KONP.
All right, thank you, Steve. Another update from you in about a half hour. We're enjoying a piping hot pizza right now from our new friends at the local Pizza Hut here in Port Angeles, and I want to tell you about a great deal. It's the one we got. They're combining two of their most popular entrees into one amazing deal. The original stuffed crust pizza and wings bundle from Pizza Hut. It's a large one-topping original stuffed crust pizza and 16 boneless wings in any two flavors and 2 dipping sauces, and you get all of this for less than $20. Yeah, $19.99 for that. Have you had Pizza Hut's boneless wings? By the way, they're kitchen fried, not oven dried, and available in 9 flavors and sauced and tossed to perfection. So order now for a great lunch, or maybe surprise the family. Bring home the Pizza Hut original stuffed crust large pizza and 16 boneless wing bundle for dinner tonight. How about this dinner for less than $20? How can you beat that? Order on the app or at pizzahut.com today. No one pizzas like the Hut. Asteroid samples fetched by NASA show more than an old piece of space rock, says ABC's Chuck Sievertson.
A NASA spacecraft scraped the asteroid Bennu, then delivered a canister with dust and pebbles to the Utah desert in 2023. Research team studies appeared in the journals Nature and Nature Astronomy. They confirmed the presence of sodium-rich minerals, amino acids, nitrogen in the form of ammonia, and even parts of the genetic code, building blocks for life in a water world. It's the strongest evidence yet that asteroids may have planted the seeds of life on Earth.
DeepSeek threw tech stocks into turmoil this week after the Chinese company launched an AI model it says was developed for a fraction of the cost of equivalent American models. ABC's Mike Dubusky has how those American tech firms now are responding.
OpenAI and Microsoft are reportedly investigating whether DeepSeek improperly used OpenAI's model to train its own. But the New York Times is currently suing OpenAI for violating copyright law by using Times articles to train its AI model. UCLA law professor John Villasenor says that makes it tough for OpenAI to make a copyright argument against DeepSeek.
Advancing that argument would directly undermine the arguments they have made as defendants in some of these copyright claims.
Mike Dubusky, ABC News.
Eating well, not just good for the body, it may also protect the brain. ABC's Dave Packer explains.
Along with its well-known health benefits, a new study suggesting the Mediterranean diet could be a powerful tool for keeping the mind sharp. Researchers studying over 2,700 Hispanic and Latino participants finding a strong link between the Mediterranean diet and brain health. Those who ate more whole grains, fish, and olive oil while cutting back on red meat and saturated fats had better preserved brain tissue seen in MRI scans. Scientists say this may improve brain organization and communication, potentially lowering the risk of cognitive decline. Dave Packer, ABC News.
A better life with Dr. Sanjay Gupta.
As a dad and as a journalist who's been reporting on medical news for more than 20 years, one thing I've consistently told and shown my own kids is that if you want to be healthy, start by eating real food. So the results of a recent CS Mott Children's Hospital national poll did surprise me. It found that 2 in 5 parents said their teenagers consumed protein supplements in the past year. Boys, most often for muscle gain, girls, most often for weight loss or to replace a meal when they were busy. The poll's co-director told us that marketing can often make it seem like a higher amount of protein means a product is healthier, but that isn't necessarily true. One prominent dietitian we spoke to about this said it is rarely advised that teens take protein supplements. You do want to get your protein throughout the day, not all at once. And again, preferably from real food. I'm Dr. Sanjay Gupta. helping you live a better life.
On the battlefield, there's a saying America's military men and women live by. Never leave a fallen warrior behind, ever. Off the battlefield, Wounded Warrior Project operates with the same goal. Wounded Warrior Project was created to help our men and women returning home with the scars of war, whether those scars are physical or mental. Wounded Warrior Project. We never leave a fallen warrior behind, ever. Learn more about what we do at woundedwarriorproject.org.
Mornings can start feeling the same. Wake up, brush teeth, go to work. But with breakfast from Wendy's, it's like, wake up, brush teeth, Baconate with a breakfast Baconator. Roll with the sausage breakfast burrito. Buddy it up with a honey buddy. Or get seasoned with seasoned potatoes. And then go to work. Sorry. When you're ready for a fresh wake-up call, gotta be Wendy's.
At participating U.S. Wendy's during breakfast hours.
Hello, I'm Jerry Stewart, and this is One Moment in America. It's been said that a successful country is like a well-oiled, highly efficient machine. But what happens when the order and function of that machine gets out of whack? I'll tell you that story after this important message. Hello, Jerry Stewart here. Stories are a powerful way to teach and a great way to be reminded of our own duties and responsibilities as American citizens. That's why I love to tell true stories of our American history to remind us all that we are the greatest nation in the world, yes, but we won't stay the greatest nation unless we all do our part. Want to hear some great true stories of America? How about 70 stories? For just $19.95 plus $5 shipping and handling, I will send you my 70 favorite stories. Order now, and you'll also receive a second CD, Teach the Children Well. 10 stories to teach our children and remind us all what it means to be a God-honoring American. Just call my order line now at 817-995-4607 or order online at www.jerrystewartusa.com. The number again, 817-995-4607. Please call now. Our country, America, is like a successful, well-oiled machine, like a car. But what happens to our car when we take the most important parts, like the brakes or the steering wheel, and just ignore their intended purpose? Absolute disaster. And that's where we're going in our America today. God, who is supposed to be our GPS system, leading us where to go, guiding us, God has been pushed back, way back. Today, he's our spare tire. No, don't think about him. Don't look or care for him. But when trouble comes, he'd better be ready to save us. Let us remember today that America needs a real leader, Almighty God. I'm Jerry Stewart, and that was One Moment in America.
Breaking news this hour from townhall.com. I'm John Scott. The investigation is underway after an American Airlines jet collided with an Army helicopter over the Potomac River in Washington, D.C. Flight conditions were clear as that jet arrived from Wichita, Kansas. However, there were reports that the wind was gusty. 6 members of a Boston skating club were passengers on the plane.
2 young figure skaters, 2 of their parents, and 2 highly regarded Russian figure skating coaches were among those killed. Doug Zegheib is the executive director at the Skating Club of Boston.
The 2 coaches, Zhenya Shishkova and Vadim Nomov, top coaches. They were the 1994 World Pair Champions.
The skaters Gina Hahn and Spencer Lane were also among those killed. I'm Haya Panjwani.
The recovery operation is underway in the Potomac. Also at townhall.com, Director of National Intelligence nominee Tulsi Gabbard faced tough questions at her confirmation hearing today, but enjoys full support from Senate Intel Chairman Tom Cotton of Arkansas. Bob Agnew has more.
Cotton says with more than 20 years in uniform, Gabbard, a former Democrat representative from Hawaii, is more than qualified for the nation's top intelligence job. He told Fox News that Gabbard understands that, in his words, our intelligence community has grown too bloated, too bureaucratic, and it doesn't do enough collection of intelligence. Gabbard facing resistance from some Republican senators over her past opposition to FISA surveillance powers. She's now reversed her stance and supports FISA. Bob Agnew reporting.
And there was also a confirmation hearing for FBI Director nominee Kash Patel. That took place today. On Wall Street, the Dow is up 264 points. The NASDAQ Composite adds 82 points. More at townhall.com.
Making America great again starts with making America healthy again. You know, I lost over 50 pounds on the PhD weight loss and nutrition program. Nearly 3 years later, I've kept it off. You know why? Because I trusted Dr. Ashley Lucas and the terrific team at PhD Weight Loss. They've been making America healthy for over 10 years. Millions are being spent on weight loss injections that have harmful side effects and lifelong dependency. Do what I did. Take the natural approach that isn't connected to Big Pharma's bottom line. Based on science and nutrition, a proven roadmap that has helped over 8,000 clients lose weight and keep it off. You'll learn how to quiet the cravings, finally release that unhealthy belly fat. You won't be hungry, and you're never going to be taking a medication. How many pounds do you want to lose in 2025? PhD Weight Loss, leading the charge to make America healthy again. Text the word healthy to 717767. Just text the word healthy to 717767 or visit myphdweightloss.com, myphdweightloss.com.
President Trump's approval rating starts out at 49% in the first Emerson College polling survey of his administration. More on this from reporter Bernie Bennett.
The poll, released Thursday, showed Trump's approval rating is just about in line with the level of support he received in the 2024 presidential election. His disapproval rating of 41% is the lowest that Emerson has recorded in its national polls since the start of Trump's first term, while 10% are neutral on Trump. Spencer Kimball, the executive director of Emerson College Polling, said that Trump is above water in all age groups except for those 70 and older, which shows him with a disapproval rating of 49% and an approval rating of 48%. Bernie Bennett reporting.
New York City police searching for a group of people they say took a subway train on a joyride. They commandeered an unoccupied R train in Queens over the weekend. Police offering a reward of up to $3,500 for any information about the suspects. Breaking news and analysis at townhall.com. The Navajo Nation has reached a settlement with a mining company.
And that clears the way for transportation of uranium ore across the largest Native American reservation in the U.S. Now, the agreement settles a dispute over trucking ore from one mining operation just south of the Grand Canyon to a site in Utah. Project has drawn criticism from tribes in the region. Energy Fuels Incorporated agreed to halt shipments after Navajo authorities threatened to stop the trucks from traveling on tribal highways. Jason Walker reporting.
The FBI has recorded a sharp spike in complaints that its own agents and employees have engaged in sexual misconduct ranging from assault to harassment, despite a pledge by the Bureau's leaders to eliminate the long-standing problem. A nearly 50% increase in sexual misconduct allegations. More on these stories at townhall.com. I'm John Scott.
This is the Newsradio KONP Noon Report.
Todd Ortloff in the KONP News Center. Here's a look at what's happening on this Thursday afternoon, January 30th. An update on the potential winter weather coming. The North Olympic Peninsula should be bracing for a significant winter storm this weekend. National Weather Service has high confidence now in accumulating snow, cold temperatures, and potentially hazardous travel conditions. According to the Weather Service office in Seattle, there's now a greater than 90% chance of snow accumulation across all lowland areas between Saturday and Monday night, with the highest snowfall now expected along the northern Pacific coast, especially areas west of Port Angeles. Snowfall amounts will be highly variable due to showery precipitation patterns expected. Daytime temperatures are forecast to drop into the upper 30s to low 40s over the weekend, but even colder conditions expected into next week. And overnight refreezing could begin as early as tomorrow night and will become more widespread across the region by Saturday night into next week. In addition, a weak to moderate Fraser River outflow is expected to develop by Sunday night. That's going to bring cold wind chills and increase the risk of heavy snowfall here in the Port Angeles and Sequim area. Other risks to watch out for, according to the National Weather Service: thunderstorms possibly along the Pacific coast from Friday night through Sunday. The avalanche danger in the mountains from Friday through the weekend is now high, and coastal flooding concerns, those have decreased, with Puget Sound water levels expected to stay below flood threshold. So that is some improving news there. National Weather Service advising residents to prepare for winter weather impacts, including potential travel disruption, power outages, and hazardous road conditions. And drivers should use caution on those icy roads and stay updated on forecasts as that storm progresses through the weekend. Law enforcement locally asking for the public's help in locating 39-year-old Richard Dennis Miller, a wanted felon with an active Superior Court warrant for possession of a stolen vehicle. The Clallam County Sheriff's Office, Port Angeles Police Department, and the Olympic Peninsula Narcotics Enforcement Team say that Miller is also a suspect in multiple investigations with them. Though from Forks, he's known to frequent Port Angeles, Kitsap County, and Pierce County. Authorities confirmed that he was in Port Angeles as recently as Tuesday night. Anyone with information on Miller's whereabouts is urged to call 911. Bloodworks Northwest declaring what it calls a code red emergency due to a blood shortage. A code red is declared after 4 consecutive days of blood inventory being at emergency levels. The local nonprofit said it needs tens of thousands of blood donation appointments. Less than half the appointments needed to maintain a safe and reliable blood supply have been booked. That according to Bloodworks Northwest Meg Hall, who says the winter months traditionally mean donations are down due to the holidays, bad weather, and vacations, among other things.
Right now, we are struggling with inventory levels for blood for the local hospitals due to all those reasons, in addition to emergency requests from across the country due to severe weather events and other crises that are happening. And the inventory levels are not at a place where the local hospitals want them to be, to make sure that they have what they need when they need it.
Now, the next opportunity with Bloodworks Northwest having organized blood drives in our area comes at an event at Peninsula College February 11th. That'll be from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. They'll have another one at Squim's Elks Lodge on February 22nd from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. And you can also book an outside appointment and travel to one of their clinic areas. Go to bloodworksnw.org online. In other news, a tasty local product just turned 40 years old, and it's still going strong. Bedford Sodas has been a local success story, growing from a single cream soda back in 1984 in Port Angeles to a brand now sold in 38 states. Founder Ed Bedford started out selling soda for a local distributor. When they began carrying Mug brand root beer, Bedford said that got him thinking about the need for a cream soda.
It was in a brown, stubby beer bottle. And so we brought that product in, and boy, it just went crazy. And so as I was out promoting that and doing what I was doing, I was thinking to myself that in my mind, there was no good cream soda on the market. Mm-hmm. Why can't I do the same thing with cream soda that they did with this?
So he found a bottler. He worked with a flavor chemist, and soon Bedford's cream soda was on the market. And as the cream soda took off, Bedford began to offer other flavors like root beer, ginger beer, and orange cream. Even had a surprise hit with a Marionberry cream soda that was originally made for the Lake Crescent Lodge's 100th anniversary. Through industry changes and shifting markets, Bedford has kept his company strong by focusing on quality and adapting to trends like switching to cane sugar. And with a new raspberry cream soda on the way, he's not slowing down either.
It's a matter of really putting the thought to where you really want to end up. Business changes so fast now, it's very, very difficult to get started.
Bedford added, if you got a great product and work hard, you can make it. With fatalities caused by drunk and drugged driving increasing on America's roads, lawmakers in Olympia are considering a novel way to bring the numbers down in Washington. Dan Frizzell has more on that.
The average individual has driven impaired 80 times before they are ever pulled over for their first DUI.
That's a sobering thought, one that had Shoreline State Representative Lauren Davis looking for a solution. What she came up with, the Impaired Driving Protection Order, or IDPO, is now being studied as a possible new law. It's a way for a family member or intimate partner of a habitually impaired driver to protect that driver and the public by presenting credible evidence to a judge that a pattern of impaired driving exists. The IDPO could include a number of methods of preventing the person in question from impaired driving, including ignition interlocks, participation in sobriety programs, or formal treatment.
Having police officers pull over individuals for impaired driving is an incredibly ineffective measure. It's incredibly inefficient, and we catch the smallest fraction of drunk drivers. This bill would provide an opportunity for those who do know that a person is drunk or drugged driving, who could then intervene when that person is posing a continual risk to public safety.
Davis, a Democrat, had a public hearing on her IDPO bill this week in the House Committee on Civil Rights and Judiciary, and a vote by the full committee is next on the docket. In Olympia, Dan Frizzell.
If you have some classic Lay's potato chips on your shelves, you may need to toss them. The FDA has issued a recall of Lay's classic potato chips in Washington State as well as Oregon due to undeclared milk, which could pose a risk to those with allergies or severe sensitivities. The recall, classified as a Class 1, applies to the 13-ounce bags with a guaranteed fresh date of February 11th, 2025. Now, so far, no allergic reactions have been reported, and no other Lay's flavors are affected. This is News Radio KONP.
The following is a paid advertisement.
This is Church Watch, brought to you by LutherCannon.com. Don't pat yourself on the back, America. The era of Donald Trump is upon us, and you're a very small part of the equation. Oh, yes, not for any righteousness of yours, but because of the world situation right now, and the fact that they still believe we carry a very big gavel, and because the right man, yes, you heard me right, the right man is now swinging it. China is taking note. Russia, North Korea, Syria, Turkey, Iran, and their proxies are now not so arrogant and aggressive anymore. Gee, I wonder why. And those of you who just can't get beyond that one sentence, I hate Trump, paranoia, better pack up some extra waters and toilet paper if you like, because this man is the exact call from heaven for the hour. Yes, God is very involved in politics because that's where people are. That's where serious decisions are made that affect thousands and millions of lives. And you can thank God he is. Move over CNN, MSNBC, NPR, ABC, NBC, and Newspeak. How did that get in there? And the whole Tower of Babel media, the Fox, is becoming respectable, winning top spot for news in 2024. As the deep bluers are Trumpifying and Trump-proofing their states, we'll all suffer through the coming misery of cheaper prices, cheaper fuel, less taxes, and pray for better times, amen. So let's all lift up a cup of cheer, grape juice for your host, and count it down. Ready? 3, 2, 1. Goodbye, 2024. Hello, 2025. For Church Watch, this is Gordon Haddad.
The preceding was a paid advertisement.
The 2025 KONP Home Show is back. We are now accepting vendor applications for the largest two-day marketing event on the peninsula. Put your business in the middle of thousands of potential clients. Booths starting at under $500. The KONP Home Show will be Saturday and Sunday, March 8th and 9th, 2025. Sign up now for best locations and to lock in the lower rates. Call 360-457-1450 and get your space for the 40th annual KONP Home Show, March 8th and 9th.
Here's your News Radio KONP forecast, brought to you by All Weather Heating and Cooling. Cloudy skies expected this afternoon with a chance for isolated rain showers. Daytime highs approaching 46. Winds out of the east around 5 miles per hour. Cloudy skies expected again tonight. Rain likely. Lows dip down to about 37. Rain likely tomorrow. High temperatures reach up to 48. Temperatures a bit below average Saturday and Sunday with highs from the upper 30s to the low 40s. A mix of rain and snow likely. Saturday, snow likely becoming mixed precipitation on Sunday. About an inch of snow tomorrow night through Saturday night. That's a look at your forecast. I'm meteorologist Paul Trombley. Currently 46.
We have a Kraken NHL hockey back on the air again tonight on KONP 6:30 airtime. Speaking of sports, let's check in with Robert Workman.
The Warriors whipped the Thunder 116-109 last night, despite 52 points from Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. The NBA's leading scorer, just 2 off his career high that he set just last week. Andrew Wiggins had 27 for Golden State. The Cavaliers turned down the Heat 126-106 and moved past OKC for the best record in the association. Donovan Mitchell led the way with 34 points. Celtics got 34 from Kristaps Porzingis as they outran the Bulls 122-100.
I'm getting in good shape, and my shot is feeling smooth and feeling good, so I look forward to keep playing at this level.
Elsewhere, the Pacers pounded the Pistons 133-119. Pascal Siakam had 37 points. Tyrese Halliburton added 30. Raptors routed the Wizards 106-82 for their 5th win in a row and Washington's 15th consecutive loss. 5 dubs in a row for the Knicks as they dunked the Nuggets 122-112. Jalen Brunson had 30 points and 15 assists. Mavericks held off the Pelicans 137-136. Wins for the Nets, Sixers, Clippers, and Timberwolves. College basketball, number 1 Auburn defeated LSU 87-74. The Tigers now 19-1, 7-0 atop the SEC. Fourth-ranked Alabama got by number 14 Mississippi State, while number 6 Houston handled West Virginia. The Cougars remain unbeaten in Big 12 play. NHL, the Wild shaded the Maple Leafs 3-1. Panthers shut out the Kings 3-0 to move ahead of Toronto into first place in the Atlantic Division. Sergei Bobrovsky stopped 29 shots. Devils blanked the Flyers 5-0, 24 saves for Jake Allen. The Canucks clipped the Predators, and the Penguins nipped Utah in overtime. By the way, if you were rooting for the Utah Yetis to win the naming contest, bad news. The U.S. Patent and Trademark Office rejected the team's request, citing likely confusion with the firm that makes Yeti coolers. That's Thursday Sports.
The new year gives us a fresh start, but at Wilder Auto, we remain committed to that old-fashioned Wilder Advantage service. Every used vehicle we sell has been professionally inspected and stamped with the Wilder Advantage 5-star grade. Lower cost of ownership and peace of mind is what keeps our customers coming back. So the next time you're in the market for a new or used car, truck, SUV, or van, we'd love a chance to earn your business. So stop by and see us. We're 24/7 at wilderauto.com.
Olympic Game Farm is the place for you. Better than the circus or a day at the zoo. There's llamas and there's lions and a rhino too. Olympic Game Farm is the place for you. Say hello to a buffalo, stick out his tongue. This place is just amazing for the old and the young. These zebras or a tiger might catch your eye. They've even got a bear who'll wave goodbye. It's so much fun, so bring your dad and your mom. Look us up at onlygamefarm.com.
The electric stove, the refrigerator, the vacuum. All advances in technology that had a profound impact on society. But the creation of one specific device brought the world together. And you're listening to it. With the invention of the radio, advertisers soon realized the power of marketing to a mass audience. And one advertiser took advantage of radio's true strength. On Christmas Eve, 1926, the first radio jingle was broadcast. And soon, the struggling Washburn-Crosby Company and their little cereal became the most popular brand in America. Since then, advertisers have used jingles and radio to stay at the top of your mind. And you have the chance to do the same. Make that lasting connection with your future customers. Call 457-1450 to find out how affordable radio really is and how easy it is to be a part of it. Radio Pacific, a multi-station radio network.
Newsradio KONP Business.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. Some New York City doctors, lawyers, and pain management clinics are accused of insurance fraud in a racketeering lawsuit filed by Uber. The accusations in the Uber claim include staging fake car accidents and performing unnecessary surgeries to take advantage of New York's no-fault auto insurance policies. Many states have them, but New York's are especially lucrative. Taxi and rideshare drivers are required to carry personal injury coverage of as much as $200,000. Uber and Lyft face a probe, and it's another New York City thing. The Federal Trade Commission is investigating whether the ride-hailing rivals illegally coordinated to limit their drivers' pay in that city. The regulator is also looking at whether city officials took part in any arrangement. On Wall Street, gains across the board, with the Dow rising nearly 300 points. That's 0.2%. The Nasdaq up 0.5%. Tracy Jonke, Bloomberg Radio.
Let's get a last check of the noontime traffic situation out there. Brought to you by Angela's Furniture and Olympic Medical Center.
It's a new year. How about some new furniture? Hi, this is Jack Gray from Angela's Furniture. Right now, you'll find a huge savings on the FlexSteel View collection, the newest and most comfortable designs with power reclining, power headrest, and power lumbar, available in 3 full leather colors. You'll also see the FlexSteel Artemis with power headrest and lumbar and heat and massage. Now that's luxury. Come in and see our expert staff and find the perfect FlexSteel for you, right now only at Angela's Furniture.
Every second matters. When you or your loved one shows symptoms of a stroke, seconds matter. At Olympic Medical Center, we've been recognized with acute stroke certification, which means we're prepared the moment you arrive with stroke symptoms. For immediate, expert stroke care, trust Olympic Medical Center is always acute stroke ready. Learn more at olympicmedical.org/stroke ready.
News Radio KONP, traffic and roads.
Right up to Clallam Transit Dispatch Center we go. That's where Steve's standing by with an eye on the traffic this noon hour for us. Good afternoon, Steve.
Hi there. Hey, good afternoon, everybody. Yeah, we're doing pretty good for an afternoon commute. It is busy out there, but not overly busy, so you shouldn't have too much problem making your way around town. Both Port Angeles and Sequim, there's real steady traffic out there, but it is moving along pretty easily. You shouldn't have any problems at all. If you're on Washington or on Highway 101 between Port Angeles and Sequim, no real problems out there. It is busy and moving along at the speed limit. Only real slow spots around the Carlsberg area right now. If you're headed out any further, Hood Canal Bridge, good to go with no scheduled marine openings, and looks like state ferries are running on time today. If you're headed out to the west end, 101's in good shape all the way out to the Forks area. Right now, no real issues. Light traffic at the most, moving along at the speed limit. So everybody enjoy your afternoon and be safe. This is Steve reporting live from Clallam Transit for KONP.
All right, thanks, Steve. We'll get an update on the drive home. Next check on the traffic here with Pepper about 4:20 on KONP. Well, lawmakers in the State House of Representatives took time out Wednesday to honor the men and women of the Washington National Guard. John Satgast reports from the state capitol.
Newly elected freshman Representative Matt Marshall was among the sponsors of House Resolution 4611 honoring the Washington National Guard. In his first speech on the House floor, Marshall, a Republican from Eatonville and a United States Army veteran, talked about the dedicated work and sacrifices of Guard members.
Since 2004, nearly 30 members of the Washington National Guard have made the ultimate sacrifice. Their commitment to our nation and their courage in the face of adversity will never be forgotten.
Marshall said Guard members always stand ready to protect and serve the citizens of Washington when people need help the most.
But beyond the battlefield, beyond the personal sacrifice, what stands out the most to me is the deep sense of camaraderie.
The resolution was approved unanimously. John Satgast, the state capitol.
Advertising rates for this year's Super Bowl are breaking records, and companies are digging deeper than ever into their pockets for just 30 seconds of attention in the big game. ABC's Andrea Fujii reports.
On Super Bowl Sunday, for many, it's the commercials viewers want to see. And one that's getting buzz, Billy Crystal and Meg Ryan reprising their scene from When Harry Met Sally for Hellman's Mayonnaise.
Oh my gosh!
Advertisers are willing to pay big bucks for these coveted spots. Viewership for the Super Bowl expected to top 120 million. Ad space sold out in November, pushing the price tag for some 30-second ads to $8 million, $1 million more than last year.
Meantime, Villanova School of Business Marketing professor Charles Taylor tells us that price brings some high stakes for advertisers.
Just because you spend $8 million on a Super Bowl ad doesn't mean it's going to meet your objectives. But if you do it well, you can meet objectives like dramatically increasing awareness.
Up next, a Consumer Tech Minute from Kim Commando.
The more we discover about China's new DeepSeek AI, it's obvious. China lies. Without the United States, DeepSeek would not exist. I'm Kim Commando for LinkedIn Jobs. Post a job for free and find qualified candidates quickly at linkedin.com/Kim. China's DeepSeek created worldwide chaos. NVIDIA, the company that makes the world's most advanced AI chips, saw its stock plummet $600 billion. Even though DeepSeek was created using NVIDIA's chips. DeepSeek is not the breakthrough China claims. It wasn't created for just $5.5 million either. China has been secretly working on it for 2 full years, and they spent more than $500 million. That $5.5 million they talked about, that was the cost of programming it to look like ChatGPT. My advice, stay away from DeepSeek. It collects your data every time you use it. And as for America, stop selling our chips to China. Always stay tech ahead with my free newsletter. Sign up now at getkim.com. As a small business owner, you don't have the luxury of clocking out early. Your business is on your mind 24/7. So when you're hiring, you need a partner that grinds just as hard as you do. That hiring partner is LinkedIn Jobs. LinkedIn makes it easy to post your job for free, share it with your network, and get qualified candidates that you can manage all in one place. Their new feature can help you write job descriptions and then quickly get your job in front of the right people. Either post your job for free or pay to promote. Promoted jobs get 3 times more qualified applicants. At the end of the day, the most important thing to your small business is the quality of candidates. And with LinkedIn, you can feel confident that you're getting the best. Find out why more than 2.5 million small businesses use LinkedIn for hiring today. Find your next great hire on LinkedIn. Post your job for free at linkedin.com/Kim. That's linkedin.com/Kim to post your job for free. Terms and conditions apply. Do it today. Post your job for free at linkedin.com/Kim.
I'm John Tesh, and coming up, if walking is your workout of choice, you may want to walk alone. I'll tell you why walking with a romantic partner in particular isn't much of a workout at all. It's next in today's Intelligence for Your Life Minute.
Joe Montana here. In my football days, I knew the importance of a strong defense. Now I'm sharing how you can help defend your health against pneumococcal pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease. Are you 50 or older like me? The CDC now recommends vaccination against pneumococcal disease. Even if you're healthy, your age puts you at increased risk and over 6 times greater risk of hospitalization with pneumococcal pneumonia than adults under 50. Schedule your appointment today at vaxassist.com.
Sponsored by Pfizer.
So if you're walking for exercise, you may want to ditch your romantic partner and go solo, because couples who walk together for exercise, turns out they don't get the health boost they're hoping for. Purdue University found that both partners slow down compared to when they're walking alone, especially if they hold hands. They looked at romantic couples ranging in age from 25 to 80, and to their surprise, a large number of couples, even if they've been together for years, held hands while they walked. And the researchers say, quote, it's hard to maintain speed with linkage. It turned out people walked fastest when they walked alone and slowest when holding hands with a significant other. So, if you want an emotional boost, walk with a partner. But if you want exercise, the experts say you're better off going for a walk alone. I'm John Tesh with today's Intelligence for Your Life Minute.
If you're taking a calcium supplement, it's probably not doing what you think it is. That's because you still lose bone density with traditional calcium supplements. That's where calcium from algae comes in. AlgaeCal Plus doesn't just stop bone loss. It's the only supplement ever shown to increase bone density in clinical studies. That's right, AlgaeCal Plus increases bone density, even if you're in your 80s. That's because your bones need more than just calcium and vitamin D to stay strong. There are actually 13 minerals and 3 vitamins needed to build healthy new bone, and AlgaeCal Plus contains all of them, and it's proudly made in the USA. Your calcium doesn't increase bone density. AlgaeCal Plus does. Talk to one of our bone health consultants today and see how AlgaeCal Plus can start increasing your bone density. Call now.
800-395-7074. 800-395-7074. 800-395-7074. That's 800-395-7074.
Thank you for 80 incredible years. This is News Radio KONP Port Angeles Squim, a Radio Pacific station.
From ABC News, I'm Michelle Franzen. Federal aviation investigators now on scene of the deadly mid-air collision at D.C.'s Reagan National Airport. The NTSB chair says they have not recovered the black boxes yet from the American Eagle plane and Army Black Hawk helicopter and won't speculate on the cause.
At her first briefing since the crash, NTSB Chair Jennifer Homendy vowed the safety board will follow the facts, study the equipment, and review the actions of the pilots and air traffic controllers to determine a cause.
We will look at all the humans.
Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth says the Black Hawk helicopter was on a routine annual nighttime retraining mission, but Hegseth says the experienced crew appears to have made a mistake, flying at an elevation that had it on a collision course with the jet. Stephen Portnoy, ABC News, Washington.
64 passengers were on board the plane, and they died along with 3 Army soldiers. Crews are still recovering bodies. Health and Human Services nominee Robert F. Kennedy Jr. back on Capitol Hill today for a second day of confirmation hearings. That after being grilled by Democrats yesterday over his vaccine skepticism. Today, Republican Bill Cassidy, a longtime doctor who helped create a free vaccination program for Louisiana children, expressed serious concerns, he says, about RFK's work in undermining confidence in vaccines with, quote, unfounded or misleading arguments.
My concern is that if there's any false note, any undermining of a mama's trust in vaccines, another person will die from a vaccine-preventable disease.
Cassidy is the chair of the Senate Health, Education, Labor, and Pensions Committee. A confirmation hearing also underway today for Tulsi Gabbard, President Trump's nominee to head the National Intelligence. She faced questions about her secret meeting in 2017 with Syria's dictator Bashar al-Assad when she was in Congress, and her comments in support of Russia's president. When asked today, Gabbard said Vladimir Putin started the war in Ukraine. You're listening to ABC News.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Cheers erupting in Hostages Square in Tel Aviv today following the release of 8 more hostages held in Gaza. Their release part of a ceasefire deal between Israel and Hamas. The freed hostages included 3 Israelis and 5 Thai nationals. Dozens more Palestinian prisoners were also released by Israel. Grammy-nominated British singer Marianne Faithfull has died. Her biggest hit in the U.S. was As Tears Go By. A new policy approved by President Trump means the sanctuary of a church is no longer a sanctuary against arrest and deportation. The same is true for other sensitive areas like schools and hospitals.
An AP Nork Center poll finds that 18% of respondents strongly or somewhat favor the arrest of undocumented immigrants in churches or schools. Adolfo Tellez of the Texas State Republican Executive Committee is among them.
If they agree to enter this country without the proper documentation, then they're also going to break any other laws.
64% of those taking the same survey said they are strongly or somewhat opposed to immigration arrests in sensitive areas. Jim Ryan, ABC News.
More signs of a strong job market. The number of filings for first-time weekly jobless claims plunged by 16,000. The total number of Americans receiving unemployment benefits fell by 42,000. I'm Michelle Franzen, ABC News.
Stop by Power Treasure Trap. We're located in the front of Easy Pond in downtown Port Angeles. We have a fun selection of gifts to choose from. Everything from our best-selling leather journals to anime figures and fun pop culture gifts. We also have hard-to-find collectible swords for fantastic displays. And you've got to check out our adult humor section in our front mezzanine that's full of not safe for work gag gifts guaranteed to spark laughter. Easy Pond in downtown Port Angeles.
Klahani Gymnastics is so much more than mats, bars, and balance beams. It's a place for building strength and confidence in our kids. It's promoting self-esteem and key building blocks for a healthy lifestyle. And of course, fitness is always fun at Klahani. Get the favorite child in your life a gift certificate for tuition and call to check on our schedule for upcoming classes. 360-457-5187. Klahani Gymnastics on Acorn Lane in Port Angeles. Making fitness fun since 2009.
KONP News brought to you by RE/MAX Evergreen Real Estate. Outstanding agents, outstanding results. 457-6600. A winter storm set to hit the North Olympic Peninsula through this weekend, bringing colder temperatures and the possibility of snow at sea level. National Weather Service reports heavy mountain snow starting tonight with a chance of accumulation in Port Angeles and Sequim through the weekend. Fraser River outflow winds could also increase the snow totals here on the North Peninsula. The FDA has issued a recall of Lay's classic potato chips in Washington due to undeclared milk posing a risk to those with allergies. The recall affecting 13-ounce bags with a guaranteed fresh date of February 11th, 2025.
Here's your News Radio KONP forecast, brought to you by Olympic Game Farm. Daytime highs approaching 46 this afternoon under overcast skies with a chance for isolated rain showers. East winds around 5 miles per hour. Cloudy skies again tonight. Rain likely. Lows level off around 37. Rain likely tomorrow. High temperatures reach up to 48. Overcast skies. Temperatures a bit below average Saturday and Sunday with highs from the upper 30s to the low 40s. Rain mixed with snow likely. Saturday, snow likely becoming mixed precipitation on Sunday. About an inch of snow tomorrow night through Saturday night. That's a look at your forecast. I'm meteorologist Paul Trombley. Right now, it's 46 degrees.
It's the Todd Ortloff Show on News Radio KONP. Now, here's Todd.
All right, welcome once again to the program. I'm going to spend the first half of the show today. Once a quarter, we have our friends in from Volunteer Hospice of Clallam County to talk about, dealing with death. It's something that we all have to go through. We all will go through that, but often as families and friends, we do have to go through it as well. And today we're going to be talking about some things like grief rituals to help healing, some things for those left behind, and probably get into a little bit about visiting someone who may be on the edge or on the verge of passing away and what that may or may look like and some tips for that. So we welcome back to the studio. We have Astrid Raffenpillos. Good to see you again, Astrid. Thanks for coming in.
Thank you so much.
She is the Volunteer Service Manager at Volunteer Hospice. And Jeanette Stair-Green is back as well. She is a Uber volunteer now at the hospice. So it's good to see you, Jeanette. Thanks for coming in.
Delight to be here today. Thank you so much.
So, Astrid, we're going to go to you first and talk a bit about rituals. And this grief rituals mainly. And this is going to lead up to an actual ceremony you have put together, too. So we'll get to that in just a minute. But let's just kind of touch on what a ritual is, because I would think it's different for everybody, right?
It can be, definitely, yeah. A ritual can be anything you want it to be, but it's really a conscious step that people take to honor the life of the deceased, to express their feelings, their emotions, and to really bring closure to a life that, they have witnessed. And there are many, many different kinds of rituals. Some might be very structured. For example, a memorial service, a funeral service, that's a ritual. Mm-hmm. Some of them might be much less structured. A few friends getting together and wanting to, let's say, go on a walk where the deceased used to love to go and maybe leave a little memento in honor of that person. It's something that some people might do, to take a small object that will either disappear in nature, like something that will eventually
biodegrade,
right, yeah. For example. Yeah. I have in mind the memory of something we had done with friends where we wrote little thoughts on a little piece of paper, and then we packed them up with ribbons, we tied them up with ribbons, and then we put them up on trees. And over time, those pieces of paper disintegrated, and so we had that memory within us, but we also had the sense that a little bit of the essence of that person was left there. Yeah. So there are many, many ways that people can do that. There are also sometimes loss that are not necessarily loss of one person, but community losses. I mean, recently, the LA fires are an example. Mm-hmm. Earlier, last fall, the hurricane in Asheville, North Carolina. All those are like mega losses. And I think it's really important to try to come together for such a loss. And people do that in very, many different ways. They also, I'm thinking, and that goes way back, but the loss of celebrities. When Princess Diana died, there was an ocean of flowers, an ocean of flowers in front of Buckingham Palace, because people have a need to really express that grief.
And that's the importance in this, is that express, I mean, that's correct me if I'm wrong, I mean, this is kind of kicking you along through the stages of grief, right?
Yes.
It's almost a catharsis point.
It's a catharsis point. It's one of the ways in which people will work through their grief. Mm-hmm. Sometimes when there is no ceremony at all, no ritual, people are left with unfinished business. And so even though it doesn't always have to be something very structured, it's important to honor that.
Mm-hmm. Yes, Annette?
Yeah, well, Simon, we're kind of talking about honoring the person or the thing that's lost, but it really benefits the individual who's undertaking the ritual emotionally, in performance, and connecting with other people. And there's actually good research to say these are really important things for us to incorporate into our lives.
Because it's really about those left behind. The person's gone, right? Yes. It's really about all of us and how we kind of struggle to move on from that as well. A lot of folks, especially as they get older, they say, I'm not going to have any service. Mm-hmm. Especially if they don't have a lot of family left, that sort of thing. but maybe there's a friend or two that's out there that needs some sort of thing. Any advice to people about that? You can't force someone to, have a funeral, for example, if they don't want one.
No, of course, if they don't want one. But then what we encourage people to do is to come to the annual event that we do.
Okay.
We do a remembrance ceremony that we can address a little bit later. We also encourage people to do something at home, very personal. They can light a candle. They can make a mini altar, just a photo of the deceased and a candle. Today happens to be my mother's birthday, so she died a while back. She would be 99 now. But today, I feel like maybe lighting a candle,
Yeah.
and that's one of the ways in which we can really, really honor our emotions.
Folks who don't do something like that, I mean, some people choose not to. I mean, their method of grieving is very internalized, and I think I've seen this happen with families. So you'll have like a sibling who's very much into, let's have some sort of a ritual thing. You might have another brother and sister who says, I'm not doing any of that.
That's okay. I think it's okay. Grief is very different, and you don't necessarily have to express it externally. I think it's important to acknowledge that it can be there. Some people may choose to journal. They may tell you they're not going to do anything, but maybe they're going to journal some. They're going to do a few things like this that you may not know about.
Right. So it seems good and healthy for us to undertake a grief ritual of some sort. But as grief is different for all of us, those expressions and those rituals will be different as well. And so I think there are a lot of opportunities.
And Astrid, you kind of brought up something too, said, maybe immediately following the loss of a loved one, you may not want a ritual at that point. But you know what? A year or two later, that's when that grief point may hit.
Yeah, maybe.
And be ready for that.
And that's entirely fine. We find sometimes that people want to address a ritual much later. They want a celebration of life. Once they have gone through the shock of the loss, then they really want to honor that memory. So that can happen months later, a year later, and that's okay.
Yeah, and I find some folks who choose to do that, they enjoy it more because it's a much happier event. It's much more...
Oh, gosh, think about at the time of death and the people who are organizing these memorial services are burdened with so much. So putting it off could be a gift to them for sure.
Absolutely. That's right. Astrid, we're talking about grief here, and I think it's one of the elements of hospice that people probably don't realize. I mean, we all think of volunteer hospice. You're going to come and, care for someone who's on their way out. I mean, for lack of a better term. But you have a lot of support for those left behind and grief.
Yeah. So in your words, we care for somebody on their way out, and we care for the support system around them. And so when that person has gone, the support system, the family, the caregivers are still there. And so we offer bereavement services, and not only to people who have lost a loved one through our hospice. We offer bereavement services to anyone in the community. Absolutely anyone.
Okay. Just contact you if somebody's feeling they need something like that.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, just look up Volunteer Hospice of Clallam County online.
Yeah, and
you'll get the telephone number,
right.
the email address. Just reach out. Someone will help you.
But I just like to emphasize this because it's a timeline. It's not things don't just end at a point with hospice with the death process in a way, because so many of us are left behind.
Yeah, absolutely. Right? It's a timeline, and it's something that we want to make available to everybody at any time. Like one of the things I'd like to mention also, we've been working on a roses garden as we call it, and we are about to set up over there a wind phone. So a wind phone is a phone that doesn't really function anymore officially, but you can pick it up and you can talk to your loved one. And it's a very intimate process. It's a very intimate process.
And by having the prop, and I use that not probably the right word for that, it does help maybe facilitate better than just somebody who was standing out there in the garden, right?
I imagine it could be silly, like a little child getting on their but it's almost like giving someone the permission.
There you go. Yeah.
And the opportunity.
Yeah.
All right. Okay, let's talk about the remembrance ceremony that you have put together. This has been going on for a number of years, and it's really a neat idea. I think this is great. It's for anybody that, and at any point, you may have suffered a loss 20 years ago, and you need to, have some sort of a remembrance point this is for you too.
Yeah, it is for us as well. It's for the community. It's for our staff and our volunteers. We do read the names of people who have died under our care, while under our care in the past year, but we also open it to the community. And so this year it's going to be in Port Angeles at the First Presbyterian Church. We do a candle lighting. So people will be given small LED candles that they can light up. Yeah, they're not real candles.
Not the real ones, yeah. But
no,
you
we
get,
can't do that.
yeah. And it's a chance to gather together. You have a bit of some refreshment, and really for all of those families, those people left behind to get together after the fact.
Yeah, so we do this ceremony, which is sort of structured. And then we invite people to join us and to, some of the families who come, they want to meet their nurse. They want to see the volunteer that was coming, that was coming to their house. So we have this gathering afterwards where we offer some refreshments.
I think that's an important part from your staff and your volunteer point of view. I mean, you just talked about some closure. In some cases, there may not be full closure for some of these folks. I mean, I feel for them. They have to move on to the next charge, basically, and maybe they didn't get a chance to meet all of the family. I mean, we hope that's not the case, but sometimes.
No, it also works definitely as a point of closure for staff and volunteers. That's very, very true.
And I would think as the person coordinating the volunteers, keeping them mentally fit is a good thing, right? I mean, because this can start
emotionally.
This starts to weigh on people after a while if you have a lot of grief points.
Well, it can, but it's how you process your grief and it's how you respond to it. I think that volunteers in hospice can do this because it feeds them. It doesn't really take away from them. It doesn't burden them. And I'm always paying attention to a volunteer who might look like they're burning out or they're getting tired, because then I really want to give them a break. I don't want those volunteers to keep going because they think that they have to. It's very important for self-care.
I think also with volunteers, so much of us, it at times can get difficult and be burdensome, but more often than not, it just feels like an honor to join somebody on this path. And so like this remembrance ceremony, to come together and actually celebrate that you had a part in this person's life and they were a part of your life is really very special.
And anecdotally speaking, but I think absolutely 100% fact, is that almost everyone I've ever talked to who's had volunteer hospice services will say it's angels. It's the greatest thing ever, because it helps everybody through this whole process. Because you know what? We all go through it, but there's no manual on this thing. And that's kind of an unfortunate thing. It's kind of like raising kids. They don't come with a manual, and we don't have one at the other end of the life either.
That is true. And there cannot really be a manual because every situation is going to be a bit different, but more information, more education about the process of end of life and about the grief process is really helpful. And before we forget, I want to mention that this ceremony is going to be on Saturday, February 8th.
2 p.m., right, at First Presbyterian here in Port Angeles.
Yeah.
So, all right. I'll do a little candle lighting thing. It's a neat ceremony. I've seen it, so it's very good. Okay, we're going to take a break. We'll come back, and we're going to move on to maybe visiting someone who is in the process of passing away, what that's like. Because for a lot of us, they've never done that before. They don't know what's right, what's wrong, or, any of that. You might be surprised. There are no real right and wrong answers. I think I
gave it all away.
But we'll get into that when we talk a bit more with my folks from Volunteer Hospice of Clallam County. We have the Volunteer Services Manager, Astrid Raffenpillows here, and Jeanette Stair-Green, who's a volunteer with Hospice. Back with more with both of them right after this.
This is the Todd Ortloff Show on Newsradio KONP.
I understand that as our world becomes more automated, receiving personalized service from a real person is more meaningful than ever. I'm Dan Shappy, and as a farmer's agent, I know a thing or two about how to help you select the insurance you want so you can
protect what matters most.
Call 360-681-0696 to learn more and chat with me, a real person and experienced farmer's agent, today.
We are farmers. Bum, ba-dum, bum, 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 bum.
Underwritten by Farmers Truck Fire Insurance Exchanges and Affiliates. Products not available in every state.
Sometimes the more things change, the more things stay the same. Cars and trucks certainly have changed, but it's really good to know that A1 Auto Parts in Sequim has the same great service and expert advice as always. Whether it's advanced technology of the newest model or a classic with hard-to-find parts, the A1 team is your go-to for expert advice and tracking the right equipment. A1 Auto Parts and Marine across from Sunshine Cafe in downtown Squim.
The 2025 KONP Home Show is back. We are now accepting vendor applications for the largest two-day marketing event on the peninsula. Put your business in the middle of thousands of potential clients. Booths starting at under $500. The KONP Home Show will be Saturday and Sunday, March 8th and 9th, 2025. Sign up now for best locations and to lock in the lower rates. Call 360-457-1450 and get your space for the 40th annual KONP Home Show, March 8th and 9th.
Stock up on feed this Friday through Sunday at your local Coastal.
Coastal Farm and Ranch, with just what the country needs.
From January 31st through February 2nd, stock up and save big. Buy 3 bags of Country Select poultry feeds and get one free. Save $20 off Balin galvanized stock tanks. These tanks aren't just for water, they make an excellent brooder for your baby chicks, keeping them safe and happy. Also, white salt blocks are just $6.99. We've got all the essentials from feed scoops to coops and everything in between. Shop and save on everything you need to care for your animals and keep your farm thriving right now at your local Coastal.
Coastal Farm and Ranch, with just what the country needs.
Save big on feed this Friday through Sunday at Coastal.
Harper Ridgeview and Squim Valley Funeral Chapel offer experience you can lean on and the compassion to ease your loss. Their job is to help families cope with loss of loved ones by removing the stress involved in planning funeral arrangements. All of the staff has a real heart for serving families and their needs in the most difficult of times. They truly realize the importance in what they're doing for the community. Squim Valley Funeral Chapel and Harper Ridgeview Funeral Chapel in Port Angeles, the caring support you'll need in your time of loss.
All right, one more segment. We're going to talk about visiting a dying person with our volunteers from the Volunteer Hospice of Clallam County. We do this once a quarter, just so folks know about it. Once a quarter, I have these folks come in and talk about kind of these things that are related around death and dying, because it's going to happen to everybody, and it affects your family and friends too. So it's always good to be armed with some knowledge. So we went to the break talking about visiting a dying person, and Jeanette, you're going to kind of take us through this a little bit. One of the things I know, some people, when I was much younger, grandparents passing away, did not want to go see.
Yeah,
I probably would not make that decision now as I'm older. But why?
We bring forward a lot of excuses for not visiting somebody, like, oh, we don't want to be a bother, they're so busy with this or that, or we don't know what to say, we don't know what to do. And, frankly, the time around death can be pretty lonely if a person doesn't have friends or family around. And it's such a wonderful opportunity to actually be with the person and to share, reminisce, tell them what they mean to you, and even maybe say goodbye. And it's really sad to miss that opportunity. So it is something that I think is important, but it can be very hard. And why is that? Because so many of us have avoided it for a variety of reasons. So we'd kind of like to give a few tips now to give some people some insights and just the who, what, when, where type of stuff. And the first thing to start with is when, and that's don't put it off. I mean, there's no way the hospice nurse can be saying, no, it's a ways, but there's no way to really predict when it's going to happen. And you really don't want to miss that opportunity to see that person again. It is important to give a call ahead to see if the individual is up for visitors, if there's anything else going on in the household. If they're at a facility, be sure to match up whatever routine visiting hours are. I think it's a good idea to think it's just going to be a short visit. There is a lot going on and a person can be very tired. So think about 15 minutes. We can do 15 minutes. You do 15 minutes with us every quarter.
Standing on my head. Yeah.
Yes, exactly. And so, think of a short visit. If it's going well, you can stay longer. But as Astrid has said to me, well, you can gracefully step away if it need be, if something needs to take place. What do? I think the most important thing is not to come in with your own agenda. Just think about being present, listening, and telling the truth. So with that guidance, what can you do? Well, a lot of the time will be spent talking probably, but you don't have to talk. You can look at photo books, you can sing songs, you can even provide maybe some care for the individual. You know, oftentimes having one's hair combed or massaged feet or something like that is a lovely way to spend some time with an individual. What should you talk about? I think, you take your cues from the individual. I think it's really important when you come into a room that you focus your attention on the dying person. My current hospice patient said this to me, and it really struck home. She said, I knew I was dying when everybody who came to see me started talking to my daughter, not me directly.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
And I'm like, it's so easy to be like playing you're there for somebody and then to interact with the caregiver. So think about focusing your attention on the individual. If they're willing to talk, just let them do so. Let them talk and listen and ask encouraging questions. If they want to talk about death, I know it's hard.
Let them do it though, right?
Let them do it. Yeah. They have something they need to say. Yeah. I think that if they're not in really wanting to talk, you can just sit there. Mm-hmm. Just being there is enough. If you feel like you have to talk, casual talk is fine, but just being there is really the most important thing. I think one final thing to think about is this could be the last time you see this individual, and that whole idea of saying goodbye and that closure that we talked about earlier. I think it's good to share how you're feeling and give the dying person an opportunity to share their feelings as well. Think about telling them what impact they've had on your life. If you've had some disagreements, please forgive.
It's time to bury the hatchet on that.
And ask for forgiveness. Quarrels and disagreements kind of get into perspective when you're reaching that stage in life. And I always like to thank a person. I mean, they've been a part of your life. They've made you a different person, and allowing them to know what a difference they make is a real gift in itself. So I think it's hard, but I think it's so important.
I think this goes full circle to what Astrid was talking about too, is that can almost be the beginning of a grief process by taking care of what Jeanette was just saying, right?
Definitely, because it brings closure. And that sense of closure is so important to us and to the person who is dying as well.
Right. My father, when he passed away, he was unconscious for the last week or so. He heard everything. I'm certain of it. The nurses said, yes, he does. So we talked to him. My mom and I had conversations, and we'd say, hey, remember that, Dad? Remember they did it? And it was good. I felt so much better.
I think
maybe I didn't do it the right way, but for me, I felt it was.
It's definitely a two-way thing. And honest to goodness, there's actually research that does suggest that people can continue to hear, that it's perhaps one of the last senses to be lost. And so just that calming conversation in the background and reassurance. One thing to think about, oftentimes we want to hold a person's hand or be closer to them or whatever. I think that's something that's going to vary by person, and you just don't know. Sometimes that cannot be the right thing at that time. So if that is something you're inclined to do, ask permission of the patient or the dying person and see their response. And if nothing else, if you still want to try, you don't know one with, just put their hand on top of your hand.
And then they'll leave it there if that's appropriate.
Exactly.
Usually, Right. So it's so cliche to say, but it is a beautiful thing and can be a beautiful thing.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, I think, again, that closure, that being able to really share your feelings at a very meaningful time is so good for both the dying person and for you. And I just wouldn't pass up the opportunity.
Yeah. Great points, Jeanette. Thank you for sharing those. I think, give people a little confidence, right? Just go in there, do it.
Yeah. Be present.
Or you'll regret.
Just be present.
Yeah. Never live with regrets. That's the thing that's a big one in many ways. So, all right, one more time, the remembrance ceremony that Volunteer Hospice is sponsoring is on February 8th. That's a Saturday, a couple Saturdays from this weekend at First Presbyterian Church, 2 p.m. Show up. If you recently suffered a death in your family or your friend's circle, or it's been a while, this is all for everybody in the community. So, Astrid, it's great to see you again. Happy birthday to your mom.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, well, that was thanks for sharing that. That's Astrid Raffenpillows there. She's the Volunteer Services Manager at Volunteer Hospice of Clallam County. And my good friend Jeanette Steer-Green, who's taken on the role as a super-duper volunteer over there as well.
And it's my pleasure.
And thank you for helping organize these talks we have once a quarter, too.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to take a break and be back with more right after this.
This is the Todd Ortloff Show on News Radio KONP.
Does your Happy New Year come with happy news of a baby on the way? At Olympic Medical Center, our labor and delivery team gives moms a birth experience they'll cherish. Choose from experienced obstetricians or certified nurse midwives to tailor your birthing experience to you and your baby. Labor and delivery at OMC, a delivery designed with you. Learn more at olympicmedical.org/baby.
Have you been searching and searching for anyone to install, repair, or replace your windows? What about looking for someone to install a new exterior door? And what about a skylight, or a new glass shower enclosure, or even a glass railing system? It can be hard, if not near impossible, to just get a call back. We at Hartnagel Building Supply sympathize with just how difficult it can be to get fast and dependable glass services. It's why we created our newest division, Hartnagel Glassworks. With over 80 years of combined experience, our team is ready and excited to help you on your next project. Whether it's big or small, residential or commercial, installation or repair, we can pretty much handle anything related to glass. Contact us today at 360-417-8388 or at hbsglassworks.com. Angelus Millwork and Hartnagel Building Supply, building homes, building community since 1906.
This is a special report from ABC News. I'm Michelle Franzen. Crews are still recovering victims from the Potomac River after last night's mid-air collision of a passenger jet, an Army military helicopter near Reagan National Airport. Officials say all 64 on board the plane died, along with 3 Army soldiers on the helicopter. Federal investigators now on scene and held their first briefing.
NTSB investigators say the focus right now is on recovering bodies. The so-called black boxes from both the American Airlines regional jet and the Black Hawk helicopter have not yet been recovered, and NTSB Chair Jennifer Homendy says firm answers will take time.
We are going to conduct a thorough investigation of this entire tragedy, looking at the facts.
An Army official says the 3 soldiers on board the Black Hawk were very experienced. An Army investigative team will work with the NTSB.
ABC's Alex Stone. The NTSB says families are still being notified about those who died. This is ABC News.
Here's your News Radio KONP forecast, brought to you by Olympic Game Farm. Daytime highs approaching 46 this afternoon under overcast skies with a chance for isolated rain showers. East winds around 5 miles per hour. Cloudy skies again tonight. Rain likely. Lows level off around 37. Rain likely tomorrow. High temperatures reach up to 48. Overcast skies. Temperatures a bit below average Saturday and Sunday, with highs from the upper 30s to the low 40s. Rain mixed with snow likely. Saturday, snow likely becoming mixed precipitation on Sunday. About an inch of snow tomorrow night through Saturday night. That's a look at your forecast. I'm meteorologist Paul Trombley. Right now, it's 46 degrees.
All right, welcome back to the program. It's Thursday, and our final segment dedicated to our business bits. That's when our local business guru, Kevin Holt, comes in to talk about some things that he observes and perhaps you can take advantage of, or not get taken advantage of, maybe. And Kevin, good to see you again. Thanks for coming in.
Let's do business.
And
absolutely.
Today, Selling Shortcuts, your title. So let's dive into this. This is a little look back on something you talked about a couple weeks ago.
I did. 2 weeks ago, I asked the question, should video games be regulated like banks? Now, that probably sounded like an odd question, and it took me just a little time to make the answer a little bit more comprehensible. You remember high school going from the general to the specific, or the specific to general, and all that cool stuff. It turns out the question really boils down to selling shortcuts. We love shortcuts. If you look at our top 10 internet searches, we usually have 6 or 8 requests for shortcuts. Mm-hmm. We love to get on YouTube and see how to do it faster, cheaper, or on our own. And, when we visit a park or a school, we can see all the little shortcuts people have worn into the landscaping as pedestrians find shorter paths to their destination.
Right.
That's not what the designer had in mind, but gosh, it sure gets me there quicker. Well, we like shortcuts in games, too. Golfers take mulligans or uncounted strokes when a shot goes wild. Board games offer shortcuts when a player lands on a specific place or spins certain numbers. Video games offer shortcuts in gameplay, too. But with an important difference. Since these games were created by evil, greedy game developers, players need to pay money to get video game shortcuts. Hey, need to slay that demon? Well, you could parry and thrust with your free pocket knife, or you could buy a bigger sword for $10. Need to knock down that castle wall? Well, you could pick at it all afternoon with your free slingshot, or you could spend $25 and buy a cannon. Knock it right down. Get through that game. Of course, I thought the idea was to play, but apparently people just want to bust through.
You want to level up as quickly as possible, right?
That's so I can get that new wrap on my outfit. Now, later in the game, when you don't need that cannon or that sword, you can trade those with another player, and you can get an amulet to defeat the wizard. In video games, these are called in-app purchases. The newest ways for tech bros to raid our wallets. That's how they made so much money to hang out with the new president, taking it from us. In-app purchases are why parents sometimes find an extra $150 slipped into their monthly cell phone bill. That's when little Johnny bought a whole pile of swords, cannons, and amulets to get through that game.
And they make it convenient, as you just mentioned.
Yeah.
Yeah, just roll that right on your cell bill.
They will roll it right on your cell bill, and it often will pop up in the game environment and say, hey, I could help you out with a cannon. Just click here.
It doesn't really say that
No.
mom and dad are going to see a $25 charge.
They don't have to. There's no regulation.
Yeah.
They can do whatever they want. That's the way they like it. Now, there's a little more here. Besides selling shortcuts, video games have slipped in a little gambling to spice up the gameplay. Let's say the game presented you with 2 demons to slay. Each needs the $10 sword for a quick defeat, but the purple demon is guarding a mystery box. When you slay that purple demon, it breaks your sword, but the mystery box might have 2 swords, or a sword and a cannon. Or it could be empty, or even contain poison, knocking you out of the game. So which do you choose? Well, in Washington State, you'd better not choose the purple demon with the mystery box. Why? Because according to Washington law, you would be participating in an illegal lottery.
Oh, my.
And Washington has their own lottery, and they're very protective of it. An illegal lottery in Washington State requires 3 elements: prize, chance, and consideration. The prize is the contents of the mystery box. The consideration is the cost of that sword, the $10, and the chance is that the mystery box might be empty or even worse. Oh, and if little Johnny's under 18, that's also underage wagering. Oops.
But again, these aren't being regulated. Washington State, whoever might be, I guess it'd be the Gambling Commission, isn't looking at everybody on their online game.
They're certainly not watching video games, and it's too bad because, as you've probably heard from Mark or Beth at the Chambers, if they tried to do a buy local event where people who get a red star on their receipts get a free prize, no can do, because you had to buy
your way
something.
into it. That's right.
Yep.
That's an old radio thing too. And we do radio contests. It used to be one of these if you buy a certain amount of whatever, you get into a draw. You can't do that because
if you have any kind of consideration like that, you have to also offer a free option.
Right.
So if for example with those local buys, you have to be able to go to the chamber office and just fill out a form and get your game piece. So, yeah, it's very carefully regulated and has been for a long time. But once again, the tech bros sneak it in. But there's more. Many video games will let you return your purchases and your mystery box winnings for game credits, or even refunds to your credit card. Now, little Johnny can try to win back all that money he spent. And anyone who's familiar with the hazards of gambling knows exactly how that will turn out. That refund function also attracted the attention of people who had money that, shall we say, needed laundering. It's a simple matter to go to any box store, make a huge cash purchase for game passes or refillable gift cards, and then go buy yourself a big pile of $25 cannons and get a refund of nice, clean video game money. So, also using that refund function, clever people have discovered how to move money around the globe without using the banking system. Let's say you're an evil dictator in Asia and you have a terrorist cell that needs $10,000. Well, you can just log on to your shared video game and immediately buy $1,010 swords. You could then trade those swords to your terrorist cell for a free pocket knife. Why? Because in-app purchases don't have any guardrails on trades. You can trade anything for anything because you're free to make any decisions you want. You're even free to make a bad deal if you want to. So now your team just pulls down $10,000 cash and can do whatever evils you've directed. And no guardrails also mean inexperienced players can get taken advantage of by another unwanted outcome of this system. Veteran players trick new players into making bad trades.
Yeah.
And so little Johnny loses everything and goes crying to mom and dad and said, "What happened?" And he's, "I don't know. I did a trade with Dirty Bob, and here I am." So as it turns out, there's even more, and we'll talk about that right after our break.
I'm just going to say I'm glad I'm not a gamer.
Oh, man.
All right. More with our business bits coming up.
This is the Todd Ortloff Show on Newsradio KONP.
I understand that as our world becomes more automated, receiving personalized service from a real person is more meaningful than ever. I'm Dan Shappy, and as a farmer's agent, I know a thing or two about how to help you select the insurance you want so you can
protect what matters most.
Call 360-681-0696 to learn more and chat with me, a real person and experienced farmer's agent, today.
We are farmers. Bum, ba-dum, bum, 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 bum.
Underwritten by Farmers Truck Fire Insurance Exchanges and Affiliates. Products not available in every state.
Attention all moms-to-be. North Olympic Healthcare Network's board-certified physicians specializing in family medicine with obstetrics are here to guide and support you on your pregnancy journey. We provide personalized, compassionate care focused on building a long-lasting relationship before, during, and after pregnancy. From pre-pregnancy planning to childbirth to primary care for your whole family, we're with you for the journey. To learn more, visit nohn-pa.org/obstetrics.
It's time for your monthly Market Minute with critical insights from local real estate pro May Graves.
Hi, I'm May Graves, local realtor, Squim, and Port Angeles. Here is your 2024 market recap. In Port Angeles, we sold 410 homes. Those homes sold for 96% of the original list price on average. However, 46% of those homes sold for over asking. The median home price in Port Angeles as of December is $435,000. In Squim, we sold 519 homes for 96% of the list price. 39% of those homes sold for over asking, and 42% sold to cash buyers. The median home price in Squim as of December 2024 is $510,000. Call me with your real estate questions. May Graves, 360-461-1922.
At Olympic Peninsula Title, good old-fashioned customer service never goes out of style. We've been closing real estate transactions in Clallam County for over 40 years and have earned the repeat business of our customers because we treat people with respect, put the security of our customers' funds and information as priority number one, and always provide service with a smile. When it's time to choose a title company to close your transaction, opt for Olympic Peninsula Title and see why we've been voted the best title company in Clallam County over and over again.
Hi, this is Clallam PUD, and we have a few tips to help you through the winter and its potential for power outages. Be prepared by checking your flashlights and purchasing extra batteries. Stock up on non-perishable food and water. Have a plan for any medical devices that require power or medications that need refrigeration. If your power does go out, first check your breakers. If they're okay, then report the outage to us by phone or by using our Smart Hub app on your mobile device. Visit clallampud.net for updates, to view our current outage map, and for tips and resources on outage preparation and safety.
All right, it is our Thursday afternoon edition of Business Bits, and we've been Talking about evil games and in-app purchases. And they're really banks.
They have become banks, and that's why it's going to be, well, I don't know, with the current administration, it probably won't be reviewed because this is not an administration that has an aversion to sharp practices. So, ladies and gentlemen, watch yourself.
Yeah, that's it. I think that's why, and that's why you're telling folks about it.
It's a great time to be a Dave Ramsey listener because this is not a time you want to go into debt because they are laying for you. Well, you know, you won't believe it, but there really is still more to this. Let's say you developed a video game with all these features, but alas, your game is fading in popularity. You had a huge following, but players are starting to drift away. Because of your earlier popularity, many players made substantial investments in in-app purchases. Some have very large asset inventories. And as a sign of your fall from grace, more and more want to cash out. So what's a greedy evil game developer to do? Well, if the developer is truly evil, and they are, they can just take the game offline and disappear. If the players can't log on, they can't request refunds. The greedy evil game developer can just scoop up all the money that was held in those assets and leave the players with no recourse. Kind of like your bank shutting down and keeping the money.
Yeah.
And that's not allowed, and that's why the question's coming up. And these organizations have shut down and have stolen money from players many times. Probably the example most people can bring to mind is a few years ago when the federal government banned payment processing for online poker sites. Now, rather than find a solution to this problem, the websites simply shut down. And they kept tens of millions of dollars of player money. Average loss of an online poker player during that time was $7,000.
That was average.
Average.
Wow.
Half people lost more, half lost less. But what it showed was that there is really no protection for people participating in any of these products, whether it's straight up gambling or dressed up gambling. So we have unregulated purchases. We have trades with no guardrails. We have illegal lotteries, underage gambling, money laundering, global financial misconduct, and financial fraud. What could possibly go wrong? Well, it's been going wrong for quite some time. So this is why many are asking that original question. Should video games be regulated like banks? And the specific question is, in banking regulation terms, which rights are protected and available to video game consumers under the Banking Electronic Funds Transfer Act? That's the rule that protects you from having your bank tell you, oh, I'm sorry, the ATM doesn't work, you can't have any money. Or, I'm sorry, we went broke, we're taking your money and leaving town. Or, we were sold out to another bank and now you can't get your money until they give it to you. So, all of these things are now melding together. And an organization called the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau states the problem this way. Gaming assets flow in and out of gaming marketplaces in a variety of unmonitored ways. Unregulated financial products have begun entering gaming in the form of payment processing, money transmission and transition between people, and even loans. You know, like just before the Great Depression, you can borrow that money to buy your amulets and swords and really bury yourself, and then you can put it on buy now, pay later. and pretty much financially destroy yourself. Video game operators do not provide any of the customer protections that apply to traditional asset and payment systems. A pawn shop is more heavily regulated than a video game.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
Your bank just can't close and keep your money. Game developers do it all the time.
In fact, that's a business model, I would think, in some cases.
Yes, it turns out.
Yeah.
I'm sure you could go back and look at games that have built up and faded away, and the intention of that whole process was to create an asset base that you can then shut down and walk away with. And the other one is that your bank can't sell your account balances or transaction data to anyone as much as I think they'd like to. Game developers sell all of your gaming, transaction, interaction, wins, losses, behaviors as it relates to incentives they put forth in front of you. I mean, a lot of these places are just like DraftKings or FanDuel. I mean, it's constantly agitating you to do more. During the break, we were talking about that Universal ad, The King's Return. Mm-hmm. And that's a straight-up in-app purchases. That's the only way you can even participate in the game. So, you might be asking yourself, what can I do? Well, until the question of regulation is answered, gamers and their parents need to take special care not to become victims of this. Parents and gamers should check accounts and balances regularly to monitor total in-app purchases. Even adults get in over their heads when they're making multiple purchases in multiple gaming environments. They're on World of Warcraft tonight. They're on King's Return tomorrow. Those are completely separate environments. They forget what they're buying where, and just like anything else, you can get in trouble pretty quick. Parents should monitor and discuss children's gameplay to prevent predatory trades, gambling, and some of those other even scarier risks that come up when kids go online. This goes all the way back to what Consumer Reports said when personal computers first entered the home. If your children want to use a computer, put it in the kitchen. Do not put it in their bedroom, because it is a window to the darkest parts of the planet, and you need to be right there, because there's things in the news every day that we won't even talk about, but I'm sure the listeners know what we're referring to, that are just the parent's worst nightmare. So again, put that computer in the kitchen and let the kids play games right in front of you. But for heaven's sake, do not let them do it in their bedroom with the door closed, or you're going to lose a kid. And all gamers should keep their asset inventories as low as possible. So when you buy something, use it. If you can get your money back, get it, and don't stay deep in these games, because that exposes you to the possibility of having everything bundled up and taken away from you. So
shoot the wall down with your cannon.
That's right.
And trade it out.
And get rid of it.
Okay.
Because there's really no benefit to keeping it other than being exposed to the possibility of losing it. And it's important to remember, a lot of these games are a lot of fun. I certainly play plenty of them, and they can really eat up a Saturday afternoon. There's nothing wrong with that, but it's like anything else, drink responsibly, play video games responsibly. Right. Use your head when you're online. So ain't the internet fantastic?
Right. And one of the issues, too, is that they've become so realistic that you just get really sucked in because of the realism that's there.
It's just like you're there. It gives you the opportunity to experience things. And a lot of people talk about the battle games and stuff like that, but I've even enjoyed the games where basically you're just wandering around looking at cool stuff, because there's a lot of cool stuff out there, and it's very engaging. And, we live in a place where sometimes the weather ain't so great for several days at a time. It's great to have those kinds of outlets, but it's really important to keep them in their place.
All right. We're not being anti-game.
Oh, no.
We're just saying be very careful on those games.
Yeah, right. I would treat them just like liquor or firearms.
Yeah.
They can be a lot of fun, but
although those two are both regulated more than the gaming
very
world.
Closely.
All right, let's talk about next week. What do you got for us?
Yeah, well, I went back through my 7 secrets of small business success, and I realized there was something I haven't told the audience, and that is there's a big lie out there. It's the biggest lie you'll be told when you're trying to start a business. And I'm going to talk about what that big lie is, how it started. It was actually born almost the same year I was, and how that lie keeps people from being successful.
Okay.
Big lie time next week.
Big lies next week on the Business Bits.
That's right.
Thursday. All right, Kevin, great to have you on.
A pleasure.
Thanks, as always, and we'll do it again next Thursday. And you can catch all of his tips and advice at kevinyourbusinesscoach.com. All right, now we're going to wrap things up and check in with the news coming up next.
This is the Todd Ortloff Show on Newsradio KONP.
Check Up on Health, presented by Olympic Medical Center.
Check Up on Health with Chris Whitting.
You probably know that Lyme disease is a bacterial infection transmitted by ticks. Dr. Neil Spector from Duke University Medical School says early diagnosis and treatment are vital.
Once the disease spreads, if it's not treated early, the problem is these are a type of bacteria called spirochetes. The spirochetes are smart bugs in that they get to areas inside your body where antibiotics have a hard time getting good levels of exposure. And so once this disease spreads and gets into connective tissue, into the joints, what we call sanctuaries. They're sanctuaries because there's not a lot of good antibiotic levels that can be rendered in those particular areas. It's very difficult to eradicate this infection.
Dr. Spector says about 50% of Lyme disease victims are not aware that they were even bitten by a tick. With Checkup on Health, I'm Chris Whitting.
Does your Happy New Year come with happy news of a baby on the way? At Olympic Medical Center, our labor and delivery team gives moms a birth experience they'll cherish. Choose from experienced obstetricians or certified nurse midwives to tailor your birthing experience to you and your baby. Labor and delivery at OMC, a delivery designed with you. Learn more at olympicmedical.org/baby.
A new year brings new tasks. Bobcat equipment from Brim Tractor will help get more done in 2025. Buy a Bobcat compact track loader with industry-leading travel speeds or a compact excavator with fast cycle times and get financing as low as 0% for 48 months. Or choose cash rebates on select models. Visit Brim Tractor in Carlsberg for details. Some restrictions apply. Length of contract and rate may vary. Offer ends February 28th.
What's the misconception when considering new cabinets for your home?
I think a lot of people are under the impression that if they go to the box stores, they're going to pay a lot less for their cabinets.
That's Tony from Tim's Cabinets.
Going custom cabinets, you're usually paying about the same or less.
Tim's Custom Cabinets in Sequim. 40 plus years experience ensures your cabinet project will be done right.
Let me help make the process comfortable. And at the end, you're going to be extremely happy with what we've done for you.
Tim's Custom Cabinets, Sequim.
KONP 1450 AM 101.7 and 101.3 FM, The Straight 102.1 FM, and Z 104.9 FM, all part of Radio Pacific Incorporated, perform occasional contests over the air. Washington residents of Clallam and Jefferson counties are eligible to participate and may only win once every 60 days. Contest winners are responsible for all applicable local, state, and federal taxes. For complete station contest rules, visit our website at myclallamcounty.com.
I'm Shanola Hampton. Every day, millions of people face hunger. Today, I will share with you some of their experiences. I'm stuck between paying for medications or paying for food. John from Maine. After paying my bills, I can buy groceries. It's sad to say, food comes last. Alice from Oregon. I thought pantries were for less fortunate people. But anybody could be less fortunate in a day or even a second. Claire from Virginia. The Feeding America network of food banks helps provide over 6 billion meals to people in need each year. No one should have to worry where their next meal will come from. Together, we can end hunger. Learn more at feedingamerica.org.
Celebrating 80 years of trusted news and local connections. This is News Radio KONP Port Angeles Sequim, a Radio Pacific station.
From ABC News, I'm Michelle Franzen. The search for victims continues in the Potomac River following last night's mid-air collision between an American Eagle regional jet and an Army Black Hawk helicopter. All 67 on board both aircraft died. President Trump offering condolences earlier today, but also speculated on possible factors, claiming hiring practices and DEI programs from past administrations may be to blame. But when asked, he also added he does not have evidence.
President Trump is ordering the Secretary of Transportation and the FAA administrator to look at what the White House claims, without evidence, is the damage done to aviation safety by the Biden administration's DEI policies. I asked President Trump in the Oval Office if he was saying race or gender played a role in this tragedy.
It may have. I don't know. Incompetence might have played a role. We'll let you know that. But we want the most competent people. We don't care what race they are.
Karen Travers, ABC News, the White House.
The NTSB, in its first briefing since arriving on scene, says it will not speculate on the cause of the collision and will follow the facts as they investigate. Kash Patel, President Trump's pick for FBI director, facing tough questioning at his Senate confirmation hearing today, insisting he won't seek retribution against the president's adversaries. Democratic Senator Sheldon Whitehouse confronting Patel with past comments by Patel Patel, saying that he had made a list.
Here's what this nominee himself has said about using his office to prosecute journalists. We will go out and find the conspirators, not just in government, but in the media. We're going to come after you, whether it's criminally or civilly. Is that a correct quotation, Mr. Patel?
Senator, that's a partial quotation.
But it's correct.
In part.
On Wall Street, stocks were up today. You're listening to ABC News.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
A Russian drone strike hitting an apartment building in northeast Ukraine, killing at least 8 people. Ukrainian President Zelensky urging the world community not to pause and putting pressure on Russia for its aggression. Police in Raleigh, North Carolina, arresting a man they say impersonated a law enforcement officer and allegedly threatened to deport a woman if she did not have sex with him. The suspect faces multiple charges, including forcible rape, possession of cocaine, and impersonation of an officer. Robert F. Kennedy Jr., President Trump's pick to head the Department of Health and Human Services, back on Capitol Hill for day 2 of his confirmation hearings. Republican Senator Bill Cassidy, a doctor, says he has concerns about Kennedy's work in undermining confidence in vaccines with, quote, unfounded or misleading arguments.
Does a 70-year-old man, 71-year-old man who has spent decades criticizing vaccines and who's financially vested in finding fault with vaccines, can he change his attitudes and approach now that he'll have the most important position influencing vaccine policy in the United States?
Kennedy describes himself as pro-safety. In just over a decade, India has doubled its tiger population, in part by protecting the big cat from poaching. The number of tigers grew from just over 1,700 in 2010 to more than 3,600 in 2022. Michelle Franzen, ABC News.
KONP News brought to you by McCrory Carpet One. Always priced right, always done right. It's McCrory Carpet One. Lawmakers in Olympia are exploring a new way to combat impaired driving. The proposed impaired driving protection order would allow family members to present evidence to a judge if a loved one is a repeat offender, leading to possible restrictions like ignition interlocks or mandatory sobriety programs. Lawmakers also considering kit homes as a new solution to the state's housing crisis. New legislation at the state capitol would streamline permits for those pre-manufactured homes, allowing faster and more affordable housing construction, according to the bill's supporters.
Here's your News Radio KONP forecast, brought to you by All Weather Heating and Cooling. Overcast this afternoon with a chance for isolated rain showers. High temperatures reach up to 46. Easterly winds around 5 miles per hour. Cloudy skies again tonight. Rain likely. Lows level off around 37. Cloudy skies expected tomorrow. Rain likely. High temperatures reach up to 48. Turning cooler Saturday and Sunday with highs from the upper 30s to the low 40s. A mix of rain and snow likely. Saturday, snow likely becoming mixed precipitation on Sunday. About an inch of snow tomorrow night through Saturday night. That's a look at your forecast. I'm meteorologist Paul Trombley. Currently, it's 45 degrees.
Welcome to the Ramsey Show, where we help you win in your life, specifically with your money. with your work and in your relationships. Alongside George Campbell, I'm Ken Coleman. Thrilled to be with you guys today. 888-825-5225 is the number to jump in. 888-825-5225. All right, let's start it off with Amy in Minneapolis. Amy, how can we help?
Well, I am turning 61 in 2 weeks.
All right. That sounds exciting.
Early birthday.
And I have been good with my money all along, but I have failed to have a retirement fund. And I'm wondering at this point what I can do so that I can retire maybe at 67.
All right. Okay. So we're working with 6 years to retire, and you have zero. George is going to walk you through this, but just a couple quick questions. You have zero, or you have very little, or you? What's the real here?
I have no retirement fund, but I have cash, and I have no real debt. The only debt I have is about $9,000 that I took out a 0% interest loan and did some updates on my house.
Okay,
sure sounds like real debt to me.
Well, yeah, that. But other than that, I have no debt.
What kind of cash do you have?
About $200,000.
And what's that sitting in?
A couple bank accounts.
Okay. Just in checking accounts or normal savings accounts? Are they making 0%?
No, they're making a little bit. There's a couple of them in savings, and then some of it's just cash.
Okay, so we can get that money invested, working for you at least. What is your income?
I do childcare. It varies every year, but around like
57,000. Okay. And do you have any pension or anything like that? Any other retirement income we should be aware of?
Nope.
Okay.
I have a life insurance, a small life insurance policy. That's all I have.
Okay. And are you living alone?
Yes.
All right.
Right now, my 19-year-old is away at college, but I mean he'll be here when he's not at college.
Okay. And are you a homeowner?
I own my home. Yes.
It's paid for? No mortgage?
It's been paid for no mortgage.
Good. What's that worth?
I'm thinking around $280.
Okay. And what are your monthly expenses? Have you added this up to see, here's my monthly budget, here's what I need to live?
My monthly expenses are about $1,675.
Okay, great. So here's some good news. You don't need a lot to survive. Now, I don't know what your retirement plans are. I don't know if you had big dreams. We might need to change that picture based on the reality of where we're at.
Right.
But based on my math, you're going to need, and this is not including health care if there's any other needs you have, but you're talking about $20,000 a year is what you're going to be spending.
Okay.
So here's the good news. If you put the majority of your savings into the stock market, into a good growth stock mutual fund or an index fund, you would see on average over, the next 20, 30 years in your retirement, 10 to 12% return. Which means you put $200 in, on average, again, not every year, you're going to see $20,000, another $20,000. And so that gives me some hope that you're not going to be out on the street. But we're also not going to be eating out and going on vacations. This is going to be a bare bones retirement.
Okay.
Now, if you could invest a big portion of your income, now that you have a paid-for house, how much could you invest every month from your income? Could you do, let's say, $2,000?
Every month?
Yes.
Probably not. I could probably do $1,000.
Well, you told me your expenses are about $1,600. You're taking home probably close to $4,000, right?
Yeah, it just depends on the time of the year. During the summer, I make a lot more because I have way more children, and then.
Well, Ken can help you fill in the gaps of income. But if you have stable income, you could invest $2,000 every single month from age 61 to 67. You'd likely have around $200,000 sitting in that investment account.
Okay.
So that is one option on top of the savings you have, putting that into the market. I also would recommend you sit down with a financial advisor and actually crunch these numbers, and they'll walk you through to make sure you're understanding where you're putting this money. I don't want you to do it because George said or Ken said. I want you to do it because Amy understands.
I guess I've always, and that's kind of why I haven't done. I just don't understand any of it, and I've always been afraid of it, and I've watched too much American Greed. So,
well, I keep thinking of this line for you. The best time to plant a tree was 20 years ago. The best next time is today. And so I know you're 60 and you feel behind. There's probably some guilt that you could have done more, you should have done more, you should have been investing. But I'm telling you, it's not too late to have some dignity in retirement, but it starts today. We can't have the excuse any longer of, well, I just don't know what I'm doing. Ignorance was bliss until this call.
Okay, yep. I get it.
Now let's talk about that seasonal income gap. What are you doing in the wintertime? What changes that you don't have enough work?
I have more. I do childcare, and so during the summer I get a full house. I have all the kids from school age children. So I have 12 kids all summer long. Mm-hmm. And then during the winter, kids go off to school, and I tend to have less. And this year I chose to have a few less because I took my first grandbaby. I'm watching her, and with a baby, it's just a lot more work. And so I've had less children during the years. But
are you getting paid to watch the baby, or is this just grandma stuff?
Partially.
Okay. So what would be...
Not a lot.
So let's say, just for sake of numbers, okay, let's say that there wasn't a drop-off between the summer and the rest of the year. How much more additional money would you make over and above the $57,000? What do you think that number would be if you just had the same amount of kids all year round?
Probably a good another 20, 30, I don't know.
Yeah. So that's the thing I want you to think about. George has done a great job laying out, okay, what you need to do. And here's the deal. That $200,000 is something to build on, plus your existing money if you're putting in $1,000 a month. But I want to challenge you to just believe what you just said. Let's just round down. Let's say you did something to go, okay, I'm going to be more aggressive in talking about it. There are parents everywhere around you who would much rather have their child with you. It's probably even more affordable than what they're looking at in the marketplace. There's no shortage of children who need to be watched. So with a little bit of aggression, more intentionality, letting people know, let's say you were able to make an additional $20,000 a year over the next 6 years. Okay? That's a lot of money, George, coming back to your calculator. She can now put $2,000, maybe $3,000 a month away, and all of a sudden
changes your retirement drastically.
It changes it.
And you might need to work until 70.
That's right.
You get to retire when the numbers say you do, not when you just decide. And so jump on to RamseySolutions.com, get in touch with a SmartVestor Pro. They can walk you through the investing portion. And this is going to take work. And you got to remember, inflation's going to be kicking your retirement in the pants. So you got to get on top of this thing and start investing instead of just saving.
But George and I we really believe, Amy, you can do this. I think this is extra income, and I do think this is tightening of the expenses as well. And you can get there. All right, quick break. We'll be right back. This is The Ramsey Show.
Make 2025 the year that you stop overpaying for prescriptions with SingleCare. SingleCare is a free service that helps millions of Americans save at pharmacies across the country every day. It's especially helpful this time of year when insurance plans change and deductibles reset. SingleCare works for everyone, so you have nothing to lose. Go to singlecare.com, that's singlecare.com, or download the free SingleCare app and start saving today.
Hey guys, George Camel here. Listen, if you think student loans and credit cards and credit scores are meant to help you get ahead, you're what's known as wrong. That's because those things are just tools that the toxic money system uses to keep you broke and stressed out. And I should know, because I fell for all the money traps and lies out there, and it left me with anxiety and frustration and stress. I basically got punked without the Ashton Kutcher cameo. But I've got good news for you. No matter where you're starting from, you too can buck the system and build wealth, just like I did. Get this, I went from broke to millionaire in a decade. And in my new book, Breaking Free from Broke, I'll teach you exactly how I did it. You're going to learn how to have more money and less stress, even in this economy, and regardless of who's in the White House. You're going to learn everything from credit card schemes to mortgage myths to investing traps, and I'll show you how to break free from that toxic system and finally have more margin, more options, and more joy. You can get the new book, Breaking Free from Broke, today at RamseySolutions.com/store. That's RamseySolutions.com/store.
With Valentine's Day coming up, show your family you love them by getting a will. I know that might sound weird, but stay with me. Making a plan to take care of your loved ones after you're gone can mean a lot. And now is the time to quit stalling and get it done. It just takes 20 minutes. Go to MamaBearLegalForms.com to complete your will today and save 20% with the promo code Ramsey. That's MamaBearLegalForms.com and code Ramsey.
Hey guys, Rachel Cruz here, and I know money can be stressful. You work hard to create a life you're proud of, but so often I see people get into debt, stress, and worry simply because they're trying to keep up with everyone else. The result is car payments, mortgages, and credit card bills you can't afford. You see, comparison steals your joy and your paycheck. When we compare ourselves to others, we're playing a game we'll never win. When will the vicious cycle end? Well, it ends when you quit the comparisons and love your life, not theirs. That's why I wrote my best-selling book, Love Your Life, Not Theirs, to help you make a plan for your money and create a life you want. In this book, you'll learn 7 money habits for avoiding debt, spending on a plan, saving for the future, and making peace with your finances. Live the life of your dreams without debt, stress, comparisons, and worry, wreaking havoc on your joy. Go to the online store at RamseySolutions.com today to get your copy of Love Your Life, Not Theirs.
When you're overwhelmed by money, it consumes everything in your life. All day long, you ask questions like, will that check clear? Do I have enough to get to payday? Can I really afford that car repair? Well, no more. You should not have to live with that kind of stress, and you don't have to. When you follow a proven plan, you'll discover peace with your money you never thought possible. And you can start on that plan today with Financial Peace University. This course has helped almost 10 million people learn how to budget, save and spend wisely, get rid of debt, and build real wealth. And you can too. Start watching the course online right away or join a Financial Peace University class for community and support. Decide today that you're done letting money stress rule your life. Get started at RamseySolutions.com/FPU. You can do this. You got it. That's RamseySolutions.com/FPU.
Welcome back, America. Thrilled to have you with us alongside the incomparable and the very, very sharp-dressed man, George Camel. I'm Ken Coleman.
So kind.
888-825-5225 is the phone number. Taking your money questions and your income questions. So George is our money resident. I might pipe it. I've been known to do it.
You've got a lot of great thoughts.
But I'm more in the win with the income, right? Are we winning at work so that we have the opportunity to make more money? So if you're feeling stuck professionally, we're going to equate that to our financial situation. So I'm here to help on that as well.
Ken will help you afford eggs.
That's right.
That's the goal today.
Have you noticed? Do you eat a lot of eggs?
I went out and bought eggs last night.
All right.
And I was shocked. I told the cashier,
Yeah.
I said, I thought egg prices were supposed to be jacked up. This is a reasonable price. I even opted for the pasture raised.
Did you?
I really went all out.
You went high.
$4.99.
Yeah,
very
well,
reasonable.
Yeah, the cost of eggs are actually moving up, so we'll see what happens. But they're really good for you. Let's go to Jason in Houston, Texas. Jason, how can we help today?
Hey guys, how are you?
Oh, we're having fun. What's going on?
Yeah, so I want to try to be succinct and not really reveal too much, but as much as I can.
What do we need to know here? Do we need to be careful on how we ask follow-up questions?
I'm beginning to think your real name isn't Jason.
Oh, maybe it's
anything you need to ask.
Okay.
Basically, me and my fiance are getting married. We're just doing a one-on-one ceremony, me and her, in about a month. And we had decided to fund this ourselves, and our budget was around $10,000 to $12,000. In the initial discussions, I was going to bring X amount of money. She was going to bring a significant portion, so I was going to bring around $2,500. She was going to cover the rest. When we had this discussion, when we planned this, I had decided, I had budgeted based on projected income for the month of January and how much margin I would have in my budget. That did not come to fruition, and it's created a strain because I'm not able to contribute the portion that I thought I would be able to. I'm in a very tight budget right now. I will follow that up with I am bringing debt into this marriage. From the second we'd even discussed marriage, she's had a full look into my finances. She sees what I spend. There's nothing hidden. And we have agreed that when we combine our finances, when we get married, that we're going to do the marriage. We plan to bring the debt, to attack the debt that I'm bringing into the marriage. So a couple things. There is a lot of shame and guilt on my end, too. And on her end, I think there might be some, not necessarily resentment building, but I don't want that to happen. And yesterday, there was kind of some expression of that. And
well, let me ask you a quick question. She's fully aware of your finances, and which means she's probably very fully aware of your work and how you get paid, and that it sounds like you had no control over this income. So she's disappointed, yes, but does she understand the circumstances by which the money hasn't come in like you thought it would?
Yes, and that's kind of the question.
All right, second question. I thought, and I don't know if, George, you heard this, so I'm coming to you, Jason. I thought you started off the call by saying we're having a one-on-one wedding.
Yes, sir. We're all open.
So why is it $12,000?
Yeah, I don't understand.
This was the kind of the dream that she had and what we had thought we could budget for. And so there's been deposits placed, airline tickets placed. SIM money already spent. That would be really hard to sort of bring up. And
okay, so hold on a second. Hold on. So she had a vision for a wedding, and now we can't afford it, so now we're opting for the one-on-one at the courthouse?
Well, no, it's still affordable. Just the portion that I was supposed to afford is no
I just don't
there.
understand, George,
so what
why we're
changes
spending
now?
$12,000.
Let's say you can't give this $2,500. You can't give a dime. What changes about this wedding a month from now? What can't we do that we said we were going to do?
Well, that's exactly my question. We can do it, and per our conversation last night, the sort of thought is just get it done. But my question is more relational. I don't want there to be any harbored resentment or doubt from her because I was not able to uphold my end of the bargain.
Here's the third question. Is there a pattern of you making a promise, telling her something, and then it not coming to fruition? Or are you letting her down? Is this the first time this has happened?
As far as I know, absolutely not, no. And 100% transparency, no.
Have you told her about this yet? Just be honest with her and say, hey, listen, I was expecting this income.
Oh, yeah, they talked about
so
that.
she's already, but she expressed some, disappointment. She was upset about it, and she's obviously pretty, there's a lot of emotion already with planning a wedding and doing this. Even if it's just one-on-one, it's a big life change. And I think this just probably triggered something inside of her going, this man, is he going to be able to provide? Is he going to be able to be the partner and leader that I need him to be? So it's probably causing some bigger questions in her mind. And I think that's worth a second conversation with her.
Okay. And it's the shame that I'm feeling as well. And I guess I'm just curious about how to best approach that.
Well, so, okay, I think that...
What tangibly I can do between now and then to...
Okay, so we can't really answer that until we understand what happened. What is the nature of your job? Or could you share with us briefly the circumstances that led to you not getting paid what you projected that you might? What happened?
Very easily. I do two things. I'm a field inspector and I sell real estate. And my field inspection job is my main source of income. I make basically just enough to pay my bills to get by with that. And then real estate, I switched brokerages back to a brokerage that I have been affiliated with before. So when I made this change, we discussed it. I said, hey, I can either focus my attention at this real estate and see the benefits from that 3 to 6 months from now. I've done that before. I know what it looks like. Or I can, in the immediate, in the next 3 months, go get a job doing whatever on the side to stack cash for this elopement. And we decided that the first option was how I would proceed. There was about a $2,000 job through this field inspection job that I do that I was anticipating and told would happen in January, and that money was earmarked for the elopement, and that work never came to fruition through the company that I'm working with.
Okay, so you have another month to go. Is this wedding in March?
Yes, sir.
Okay,
yes, sir.
So you can go do a side gig, one of these, kind of a Instacart, Uber Eats, whatever it is. You can go sign up for one of those and go make $500 a week until the wedding.
Okay, and that was, I guess, my thought. Okay, hey,
do whatever it takes. I think that'll prove to her that you're serious about it.
Yeah, I get it. George, that's a great suggestion. Jason, honestly, bro, you've got some self-belief issues.
Okay.
So that's going to need to be dealt with, number one. But the best way to kind of deal with this, you're down in the dumps. Dude, you sound like what maybe a balloon that's lost all its air would sound like if it were talking. That's what you sound like. And I'm not making fun of you. I'm saying that's what it sounds like. You sound so deflated. But George is right. Bro, you can make $2,500 between now and that wedding day, and I would start doing it.
Okay.
Now, sell something. If you can't sell something and come up with $300, go sell it for somebody else. Go to all your friends. I mean, I'm telling you, bro, like this is your chance to feel good about yourself. I understand why you're deflated. But, man, this is an opportunity for you to go, wait a second. I can earn $2,500 between now and wedding day, and I'm going to absolutely die trying. And I'm going to do it, and I'm going to find all the ways to do it, and that's all I'm doing. I'm waking up going, I've got you need a poster board in your bedroom on your mirror looking at some type of a thermometer that people do, like $2,500 or bust.
If there's 35 days for the wedding, say I'm going to make $100 every day, no matter what, come hell or high water.
Yeah. So I mean, let's go. And then here's the deal. And then enter into this marriage all in with your wife to be on the baby steps. How can we? Let's give them a wedding gift, George. What should we do?
I love it. I think Financial Peace University for the two of you would be great, along with Breaking Free from Broke. For you specifically, Jason, read the Margin is Breathing Room chapter. I've got 10 ways to make more, 10 ways to spend less. If you do both of those things, you're going to find that margin to save up. And I want you to have that next conversation, not with a mopey attitude, but with optimism, with an excitement, with an enthusiasm that she goes, oh my gosh, this is a new Jason.
That's right. And tell her, I'm going to come up with the $2,500, babe. Don't worry about it. I may not see much of you, but it's going to be a great wedding. This is The Ramsey Show.
Hey, you guys, if you're like me, dinner time can be stressful. What to cook, what to buy, it can be a lot. Luckily, eMeals is here to simplify your life. With weekly personalized meal plans and grocery integration with Walmart, eMeals helps you save tons of money, time, and a whole lot of stress. You pick the meals, they create the list, and Walmart handles the rest. Plus, you can save up to $2,000 a year with eMeals. So try it for free for 14 days at eMeals.com. That's eMeals.com.
Listen, folks, this show has always been about you and for you. So we want to hear from you. Right now, the Ramsey Show annual survey is live. Text survey to 33789 or go to RamseySolutions.com/survey. When you fill out the survey, you'll be entered to win a $500 gift card. That's survey. Text it to 33789. Thanks for helping us understand how to serve you best.
It's a new year, and Tri-State will be a new neighbor. Need a new roof or other exterior project? Tri-State is there for you every step of the way. Hundreds of 5-star reviews from very happy clients. Go to tristate.pro or call and we'll be out tomorrow. Start off the new year with an affordable new roof. 0 down, 0 interest, or payments for 18-month OAC.
Tri-State Roofing, we got you covered.
Someone had a birthday.
Yep, 50. Can't believe it.
50 years of wisdom.
Great segue. We have health news, a CDC update.
Pneumococcal vaccination is now recommended for adults 50 or older. Says here, we're over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia than adults under 50.
I don't love those odds.
Same. Look what I found. Pfizer's Prevnar 20 is proven to help protect adults against pneumococcal pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease in just one dose, and millions have already gotten it.
Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you have a severe allergy to its ingredients. A weakened immune system may lower your response. Common side effects include injection site pain and swelling, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138. Visit Prevnar20.com or talk to your doctor or pharmacist.
I'm on Prevnar20.com now, scheduling my appointment.
Good idea. And happy 50th.
Joe Montana here. In my football days, I knew the importance of a strong defense. Now I'm sharing how you can help defend your health against pneumococcal pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease. Are you 50 or older like me? The CDC now recommends vaccination against pneumococcal disease. Even if you're healthy, your age puts you at increased risk and over 6 times greater risk of hospitalization with pneumococcal pneumonia than adults under 50. Schedule your appointment today at vaxassist.com.
Sponsored by Pfizer.
When you buy a new house, you might say,
"Shut the front door."
"Winning."
No, seriously, shut the front door. We own this house now.
But you actually need to say,
"Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there."
That's right. The local State Farm agent is there to help you choose the coverage you need.
Welcome to my crib. No one says that anymore, but I don't care.
So just remember, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
State Farm, Bloomington, Illinois.
This is Trevor Shumway from Firehouse Grill. We have some great news. We're dropping prices on our most popular items and not dropping quality. We're stubborn and wanting to provide the best quality possible. Hand weighing and hand smashing our burgers daily. Marinating our chicken in-house and hand breaded per order. Hand scooping every shake ordered. And have you tried our smash burgers yet? One of the best things we've done at Firehouse Grill. Come check us out. And I won't compromise on quality ever. Firehouse Grill Burgers and Fries on 8th Street.
Does your Happy New Year come with happy news of a baby on the way? At Olympic Medical Center, our labor and delivery team gives moms a birth experience they'll cherish. Choose from experienced obstetricians or certified nurse midwives to tailor your birthing experience to you and your baby. Labor and delivery at OMC, a delivery designed with you. Learn more at olympicmedical.org/baby.
This is a special report from ABC News. I'm Michelle Franzen. Federal aviation investigators now on scene of that deadly midair collision in Washington, D.C. All 64 on board the American Eagle jet and 3 Army soldiers on the military helicopter died. The NTSB, in its briefing, says they haven't recovered the black boxes yet.
Right now, the focus is on recovering bodies. Sources say dive teams have recovered all of the bodies they can reach without lifting the wreckage of the Black Hawk and the jet out of the water. NTSB board member Todd Inman.
There are still ongoing recovery efforts involving the fatalities involved, along with some debris is coming out as well. We will make sure that that perishable evidence is maintained.
NTSB investigators say despite a demand for answers, that the investigation will not be quick, and it will take a substantial amount of time to know why the crash happened.
ABC's Alex Stone. 6 of the victims on the American Eagle flight were returning from a figure skating training camp in Wichita, Kansas. This is ABC.
Here's your News Radio KONP forecast brought to you by All Weather Heating and Cooling. Overcast skies this afternoon with a chance for rain. High temperatures reach up to 46. East winds around 5 miles per hour. Overcast tonight, rain likely 37. About an inch of snow tomorrow night through Saturday night. I'm staff meteorologist Jennifer Wojcicki. Currently 45.
Welcome back to the Ramsey Show alongside George Camel. I'm Ken Coleman. Phone number is 888-825-5225, 888-825-5225. Hey, it's time for our question of the day, brought to you by our good friends at Y Refi. Now, you know we don't recommend refinancing on everything, but for distressed private student loans, there's Y Refi. We trust Y Refi because they help you with a low fixed interest rate that you couldn't get anywhere else to help you stick to your budget and get out of debt. Learn more at yrefi.com/Ramsey. That's the letter Y, REFY.com/Ramsey. It may not be available in all states.
Today's question comes from Felix in North Dakota. Bitcoin has been going through the roof roof recently, and it looks like it's becoming more and more of a stable investment. Do you now recommend it as an investment, or do you still believe it's too dangerous of an investment and that people should steer clear of it?
Oh,
good question.
I'm actually interested.
Excited to
to
clear the air on Bitcoin because people really want to know my opinion. Said no one.
Yeah.
Here's the deal. I've never been anti-Bitcoin. We took a call yesterday, Ken. Young man had every single one of his dollars in Bitcoin.
Okay.
Had nothing in savings, everything in Bitcoin, and he had been doing really well. And he asked us, well, what's wrong with this? And I'm going, you've been alive for 4 days, so yeah, if you just think this is how it's always going to be, then sure. But, we've seen things. We've seen Bitcoin drop 50% in value in 2022. It's 24/7. There's a lot of fraud and scams around the crypto world right now. It's been on a wild trend up lately, and so you're going, well, why invest in the stock market to get a measly 10% when I could get 1,000%? And so what really comes down to is what I call the three stooges of wealth, which trips people up, especially young people. It's fear, greed, and pride. So it's the I'm so scared. There's the FOMO of I got to get in this now or else I'm going to be broke forever. There's the pride of, well, I know better. There's a little bit of arrogance there. And then there's the greed of just like, I'm not going to settle for 12% and a slow way to wealth when I can make it a lot faster. And so with Bitcoin, it's like investing in any single stock that's been on a wild ride. You see NVIDIA going up, and then DeepSeek from China came out, and NVIDIA takes it. And there's all this just gyration and fear in the market of what anything's going to do, and it's why I recommend diversifying. So it really comes down to diversifying versus Bitcoin equals bad, and it's more that you got all your eggs in one basket. That's too much risk for one person to handle. And so if you want to invest in Bitcoin, well, I can't say invest. If you want to speculate in Bitcoin, put some money in that after you've already invested 15% of your income into retirement, into tax-advantaged retirement plans, proven mutual funds and index funds, be my guest and use your fund money to do that, knowing this is money you could burn on the table. But putting all the chips in on Bitcoin, I'm telling you, I think history is going to show that was a very risky move. Now, there's Bitcoin billionaires out there who are going, ha-ha, and they're laughing from their private islands right now. That could be the case.
Well, I think it's here. I think there's no question that cryptocurrency is here to stay. So,
as a technology, the blockchain,
it's here.
Yeah.
And I would say Bitcoin is here. I'm not saying Bitcoin can't fall. I'm not saying I disagree with anything you said. In fact, I agree with everything. I would say to somebody, yeah, if you want to invest in Bitcoin, I would treat it just like we tell people to go sit down with a SmartVestor Pro and learn about the strategies so that you understand what you're doing. But I agree with you that it should be a part of a diversified strategy, not all eggs in that basket. I agree with that. And that's just smart investing strategy. But I will say this. My position on crypto and Bitcoin early on was it's risky right now. But there will come a day, and I still hold this. And I think Trump, by the way, is already rattling his saber on this.
Well, he's already made $1 bajillion doing it.
He has.
So, of course, he's a fan.
I know, but I'm saying you're going to see this become regulated just like banking, just like the stocks. And I think when it becomes regulated, because it will on some level, some people would take issue with me on that, and I'm okay with that. I am making a prediction here. But I believe that once it's regulated, I believe it becomes far more stable. I'm not a fan of regulation as a whole, but there needs to be, it's the wild, wild west right now.
Yeah. No, I'm with you on that. I think there will be a mutual fund filled with different cryptocurrencies.
No, so diversification is the answer. I agree with you. I just wanted to add that little 2 cents there, that I don't think you should feel like, oh, it's stupid to invest in it. No, I think it's just like any other investment. You got to do your homework. What level of risk? If you sit down with a good professional, so we talk about the SmartVestor Pros that are out there. Okay, and we link to them, and you can go meet them. You talk with any investment professional. One of the first things they're going to talk to you about is where are you at, where in your finances, and what's your level of risk. And so I would treat any crypto thing as a high-risk thing right now.
Yep. And the other piece of this we didn't talk about is that Bitcoin isn't based in anything. When you invest in a mutual fund, it's filled with 90 to 200 stocks of actual companies producing real products and services and real revenue that you can attribute to that. And therefore, what is it based on? Well, a lot of hype, a lot of, well, my buddy said, and they're investing, so it must be good. And
well, it is a currency. It is, you're investing in an alternative currency, and that's the bet. It's like gold. People that invest in gold, well, you're investing in crypto.
And the last thing I do is I go, what are actual wealthy people doing with their money? And what I found is most of them aren't saying, oh, dude, you got to get in on crypto. They might be dabbling in there with a very, very tiny percent of their world. They're not going all in on it. And so if you want to know how actual wealthy people invest, Dave Ramsey will be unpacking that in a 2-night virtual event called Investing Essentials. I'll be joining him. And here's the deal. We know that if you're following social media, you're going to get investing advice from a 60-second TikTok reel or Instagram reel. That's dangerous. At this virtual event, over 2 nights, 2 hours a night, we're going to walk you through how to maximize your retirement plans, how to choose the right funds, how to get the most out of your money, how to invest with confidence. Plus, it's the only place you're going to hear Dave unpacking his personal playbook on real estate investing, which is fascinating stuff, something he's never done here on the show. This is brand new information. You're going to get the clarity you need to invest. So join us March 4th and 5th from the comfort of your home. It's completely virtual. Tickets start at $199. Get yours today at RamseySolutions.com/events or click the link in the show notes if you're on podcast or YouTube.
All right, great. Let's go to Alicia, who's joining us in San Antonio, Texas. Alicia, how can we help?
Hey, thanks for having me.
Sure. What's going on?
So my husband and I are trying to get out of debt. Right now we have a $26,000 car loan. We want to get rid of that for an $8,000 2012 minivan. But we would be rolling over negative equity if we decide to roll over, but...
Can you just not? Why are you trying to go into debt again?
Well, that's the thing. We're trying to get out of this car loan. But
What's it worth?
Negative equity about $4,000 to $6,000.
Okay, so it's worth about 22.
My husband,
20 or 22.
Sorry, what was that?
The car is worth 20 to 22 grand if you sold it today.
If we sold it to CarMax today, 22. If we sold it to the dealership, about 18.
Well, why not sell it private party and get 25?
I don't think it would be worth that much.
Well, you know, CarMax is buying it at 22, and they're going to sell it for 28. They're buying it at a discount from you, and so you're getting screwed on these kind of trade-in deals, and they're going to try to then sell you on a car you can't afford again. I'd rather see you sell it private party, clean it up, sell it on Facebook Marketplace for 25 or 26, and be as little underwater as possible, if not break even.
So the thing about private party, it just doesn't sound safe, and I don't want to screw myself over like selling it private party.
It doesn't sound safe. You mean meeting strangers
Meet in a
to look
public
at the
place
car?
in daylight. Bring someone with you.
No, not like that. Like I mean, like legit. Like if I sell it private party, I would have to make sure that.
Go to the bank with them. Yeah, go to the bank, ask for a cashier's check, go to the bank, have it cashed. They'll verify the funds are there.
This
But
happens
it's not
all
worth
the time.
losing $4,000 over. Do you guys have any money in cash to cover the negative equity?
Yeah, we have about $3,000.
Okay, that will clear it. You still don't have the 8 for this minivan, so we need to figure out what we're going to do. If that's going to a local credit union to get the difference so that you can get a cheaper car. But I think we still need to figure out how we get an even cheaper car for now until we can upgrade to the $8,000 minivan. But I would not roll the negative equity. Bad plan. This is going to keep you where you're at.
Thanks for the call, Alicia. You can do this. I've done this so many times over the last couple of years,
Don't be
buying
scared.
cars for my teenagers and selling. All right, quick break. We'll be right back. He's George Camel. I'm Ken Coleman. This is The Ramsey Show.
You know, every year I hear the same excuses for why people don't get the life insurance they need to protect their families. So this year, let's clear the air and look at the facts. Most people are concerned about price, but term life rates have never been lower. Having 10 to 12 times your income on a 15 or 20-year plan is, in many cases, just plain cheap. Second, life insurance through your work is not enough, especially since these plans go away if you change jobs. You need to have your own policy so you're not without protection when your family really needs it. Third, stay-at-home parents need life insurance, especially those with young kids. People don't realize how quickly the costs add up without someone at home taking care of things. So no more excuses, folks. Get the protection your family needs. Go to Xander.com or call 4282. They've been my choice for all my insurance for over 25 years and are the only people I trust.
Now is the time to get the proven plan millions have used to get control of their money with Dave Ramsey's national best-selling books, The Total Money Makeover and Baby Steps Millionaires. You'll learn the 7 baby steps to crush debt and save in The Total Money Makeover. And when you're ready to invest and build wealth, dive into Baby Steps Millionaires. This is your proven and surefire plan to build a legacy. Go to RamseySolutions.com/store to order your books today. RamseySolutions.com/store.
Hey guys, George Camel here. Listen, if you think student loans and credit cards and credit scores are meant to help you get ahead, you're what's known as wrong. That's because those things are just tools that the toxic money system uses to keep you broke and stressed out. And I should know, because I fell for all the money traps and lies out there, and it left me with anxiety and frustration and stress. I basically got punked without the Ashton Kutcher cameo. But I've got good news for you. No matter where you're starting from, you too can buck the system and build wealth, just like I did. Get this, I went from broke to millionaire in a decade. And in my new book, Breaking Free from Broke, I'll teach you exactly how I did it. You're going to learn how to have more money and less stress, even in this economy, and regardless of who's in the White House. You're going to learn everything from credit card schemes to mortgage myths to investing traps, and I'll show you how to break free from that toxic system and finally have more margin, more options, and more joy. You can get the new book, Breaking Free from Broke, today at RamseySolutions.com/store. That's RamseySolutions.com/store.
Most people know me as the guy who did stupid with a lot of zeros on the end. I made my first $1 million in my 20s the wrong way and then went bankrupt. That's when I set out to learn God's ways of managing money and developed the Ramsey Baby Steps. By following these steps, I became a millionaire again, and this time the right way. After 3 decades of guiding millions of others through the plan, the evidence is undeniable. If you follow the baby steps, you will become a millionaire and get to live and give like no one else. My new book, Baby Steps Millionaires, is now available for purchase. When you order my new book, you'll learn how ordinary people built extraordinary wealth and how you can do it too. I'll walk you through how to invest, build wealth, and bust through the barriers preventing you from becoming a millionaire. Baby step your way to becoming a millionaire. Get your copy today at RamseySolutions.com. That's RamseySolutions.com.
Welcome back to the Ramsey Show. Thrilled to have you with us, America. Alongside George Camel, I'm Ken Coleman. 888-825-5225 is the phone number. Hey, there's a lot that happens in your mind, in your emotions, and just activities when it comes to buying and selling a house, and that leads to feeling paralyzed, feeling overwhelmed. And so we created Ramsey's Real Estate Home Base, right? Just kind of a safe place. What's there at the Ramsey Real Estate Home Base? Calculator, start-to-finish guides, how-to articles, a podcast, a book, and even a video course, all with steps that you can take to navigate the buying or selling process. So if you're ready to take the next step, do it with confidence. Go to RamseySolutions.com/real estate. RamseySolutions.com/real estate, or you can click the link in the show notes if you're watching, listening on YouTube or podcast. Let's go to Ottawa, Canada now. Sue is there. Sue, how can we help?
Oh, hello.
How are you, Sue?
Hi, thank you. I'm good. Thank you for taking the call.
Sure.
I'm calling from Canada, Ottawa.
Mm-hmm.
So I have a couple of collections. I think it's 7. Yeah, I have 7 different collections. 3 of mine, 4 is mine, and 3 from my husband.
Are you talking about collections?
Yep, we are in collections right now,
gotcha.
And the amount is not too much. It's around $14,000.
Okay.
Each around $2,000. So last month, my husband started working full time. We are new in Canada. We came as a refugee, and first 3 years we didn't speak English. So all 3 years we were just educating ourselves to speak English. To get
Where are you guys from?
A better life here. We are from Turkey.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah. So first 3 years we got an English course from college, so we have also like student loan. But it wasn't the best course because it was an academic course, but we didn't even speak English. It didn't help us.
It didn't help you actually get a career.
No, it wasn't for career. It was just to learn English, but we choose the wrong option, to be honest.
Okay.
Instead of free English courses, we chose to go to college, and we couldn't finish the course because it was a heavy academic English course, and we didn't even
You couldn't
speak
understand it
English.
enough.
No, nothing. So, so our community, our Turkish community, gave us a bad advice, and they told us we have to get 2 cars on loan and do Uber. And do Uber during those times. That's what we did, and everything went even worse. So I sold my car, and my husband finished her loan this month. Yeah, this was the last month.
Okay.
And during that time, we find a free PSW course from government. We take that course, first me, and then I start working, and then my husband, for the last 3 years, we were just having one income coming in the home. So we just avoid all the debt.
Okay,
and this
good.
month, my husband started getting his salary, so
How much?
our income is doubled. I'm earning around $3,500, and he earns around $4,000. This is the money comes to our account.
This is per month.
That's your take-home pay after taxes get taken out.
Yes,
Wonderful.
per month.
So you're making $7,500 take-home every month.
Yes, and our how do you say outcome? No, income expense. Our expenses are around $2,500, but also the food, so we can say 35.
Okay, so $3,500 a month, and that means you should have $4,000 left over if you're doing a written budget, which is just a plan for your money, where you go income minus expenses. Here's every dollar we're going to spend.
It looks like it. Like this was the first month we got the money, so we decided to start paying everything and fix the 5 years mistakes we did it. But when I called the collection agency, they told me that I have to pay it in full amount today, and the next salary will come next Friday, and I have to wait. So they told me that I have to call a debt consolidation company.
No,
they will pay
don't
for
listen
this
to them.
debt.
They're lying to your face. They're trying to bully you into
Yes.
paying. You don't have to do anything.
So I told them that I will pay it in 6 months, the whole 7 collections, but they all want me to pay this month. They keep calling me 10 times a day. It's killing me right now. So we decided to talk with the debt recovery agency just to learn what is that, and they made resettlements all the debts, and they said that now it's $10,000. They sent us the paper. Thank God we know English now, so we can read it, and it says that we will pay back
these companies are scummy.
$26,000 back.
They're scamming you.
Unbelievable amount. Yeah, so we said no. But now, since yesterday, my phone is like they keep calling me because they got my numbers now.
Don't answer.
Every single agency.
So
and every time I
they're
told
trying
them
to pressure
I will
you
do
to get so
snowball.
stressed that you'll do anything it takes, even taking
So-
on debt consolidation.
Sue, don't answer the calls. You talk to one person in a supervisor role at all of these different places and say, we are going to pay you back. And this is when I'm going to do it. And you get it in writing.
Say every
And
Friday
not
I'm going to
answering
call you
your
with an
call.
update, but
Yeah.
don't call me. I will not pick up.
Yeah, you don't.
But
have
you
to
will
pick
hear
up.
from me.
You don't have to answer their call. They are not the law.
But they told me that there will be legal insecurity. I don't know that
Listen,
word.
if they want to
But
take you to court over a $2,000 debt, tell them, be my guest. It's going to cost you more in lawyer fees than it will what I owe you.
They are threatening you.
So you let them know, hey, I'm trying to pay this off aggressively. Here's my plan. Here's what I can do and when. Put the ball in your court. Don't let anyone bully you. Don't let them take advantage of you. Don't fall for these debt settlement companies. Don't fall for debt consolidation. This is on you guys to pay off on your own, and you will do that with your newfound income. This is an amazing blessing. You're going to have over $4,000 a month to throw at this. You're going to be done with all of this within 4 months. Think about that.
Oh, yeah, we did a math, and it was saying 6 months. If we can do it for amazing.
George Math says 4 months. You guys are going to live off nothing. You're going to grocery shop just enough rice and beans to where you don't need anything else. You're not going to buy clothes. We're going to really look at every dollar. We're going to have full accountability with you and your husband. We're not going to spend anything we don't need to for the next 4 months. Can you do that?
Oh, we are doing that last 5 years, so for sure we can do that.
Good. You guys are warriors. You have been through a lot, and I hate that you're getting taken advantage of after being refugees and moving to Canada. You guys have had a lot of life change. It's been really hard, and you've been grinding it out, learning a new language, entering this new atmosphere, and all the while getting taken advantage of. And we have to also remember, we did this to ourselves. So there's a personal responsibility of, we chose to go into debt. We chose to put ourselves in this position. But you guys are getting out of this.
The biggest problem, one of the biggest problems, we have one debt in collection. It's $75. Like I don't even know how we did that. I can't understand. I mean, it's just $75. We didn't see it. We didn't know
get
how
verification.
To use
Say, hey,
system.
I need written verification of all of these debts before I pay a penny.
They send us. Yeah, they send us. We really have that on one of the credit cards. We just didn't know how to use the online system, and we thought we paid. It was 4 years ago. So now what they're telling me is it's not just about money. If I pay all these debts, my credit score will be still same. So I have to do this loan to get my
No,
Is
Sue.
that true?
No. This is all they're doing is using tactics to try to get as much money out of you as fast as they can. But they have no... Yeah. They're not going to sue you. They don't want to do that. This is a tactic. So is there any money that you have that you could pay some of this stuff off today? That'll get them off your back if you just pay something. Not all of it. Yeah. But something. George, I know we got the snowball.
But yesterday, the minimum ones, the $75 and $660 ones I paid yesterday. Okay. It was a big relief. It was a good start.
Good. And get written confirmation. Everything, get written confirmation, and don't give them any access to your checking account.
Yeah.
That's the key here. And once you do that and you put the ball in your court, you're going to feel a sense of relief and confidence that you're going to get out of this. But do not let anyone bully you any longer. We're done with that.
Yeah, and it's really important when you use the right word. What would you do if you were on a playground right now and somebody started bullying you? Be an adult, knowing what you know. You know what you do? You'd go, knock this off, knock it off. What are we doing? This is the dumbest thing I've ever. This is stupid. You're not going to punch me. Get out of my face. And you've got to do that with these collections folks.
They're the worst.
All right, Sue, we're rooting for you. This is the Ramsey Show.
No matter what you want to do with your money, you need a budget. Start budgeting for free today with the EveryDollar app, the easiest way to budget. Track your expenses and reach your goals faster. Go to everydollar.com today. Hey guys, Dave Ramsey here. I'm coming to a city near you with Dr. John Deloney on the Money and Relationships Tour. This is a brand new event where you, the audience, will get to vote live from your seats and choose the things you want me and John to talk about. You'll be picking from over 20 topics that impact your life, like saving for the future, leaving a legacy, money stress in marriage, and so much more. We're getting real and digging in deep on the things that are important to you, and you never know what might happen when me and John get candid. It's an event unlike anything we've ever done before, and it's going to be a whole lot of fun. We'll be kicking it off in Louisville on April 21st, 2025, and then stopping in Durham, Atlanta, Kansas City, Fort Worth, and Phoenix in April and May. Prices are the lowest they'll ever be right now, so don't wait. Grab your tickets at RamseySolutions.com/tour. That's Ramsey Solutions.
Newsradio KONP Port Angeles Squim, serving the Olympic Peninsula now for 80 years. A Radio Pacific station.
From ABC News, I'm Michelle Franzen. Crews are working to recover bodies from the Potomac River after last night's mid-air collision of that American Eagle regional jet and an Army Black Hawk helicopter. All on board both died. The NTSB says so far it has not recovered flight data recorders.
At her first briefing since the crash, NTSB Chair Jennifer Homendy vowed the safety board will follow the facts, study the equipment, and review the actions of the pilots and air traffic controllers to determine a cause.
We will look at all the humans.
Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth says the Black Hawk helicopter was on a routine annual nighttime retraining mission. But Hegseth says the experienced crew appears to have made a mistake, flying at an elevation that had it on a collision course with the jet. Stephen Portnoy, ABC News, Washington.
Senate confirmation hearings today, including for Tulsi Gabbard, nominee for Director of National Intelligence. The former Congresswoman faced tough questions about her past comments. ABC's Jay O'Brien has more.
The Republicans pushing her on previous comments she's made, sympathetic to Russia, that meeting with Bashar al-Assad, past statements she's made where she's praised Edward Snowden. She got repeated questions on whether or not she would call Edward Snowden a traitor, as Republicans and Democrats on that committee believe, and the intelligence community and the vast majority believes. She said she wouldn't do that. She said she only acknowledged that he had committed crimes.
2 weeks into the Gaza ceasefire deal, hostages and Palestinians released today.
3 Israelis and 5 Thai nationals safely back in Israel after spending more than 480 days in Hamas captivity. But Hamas giving most of them a dangerous and demeaning send-off. A young Israeli woman and an 80-year-old Israeli grandfather pushed through an armed crowd that could barely be controlled for nearly an hour. Israel's prime minister so angry he delayed for several hours the release of Palestinian prisoners.
ABC's Jordana Miller. You're listening to ABC News.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go. And that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Secretary of State Marco Rubio says President Trump's interest in buying Greenland is not a joke. In an interview with SiriusX's Megyn Kelly, the secretary said acquiring Greenland was in the country's national interest, adding it's realistic to believe China will infiltrate Greenland. Meta has agreed to pay $25 million to settle a lawsuit for suspending President Trump from Facebook and Instagram after the January 6th riot. New details on that deadly small plane crash earlier this month in Fullerton, California.
In a new NTSB preliminary report, investigators say the small kit-built airplane had problems with the pilot's side cabin door. It was seen ajar before takeoff and open after the plane lifted off. Witnesses say the door was open in flight and the pilot tried to close it. Then the plane was banking and rolling aggressively before the door flew off. Then the plane made a nosedive into a warehouse into a ball of flames. The NTSB says the main cabin door was found about 150 feet away from the impact site. Alex Stone, ABC News, Los Angeles.
2 people on board that plane were killed. NASA's 2 stranded astronauts exited the International Space Station today, taking their first spacewalk together. Sonny Williams and Butch Wilmore were expected to stay just a week when they arrived at the space station last June aboard the troubled Boeing Starliner capsule. Michelle Franzen, ABC News.
KONP News brought to you by McCrory Carpet One. Always priced right, always done right. It's McCrory Carpet One. Lawmakers in Olympia are exploring a new way to combat impaired driving. The proposed impaired driving protection order would allow family members to present evidence to a judge if a loved one is a repeat offender, leading to possible restrictions like ignition interlocks or mandatory sobriety programs. Lawmakers also considering kit homes as a new solution to the state's housing crisis. New legislation at the state capitol would streamline permits for those pre-manufactured homes, allowing faster and more affordable housing construction, according to the bill's supporters.
Here's your News Radio KONP forecast, brought to you by Olympic Game Farm. Daytime highs approaching 45 this afternoon under overcast skies with a chance for isolated rain showers, winds out of the east around 5 miles per hour. Cloudy skies expected tonight, rain likely, lows dip down to about 37. Rain likely tomorrow. High temperatures reach up to 48. Cloudy skies expected. Temps below average Saturday and Sunday with highs from the upper 30s to the low 40s. Rain mixed with snow likely. Saturday, snow likely becoming mixed precipitation on Sunday. About an inch of snow tomorrow night through Saturday night. That's a look at your forecast. I'm meteorologist Paul Trombley. Currently 45.
Welcome to the Ramsey Show, America, where we help you win with your money, win in your profession, and win with your relationships. The phone number to jump in is 888-825-5225. That's 888-825-5225. Thrilled to be alongside my pal, the smartly attired and well-equipped financial guru. He is the one, the only.
That's impressive.
George Camel with a K.
I'm elated to be with you, Ken. Elated.
You're elated? That's a good word. Let's see if we can keep that going. Looks like we're going to Ken in Denver, Colorado. Oh, there's a lot of Kenergy right now. Ken, how can we help?
Hey, guys. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah. You didn't acknowledge the Kenergy joke at all? Just went right over your head? Not interested?
I did. I guess I'm processing how much Ken is in the room, I guess. So, but basically, my question is: so right now, I feel really stuck in my career. My wife and I are in the middle of baby steps too.
Mm-hmm.
How
much do you have left?
Get through that. We've got about $50,000 left.
Okay.
So we're plugging away. Right now, I feel like looking to change careers to find something that I have a growth plan on.
Okay.
And my job currently, I feel like I've hit the ceiling without having to move away
from
where I am.
Tell us what you do.
So I work for my state agency. I am an equipment trainer. Basically, I help new employees attain their CDL license and help with other heavy equipment.
Okay, gotcha. And what do you make?
So right now I make $57,000 a year.
Okay. All right. Well, let me just tell you, the reason you feel stuck and that you've hit a lid is because you have. Nothing against state employees. I have been criticized before when I say state government is kind of a dead end, and it is. It's not because I think it's bad, it's because it is, and I used to work for the governor of Virginia. So, sheesh, people, when I say facts, understand what I'm saying. And Ken, you can agree, you're stuck because it is a state agency and there's only so many rungs on the ladder, correct?
Right.
All right, great. So you're stuck. But the great news about this is it's not because of you. It's because of where you are. So the question becomes, where do you take all this experience you have up to this point in your career and all the skills you've developed? How do you transfer those to the, let's just say, private sector, so you don't have to leave the Denver area or surrounding area, and you can go, okay, I can step in and I got not only a chance to make more money, but I've got a ladder of growth. So what does that look like? If I were to just say to you, Ken, based on your skill and experience to this point, what would be the low-hanging fruit or the obvious choices to at least kick the tires on?
I mean, for me, it would involve some type of teaching, whether it's adult teaching, where they're working within a company that needs someone to help train new employees on their processes.
Great.
Because that's what I do. And that's one thing I love about my job. It's not that, I love what I do. I have a great job, but just,
you just have no room for advancement, and that is a depressing place to be.
Right. The only room for advancement at all would be supervising, and I would not be doing what I
Exactly. So you exchange a little bit of extra money for doing something you don't enjoy. So you've already nailed it. So I love this. So we want to write down, if you and I were in a room with a whiteboard, I would write down training / instructing. That's if we can get a gig where you spend the majority of your day training or instructing, you're going to be a pretty satisfied fellow, right?
Yeah.
All right.
Yep.
So we start there. So now we start to look in and around Denver. We go, okay, what are anything that's got the word trainer, instructor in it? I mean, this could be across the board, a lot of different industries. You acknowledge that?
Yeah, well, so I'm not from the Denver area. That's the closest big town. So I'm from southwest Kansas. So
oh,
yeah.
Okay, take everything I just said and just delete the word Denver. But the point is you're looking in your area, let's say a 30-mile radius, right?
Yeah.
Let's look. And so you've got to see what's out there and see what is transferable for you. And I would tell you that your skill set and your experience is transferable to probably a lot of different places. And so the story, the narrative is great too. Ken, why are you considering leaving your current job? I love it. I love the work, but I'm in state government. And so there's very little opportunity for advancement. The only advancement would be into a role that's not doing this. And so I'm ready to move into the private sector. That's a great answer. George, isn't that a great answer?
Absolutely.
It doesn't sound flaky.
No.
And it also sounds impressive. You've been trained by the state, and so we got some credibility there. You got a long track record. Good performance reviews, correct?
Yeah.
Let's go. That's what you're looking for. Now,
okay.
I wanted to jump in right away, but now I want to give you a chance to ask any questions around what I've said, because that's what I wanted you to hear right out of the gate. That's where you would start. I'm not saying you're limited to what advice I just gave, but you would certainly start there. So what questions do you have that we've not answered?
Well, so my other, I guess part of the question would be, during us going through baby step 2, would that be the good time to switch careers?
Sure, as long as there's no interruption of income.
Okay.
If it's going to mean going back to school and not working and going to $0, then no. But, if this is something where you could do this on the side, get the training you need, and do it on top of, or make that, instead of a leap, it's just a little jump, then we're talking.
Yeah.
And then what's your wife's income?
So my wife is a teacher, so she gets about $47,000 a year.
Okay, so you guys are making about $110 gross per year?
Yeah, about.
And on the current trajectory, how long will it take to get out of debt from here?
Last I checked, it'll take us a little bit over a year, because I work a side, I guess you call it a side hustle, as an interim pastor.
Okay.
So we're able to put most of that to the debt, so we're able to probably be able to get that done in just over a year.
So I would continue to do that as a side hustle, do as much of it as you can, figure out what training is needed to move into the private sector, if any, and then pursue that, all of that at the same time as you get out of debt.
Okay.
It sounds like you know what you need to do. It's just the confidence of going, should I make this move into maybe the private sector?
Yeah.
You've got a few years of experience at this job, right?
Yeah, I got about 3.5 at this position. I've been at the state for about 11 years now.
Okay.
Yeah. You're just doing a search for training, instructor work, and seeing what all is out there. And I think there might be some contract work you could pick up right now before you even decide what's the next full-time move. That's what I would be looking for, just to get momentum in baby step 2. But here's the deal. You're going to be okay. Yes, you can make the transition, but you make the transition when you step off of one boat right onto the next boat. All right? No jumping out in the water.
Sounds great.
Yeah, you got this, Ken. Let's go, man. I need some Kenergy out of you. I'll give you the last
All right,
word.
thanks, guys.
Are you confident? Are you confident now?
I'm getting there.
All right, my man. He needed a little Kenergy, George.
That's all you need sometimes.
Yeah. I think that's my allotment for saying that word.
Yeah, we're
Notice
done.
I stopped.
No, it's over.
I think that's like 3 or 4 times. It's too much. This is the Ramsey Show. These days, it's not if your identity gets stolen, it's when. And the only ID theft protection plan I have ever recommended is from Xander Insurance. It helps real people with real life situations. Like the call we got on the show recently where a woman's abusive ex opened a credit card in her name and racked up over $8,000 in debt. Then the bank sued her even though the charges weren't
hers. What a mess. With Xander's help, she was able to get the entire nightmare cleared up, and now her family is officially debt-free. Listen, Xander's Identity Theft Protection is the best option out there. They have all the cyber tools and monitoring services you need. They cover all types of ID theft, and they even include up to $2 million in stolen funds protection. In the end, though, you need an ally, someone on your side to take over the work and fix the problem. That's what Xander is all about. Go to Xander.com to learn more or call 800-356-4282.
Hey guys, just about everything costs more these days. So if you're looking at your healthcare options during open enrollment, check out Christian Healthcare Ministries. CHM is not health insurance. It's a biblically based health cost sharing ministry that's helped hundreds of thousands of families like yours with healthcare costs without sacrificing freedom. And you can join CHM at any time, like right now. Learn more at chministries.org/budget. That's chministries.org/budget.
Hey guys, it's Jade Warshaw. Picture this. It's the end of 2025 and your money situation is better than ever. Bills are paid, savings is stacked, money stress not happening, but it's totally possible. That's where the Every Dollar Budgeting app comes in. It's going to help you create a customized plan for every single dollar that you've got coming in and going out. If you're ready to make 2025 the year that you start winning with money, go download the Every Dollar app and start budgeting for free today.
Hey guys, George Camel here. Listen, if you think student loans and credit cards and credit scores are meant to help you get ahead, you're what's known as wrong. That's because those things are just tools that the toxic money system uses to keep you broke and stressed out. And I should know, because I fell for all the money traps and lies out there, and it left me with anxiety and frustration and stress. I basically got punked without the Ashton Kutcher cameo. But I've got good news for you. No matter where you're starting from, you too can buck the system and build wealth, just like I did. Get this, I went from broke to millionaire in a decade. And in my new book, Breaking Free from Broke, I'll teach you exactly how I did it. You're going to learn how to have more money and less stress, even in this economy, and regardless of who's in the White House. You're going to learn everything from credit card schemes to mortgage myths to investing traps, and I'll show you how to break free from that toxic system and finally have more margin, more options, and more joy. You can get the new book, Breaking Free from Broke, today at RamseySolutions.com/store. That's RamseySolutions.com/store.
Hey guys, Rachel Cruz here, and I know money can be stressful. You work hard to create a life you're proud of, but so often I see people get into debt, stress, and worry simply because they're trying to keep up with everyone else. The result is car payments, mortgages, and credit card bills you can't afford. You see, comparison steals your joy and your paycheck. When we compare ourselves to others, we're playing a game we'll never win. When will the vicious cycle end? Well, it ends when you quit the comparisons and love your life, not theirs. That's why I wrote my best-selling book, Love Your Life, Not Theirs, to help you make a plan for your money and create a life you want. In this book, you'll learn 7 money habits for avoiding debt, spending on a plan, saving for the future, and making peace with your finances. Live the life of your dreams without debt, stress, comparisons, and worry, wreaking havoc on your joy. Go to the online store at RamseySolutions.com today to get your copy of Love Your Life, Not Theirs.
Welcome back to the Ramsey Show. Thrilled that you are with us. Alongside George Campbell, I'm Ken Coleman. The phone number is 888-825-5225. Let's go to Austin, Texas, and Jake is waiting for us there. Jake, how are you?
Good. How are you doing?
We're having a good time. We can't hear you real well. Give me another little sound check there.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Oh, yeah. There we go. I don't know what you did. The flick of the wrist, man. Nice move. Yeah.
Awesome. Well, thank y'all so much for having me. Quick question. I am just curious. My financial advisor is recommending that I open a whole life plus 100 life insurance policy.
Of course.
And so I would just love y'all's wisdom and input on that.
Well, here's the simple wisdom. Fire them.
Okay.
You don't have a financial advisor. You have an insurance salesman posing as a financial advisor.
Yeah, so I guess the situation is they are recommending to open this to supplement income if the market is down.
No, we know all this, Jake.
No, we know how the scam works.
Yeah.
We're just telling you it's a scam.
Yeah, so saving you a little bit of time, anything you tell us that they told you, we've heard.
Yeah.
So George is feisty today. Very feisty.
I just hate.
I believe you ate
here's
and
the thing,
left no
Jake.
crumbs. Is that what the kids say?
Yeah, yes, ate and left no crumbs. Thank you for that.
Yeah.
Here's
I'm
the
trying,
deal.
folks. I'm really trying.
I hate nothing more than when people get ripped off. And I'm glad you're catching this before you jumped into it, and we have to tell you, cancel the whole life policy and fire your financial advisor. And so I understand what they're telling you. Here's the key. Any good financial advisor would tell you, you should not mix insurance and investing. If you want to invest, be my guest. If you want insurance, get you some term life insurance. But you should not mix the two. It's a very crappy product. Just the internal cost of this thing could implode eventually because of how expensive it is and how high the commissions are for the insurance agent. And so they don't have your best interest at heart. That's the bottom line. And any financial advisor who's worth their salt would tell you, oh, Jake does not need whole life insurance. He needs to invest in XYZ fund. And so they should be, I don't know where you found this person. Is this an old buddy of yours?
It's mutual, one of their sister companies.
Okay. I would say no thank you, and I'm going to actually pause, and I'll circle back when the time comes, and then just never circle back. You do it as politely as you need to, and if you want a trustworthy financial advisor, jump on RamseySolutions.com and click on Trusted Pros, and I can guarantee you they're never going to be pitching you whole life insurance.
You just gave me a great idea for a segment that James will never approve.
Hit me. Pitch it.
We could do old school shock jock kind of radio, but nothing shocking, and we would
just the
be
jock
on with
part?
Jake. Well, hear me out.
Okay.
We would be on with Jake right now, and we would have James and the fancy, they're all smart back there, and they could dial up this guy's advisor.
Oh, we hear
and
it live.
And the guy answers. Jake's on the call. We're over here, and Jake goes, "Hey, so and so, listen, I'm getting back to you on the proposal. I got a couple guys with me on here." And you and I now jump in and we go, "Hey, so-and-so, it's Ken and George from the Ramsey Show, and we just had a great talk with Jake, and Jake has authorized us to say this to you. No thanks." And we hang up the phone.
That's it. We do it for him.
It's not ugly.
Yeah.
It's not unkind.
I'm sure
but you
he's a
just
good
said
person.
no thanks, and I like it's no thanks.
I'm down, Ken. I'm down. Let's do it.
Do you like that?
I love
it's not unkind, and we're not trying to be rude. But it's a kind of you're fired, but it's like, by the way, you're on the Ramsey Show, and no thanks.
I'm just impressed James liked one of your ideas. You know how rare that is?
Well, to be fair to James, my ideas are not necessarily very easy for him to like.
Ken's eaten food on the show several times, so I'm pretty sure I don't turn down Ken's ideas that much.
I know. I'm actually making James out to be, he's very nice. He's one of the nicest people on the planet.
Pleasant.
No, I thought it was fun, James. I really didn't think it was a serious pitch, but if we could do that, I do think it would be entertaining. Because here's why I'm saying this. Jake calls. Here's what's going on. How many times do we get that call in a given month about whole life?
Probably 5 or 6 at least.
But this is an industry that still thrives.
Yes.
They're still out there. And, boy, if you've ever heard Dave talk about whole life, holy smokes. I mean, when we get a whole life
nice
call,
about it.
Oh, my gosh. When he calls, I put a helmet on.
I think whole life hurt Dave as a child. There's that level of anger and trauma involved.
Anyway, no thanks, Jake. George gave you. I like those, very kind, because you're a classy guy.
Yeah, I don't want to be a jerk.
No thanks. That's our new thing. No thanks. Kathleen is up next in Chicago. Kathleen, how can we help?
Hi, thank you for taking my call, by the way. I am currently living with my daughter while I'm looking to buy a house. And what I've been looking at, it feels like the prices are way high for what the houses are. And
you're breaking up on us, Kathleen. Speak directly into your phone.
I don't know if you're in a bad cell zone, but we can't hear you.
Oh, let me come closer to the window. I'm by the window. Can you hear me now?
I was going to suggest that, but I didn't want to be too bold.
So you feel like house prices are very high right now, and you want to buy a house. What's the question?
The question is, should I go ahead and throw all my money into the house, or should I hold off and wait for a housing bubble, if there is in fact one, to burst while we recover with our energy production and reduce regulations.
Wow. You're very trusting in...
Well, Kathleen, let me tell you what Kathleen is. Kathleen is paying attention to the headlines, aren't you, Kathleen? You're in the news.
Well, I'm watching it for sure.
I know. That's where that comes from, George. Tell her about the bubble.
The bubble, we talked about this when last time this came up, which was around kind of post-COVID. Everyone's freaking out, and we did a whole real estate event talking about, hey, there's not going to be this market crash. It's not going to be 2008 all over again, and there's a lot of reasons for that. We covered it in the event. The TLDR on this is I would not wait. I would not sit on the sidelines waiting, hoping for some bubble, and here's how I know that. If mortgage interest rates go down, what's going to happen? It's going to cause more buyers to flood the market, right?
Correct.
What happens when more buyers flood the market? Prices don't go down, they go
up.
Exactly.
Right.
And so I don't see a drastic change in home prices. We've seen a little fluctuation here and there, and I think you're going to look back 6 years from now and go, oh my gosh, why did I wait? That house that was $600 is now $750. And so the right time to buy a house is when you're financially ready. And so when you said I put all my money, what does that entail?
Well, I shouldn't say all my money. I'm retired, and I have my retirement investments, and that's set aside but to not be touched.
Okay.
But this is money that I have from when I sold my last house.
Okay. How much are we talking?
We're talking $350,000.
And how much is the house that you would like to buy?
I'd like to buy a house for $350,000, but they are not looking like anything I can actually live in over the long course. I want something that I can retire, that I can age in place.
Okay, so what would that cost? Is it $400, $450, $500?
Yeah, it's looking like to touch it, it's $400.
Okay, so let's say you took out a $50,000 loan. Could you afford the payment on that with your retirement income, where it's 25% or less of your take-home pay?
I believe so, yes.
Then I would do it, and I would pay it off, and in a few years it'll be gone. I mean, most people have car loans bigger than that, and so taking on $50,000 to get into a house now before it becomes a $500,000 house 4 years from now, I'm going to do that.
I agree.
So you don't have a moving target on your hands.
I agree. That's a smart play.
Thank you. That's the lesson of inflation, and you wonder, well, okay, which side should I be on, the inflation or the bubble burst?
Yeah, I don't have a crystal ball, and so I live my life like I'm in control of what I'm in control of. And I hope they change the regulations and that we're flooded with more supply in the market, and that helps the housing market as a whole. Yeah. But I don't put a feather in my hat with that. No. I got to live my life.
Yeah, and Kathleen, this is a little extra advice you didn't ask for. I'd look at your cell phone carrier.
I might switch carriers. That's a good call.
You don't want to be near the window all the time.
You deserve better cell signal in retirement. That's all I'm saying.
I agree. You don't want to have to be stuck in one place of the house just to make a good call. So I think you deserve better. I'm not calling.
We need to look into Wi-Fi calling on the show. Is that a thing, James?
Maybe. I got to look into it.
He's going to look into it.
We've pushed way too much. We need to settle down. Hey, quick break. Don't go anywhere. People are lining up to get coached up. You don't want to miss it. This is The Ramsey Show.
It's 2025, new year, new you, new commitment to being prepared and proactive with your money. Now, no one likes thinking about it, but tax season is here. And this is where your new commitment comes in. If you have a complex tax situation, or if you've had a few life changes in the last year, you need to act now and get connected with a tax pro. The best tax pros will get their services booked up fast, especially if they're Ramsey trusted. These are top-of-the-line CPAs or enrolled agents who take the time to answer your questions and give you solid advice to keep your tax bill as low as possible. Ramsey Trusted Pros make filing your complex taxes their year-round gig, not a seasonal side hustle. Remember, their schedules fill up quick when tax documents start rolling in, so get in the game now. Go to RamseySolutions.com/taxpro. That's RamseySolutions.com/taxpro.
More acres and more chores mean you have more ground to cover in a day. The all-new Bobcat utility tractors are built for it. With 3 models that feature open operating stations or fully enclosed cabs and up to 73 horsepower, plus a Category 2 3-point hitch for heavy implement work, these job-hungry machines take your capability to the next level. Stop into Brim Tractor in Carlsberg to find out about new Bobcat utility tractors.
Tri-State Roofing is celebrating the grand pre-opening in Sequim. Tri-State specializes in more than just roofs, siding, gutters, patio covers, and doors. And the best part is, we got you covered with incredible financing. Project now and pay later, much later. 0 down payment, 0 payments, and 0 interest for up to 18 months on approved credit. Experience the Tri-State way. We've got you covered 24/7. Call 253-ROOFING.
Tri-State Roofing, we got you covered. $5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-$300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code EARN to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code EARN for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code EARN for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
At Skechers, we put the S in comfort. Now, I know you're probably spelling comfort in your head and asking yourself, wait a second, is that possible? Or am I just a really bad speller? Look, I don't know your spelling aptitude, but Skechers most definitely put the S in comfort. Because Skechers is the comfort technology company, and Skechers has developed fits and features that change everything you know about comfort. We're talking fits like Relax Fit, Arch Fit, Massage Fit, Stretch Fit, and more. And comfort features like Skechers' exclusive world-famous air-cooled memory foam, or hands-free Skechers slip-ins, the ultimate in comfort and convenience. It's footwear you just step into and they're on, just like that. No touching your shoes, no bending down. Come on, how comfortable is that? Now, if you still don't believe me and you don't understand how Skechers put the S in comfort, there's only one thing left to do. Go try your own pair of Skechers. See for yourself how Skechers put the S in comfort. Find Skechers, including slip-ins, at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
This is Trevor Shumway from Firehouse Grill. We have some great news. We're dropping prices on our most popular items and not dropping quality. We're stubborn in wanting to provide the best quality possible. We hand weigh and hand smash our burgers daily, marinating our chicken in-house and hand breaded per order, hand scooping every shake ordered. And have you tried our smash burgers yet? One of the best things we've done at Firehouse Grill. I won't compromise on quality ever. Come check us out. Firehouse Grill Burgers and Fries on 8th Street.
This is a special report from ABC News. I'm Michelle Franzen. Recovery crews have recovered dozens of bodies from the Potomac River following last night's mid-air collision between an American Eagle plane and Army Black Hawk helicopter. 64 passengers and crew members, along with 3 Army soldiers, died. President Trump calling it a dark moment for the nation.
President Trump said his administration doesn't know what led to the crash between the American Airlines jet and the Army helicopter, but said they have, quote, some very strong opinions. He later suggested diversity efforts in hiring at the Federal Aviation Administration has made air travel less safe. Asked for evidence to support those claims, the president said,
it just could have been.
Push on how he can conclude at this point that diversity had something to do with the crash, the president said,
because I have common sense.
Karen Travers, ABC News, the White House.
The NTSB says investigators will follow the facts and won't speculate on a cause. So far, investigators have not recovered the data recorders. This is ABC News.
Here's your News Radio KONP forecast brought to you by Olympic Game Farm. Cloudy skies this afternoon with a chance of rain. High of 45, easterly winds around 5 miles per hour. Cloudy again tonight, rain likely, lows around 37. About an inch of snow tomorrow night through Saturday night. I'm staff meteorologist Jennifer Wojcicki. Right now, it's 45 degrees.
Welcome back, America. You're joining the conversation about you, your life, how to win with your money, win in your profession, win with your relationships here on The Ramsey Show. Alongside George Camel, I'm Ken Coleman. Phone number is 888-825-5225. 888-825-5225. Let's go to Detroit. And William is there. William, how can we help?
Hey, how's it going, guys?
We're having a blast. How can we help?
Yeah, so I'll get right to the point. So me and my wife, first off, huge fans of the show. We've been doing the baby steps for about a month now. We're totally sold out. Changed our life. Changed everything about us. But
awesome.
I guess the issue that we're having is we've been attending a church for about 10 years, 10, 11 years. Somewhere around there. And well, our pastor isn't aligned with this viewpoint of debt that we now have, and we're just wondering how to navigate that because, like I said, it's changed everything about our life. So
when you say he's not aligned, has he from the pulpit talked about debt?
Let me think. From the pulpit, no, but I close relationship with him. I know his viewpoints.
Okay.
And the way the church structure is, and I'm not hating on him. I love the guy. He's done so much for me, but it's mentally straining. His mentality is you'll always have debt. Debt's a part of life, right?
Wow. Has he read? There's a book out there. It's called the Bible. Has he looked into that?
Yeah.
Okay. How does he reconcile? Proverbs 22:7, the borrower is slave to the lender.
Yeah, like I said, I don't think he's I don't think he's preached a message on debt or used that passage. I think he just he look and everybody just like everybody else looks at the world we live in, and everybody uses debt. They think they leverage debt or whatever.
Okay, let me throw another one at you. Be not conformed. You know that one? To the pattern of this world, be renewed by the. Does that not ring a bell for him either? That we shouldn't conform to culture and the stupidity of it?
No, I totally get what you're saying.
Okay. I'm not a pastor. I don't have a theological basis for this. These are just spitballing.
Well,
Ken.
Listen, you're dropping scripture, George. There's no shame in your game. Here's my question. So, William, the pastor is not, you're not calling because the pastor is preaching this and trying to lead the flock and all this. He's not anti you and your wife being a part of the baby steps and FPU and all that stuff. It's just when you guys are having conversation, you're kind of on fire and you're talking about all this, and this is just kind of two dudes talking, and he just kind of glibly throws out, and this kind of just bothers you a little bit. Is that what I'm getting?
Yeah, because it's different than a friend. He's right. My pastor, and I love the guy.
Yeah, but here's my question.
Tough, yeah.
What is your question for us?
Yeah, I don't, it's, so for me and my wife now, this has become part of our doctrine, for me, because I've struggled for so many years when me and my wife got married. Ever since we got married, debt has been such a huge thing for us. It's kept me up at night,
right.
Everything you guys talk about. Right. And then we started the baby steps, and there's peace now.
Right.
But to be in a position where you don't feel comfortable to talk with someone, you respect because their response, it's mentally draining.
Got it. So are you having this conversation all the time with him?
No, that's the thing. Like I said, we just started. I haven't really brought it up to him. I don't know. It's just
okay. So here's what I'm trying to get at. So William, I feel you. I understand what you're saying. However, I think you've got this thing worked up really big in your mind, and I think it's actually not that big a deal. And here's what I mean: if his view on debt as your pastor is got you to a place where you just are uncomfortable with him on other issues, it's time for you to go find another church. However, I want to point out that as a pastor's kid, that you have to decide, what is it? What does that relationship look like? What do I want it to look like? And is this something that is worthy of me leaving the church? And if it is, fine. That is your prerogative. I got zero problem with it. But if you can still sit under his preaching and you feel like he's leading the church in a fiscally responsible way, because a lot of churches, here's the other not so secret, there's a lot of churches out there that have debt and use debt, and they pay it off, and they use it to build buildings and everything else. So I'm not quite sure, you don't really have a question for us. You're just kind of going, what do you guys think? And so what I think is that if this is a stumbling block for you, another scripture, and he is a stumbling block for you, then remove yourself out of the path of the stumbling block. He doesn't think he's a stumbling block. So you're not going to change his views on debt. And this is a guy that knows all that scripture. He knows it backwards, forwards, most likely. I hope so. And he's glib about it. So don't let this be a distress to you. It shouldn't be. You're giving that way too much power. George?
Yeah, I'm with you on that. I'm
that.
not saying, hey, you need to leave the church tomorrow. I'm saying if you can't deal with the incongruency and you also don't trust his leadership anymore, then I think that's going to weigh on you, just like it would in a career. If you don't trust your leadership, you think there's a lack of integrity there, it doesn't align with your values, eventually that's going to eat away at your soul. And so I'm telling you, that would be a reason to leave. But if you're like, hey, good guy, theologically sound, we disagree on debt as a tool, all right, that's a different situation.
Yeah.
But there's a piece of this, Ken. And my church, we inherited, there was a church merger, they inherited $7 million of debt. Yeah. And they looked up and said, we're giving $1 million in interest to lenders every single year. Yeah. What if we aggressively attack this as a church and we freed up that $1 million to do the work of the church? Yeah. And that's exactly what they did. Yeah. And now they're able to fund ministries and new projects, and they're building, centers for recovery, and they have a whole ministry for single parents to fund car repairs and furnish cars for them. That's the kind of stuff you can do when you're debt-free, instead of, we got to make payments, so that's what your tithes are going to, kids.
Yeah. And I this is a relational issue, and I want to hang out here for just a second, George, because I think this is important, and I think I want to help William as best we can. But I have very good friends, George. I mean, very good friends. I love being with these friends. But we don't agree on some stuff. I mean, like, the kind of stuff that's like big stuff. And if we were to constantly talk about that, it would create a real tension. But I have found we don't need to talk about it. Because here's what I know. They have thought and decided a long time ago this is what they think about this particular issue.
This is their worldview on this issue.
That's right. So have I. And I'm not changing it. And neither are they. Everybody's aware. We didn't sit down and have this conversation the way I'm laying it out, but we just kind of know that. You know what?
There's sort of an unspoken boundary there.
We kind of know where we are, and because we value being around each other, we just steer clear of that particular topic. And the relationship is one of my favorite friends. So I just got to tell you, I appreciate William, but there's this crusader mentality. We have it here in the building. And when people's lives are changed by the baby steps in this philosophy, you want to share that good news. It's the same as somebody coming to faith. Maybe they were an agnostic or an atheist, and their life is transformed literally by this good news. And what do they want to do? They want to share it everywhere. Why don't you get this? Why don't you get this? And not everybody gets the baby steps. Not everybody thinks it even matters. And it feels like this is so it's this real weird deal for William and a lot of us when we are so passionate and convicted about something that has transformed us. So here's the deal. Not everybody's going to get it. And that's not up to you.
Yeah. Well, you just gave me a light bulb moment. I think William should lead a Financial Peace University class in the church. Start a groundswell movement of people going, hey, we became debt-free in our personal life. What's going on with the church? What if we could become debt-free as a church? What could we do?
And the pastor's probably not going to be against that. The pastor just goes, my personal life, I don't mind carrying this, and I don't mind this. And, I get it. It's a tough situation. But you don't have to lose relationships over some of this stuff, is my point. Do you? I mean,
do you?
It's hard enough to live your life. Trying to live someone else's? I don't know. So, anyway, food for thought. Thanks, William, for the call. You're a good man. Quick break. We'll be right back. This is The Ramsey Show.
Hey, listen, if you've been putting off getting a home security system because you think they're too expensive or too complicated, let me tell you, there's never been a better time to protect your family with Simply Safe. Monitoring costs around $1 a day. Your first month is free, and there's a 60-day money-back guarantee. But if you're still on the fence, right now you can get 50% off a new Simply Safe system with professional monitoring right now at simplysafedirect.com. You can't stay alert 24/7 to protect your home and family, but SimpliSafe can. Their Active Guard outdoor monitoring uses outdoor cameras with advanced AI to identify threats and alert SimpliSafe agents to help stop crime in real time. And SimpliSafe not only guards against break-ins, it can alert you to fires and floods too. So head to simplysafedirect.com to save 50%. There's no safe like SimpliSafe.
Everyone has strengths they can use to take control of their money. No matter who you are, you can win with money, and we have a proven plan for you. If you're trying to get out of debt, check out Dave Ramsey's bestseller, The Total Money Makeover. Or if you're ready to learn how your behavior is your biggest obstacle to making good money decisions, check out Know Yourself, Know Your Money. With tons more proven books and budgeting tools, you really can have the future you want. Check out our bestsellers at RamseySolutions.com. That's RamseySolutions.com.
Hey guys, Rachel Cruz here. So many parents I talk to lately feel a little lost when it comes to talking to their kids about money. It comes up when I'm coaching people and even in my own group of friends. They want to teach their kids how to spend responsibly, the joy of giving generously, the value of hard work, how to avoid college debt, and more. If that's something you've been feeling too, don't worry. Instilling these values in your kids is easier than you think. You just need a guide. That's why my dad, Dave Ramsey, and I wrote a book, Smart Money, Smart Kids. This best-selling book is our no-nonsense approach to teaching kids and teens the basics of money. These money lessons are crucial to their financial future, especially right now in our debt-obsessed world. This book will set your whole family up for success and open up meaningful conversations with your kids around money, no matter how old they are. Go to the online store at RamseySolutions.com today to get your copy of Smart Money, Smart Kids. That's RamseySolutions.com.
Hey, homeschool parents, you guys have so much on your plate. As both a parent and teacher, you're focused on making sure your teen knows all they need to succeed in the real world. But along with all their other courses, make sure they learn about money, too. Our homeschool curriculum, Foundations in Personal Finance, can help. It's a life-changing curriculum that'll totally transform how your teen thinks about money, and it's so easy to get started. You'll get everything you need to teach your teens real-life skills like how to save and spend wisely, how to pay cash for college, and how to stay out of debt. Look, this is too important to put off any longer. This is the money course you'll wish you had when you were in school. Check out Foundations in Personal Finance today. Go to RamseySolutions.com/homeschool to learn more. That's RamseySolutions.com/homeschool.
Welcome back to the Ramsey Show alongside George Kamel. I'm Ken Coleman. So glad you're with us. 888-825-5225 is the phone number. Our Ramsey Network app question is from Derek today. Derek writes, my New Year's resolution is to max out my Roth IRA contribution. I'm 30 years old, and I want to know if it's best to contribute to a target date index fund that will automatically adjust risk as I age, or should I just invest in an S&P 500 index fund?
Great nerdy question from our friend Derek. He has been doing the research.
Yes, he has.
Okay, so I'll give you one man's take on this. I am personally not a fan of target date funds, and here's what they do. They start out with mostly equities, right, stocks, and over time they'll start to introduce more bonds into the equation, which will reduce your quote-unquote risk, but it also reduces your returns. So think about this. You get to retirement age at 60, and you could make it to 90. So for the next 30 years, you've basically stunted the growth of that account to the point where it might run out. And so here's my take, and Dave would back me up on this. It's wise to just stay invested heavily in equities. Now, if you talk to your financial advisor at 60 and you take into account your risk tolerance and all that, they might go, hey, let's put you in 20%, 30% bonds, whatever. But I'm not a fan of target date index funds doing that on your behalf, especially for a young 30-year-old. Yeah. You want to stay heavily invested in the stock market versus moving towards those bond funds. So, yeah, S&P 500 index fund is great. Growth stock mutual funds are great. In those retirement accounts, mutual funds are awesome. If you're talking about a taxable brokerage account outside of retirement, that's where the index funds really come in handy because they're low turnover, and you'll have lower tax implications on that. So, great question, Derek. I'm going to go with no to the target fund and yes to staying in the equities, my friend.
I'm going with what he said.
A lot of nerd speak.
Well done, sir.
But a lot of
you
people
should do this for a living.
Well, a lot of people they set it and forget it. That's the beauty of target date funds, and you can do worse. It's not a terrible thing.
Right.
But my take is you want to stay. I want to keep that 10 to 12% return instead of getting a 3, 4, 5% return
I agree.
in retirement.
Couldn't agree more. Let's go to Salt Lake City now, where Bridget is joining us. Bridget, how can we help?
Hello.
Hi.
Hi. I'm so excited to talk to you guys.
Well, that's fun.
The excitement is shared.
I like that little chuckle, little pre-question chuckle there from Bridget. This is exciting, Bridget. How can we help?
Yes, I have recently become the main breadwinner of our family when my husband retired from the military. And now we are looking at how to protect our family's well-being in case I become unable to work. So we have been looking into disability insurance, but we are also pretty sure that I will have at least a couple of exclusions from coverage. So we're wondering if it's even worth
Is it due to the nature of your career?
No. It's just pre-existing conditions that I have been living with for 2 decades now.
Okay, so you have a pretty good idea that you're going to eventually have to stop working. Do you have a kind of a timeline?
No, not like that. It's like things like hypertension, and I have a few spine and stuff like that. So those are things that if they happen or if they become worse,
I see.
are gonna get me disabled, but they may never become an issue.
Gotcha.
But they very well might.
Okay, gotcha.
Can you purchase this through your employer?
No.
Okay. So if you're going to go kind of look at the marketplace, have you gotten some quotes yet?
I have talked to vendors.
Okay. What'd they say?
And they're currently all of my information is in underwriting, but they said that I should probably expect a premium around $100 a month.
That sounds reasonable.
I was also surprised but with all 3 of my conditions excluded.
So if you're unable to work due to those conditions, it won't be covered.
Correct.
Got it. Yeah, that's a tough one. I mean, your goal should be to become self-insured at that point. I would take the disability insurance for $100 a month, and then on top of that, be working those baby steps to become self-insured over time, and make sure that you have other insurance in place, like term life policy, for example. Do you have that?
Yes, but I need to up it. I was covered for the little bit that I was making as a stay-at-home homeschooling mom, but I need it now that I'm the main breadwinner.
Yeah, what do you make a year?
Last year I made 71, but I wasn't working full time, so it's probably going to be more around 90,000 this year.
Awesome. So you're looking at $1 million policy, and some of these you can even do no medical exam completely online. And so you might be able to especially if you're just trying to get a little bit more on top of the one that you already have. It's going to be very affordable. The disability insurance you just mentioned, $100 a month, very reasonable. Usually it's 1 to 3% of your annual income, and it's going to cover 60 to 70% of your income should you need to use it.
Yeah, they told me that I can. Sanders told me that I can probably expect around $3,000 a month, which is perfect because it covers our mortgage, and
awesome.
Then my husband's VA disability in retirement just has to cover our groceries and all of those things, which should be very easily doable.
And remember, here's the point of insurance. It's just to transfer risk so that you don't have to shoulder it. So to pay someone $100 a month, $1,200 a year, you do that for 20 years, it's $24,000. Over 20 years, I will happily pay that for the peace of mind, knowing that if something should happen, I'm going to get that $3,000 a month for the foreseeable future. And so that's where I'm Is it worth the investment? Absolutely. For the $100 a month you're paying and for the risk that you're transferring, it's definitely worth it.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Bridget, for the call.
Great question.
That, yeah.
Not every day you get to talk about disability insurance.
It's fair. That's a good point.
And Ramsey, we have ours covered through Ramsey, so it's a good thing to check with your employer to see if they already cover it, if they offer it. Usually it's very affordable through your employer, and that's a great way to go.
And you saw Xander. She went to Xander. You got a great quote there that's very reasonable for a lot of peace of mind, as you said. Let's go to Boston, Massachusetts, that area. That's where George hails from.
Love it.
Mike is there. Mike, how can we help?
Hey, good afternoon, guys.
Good afternoon.
Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
I have recently, sadly, I guess, come into some money through an inheritance. My wife and I's plan is to pay off all of our debts, and even with that, we'll have some money left over.
Wow.
My specific question is: we currently have a mortgage that totals about $450,000. $350,000 of that is a 20-year mortgage at 2.875%, and we have about 15 years left to pay on that. The other $100,000 is a HELOC that's about 6% right now. We're going to have enough to pay off the HELOC and get the regular, the first mortgage down to about $250,000.
Wow.
My question is, and I've asked a couple folks, I'm getting competing answers, so I'm hoping you guys are a tiebreaker. I have the possibility of refinancing that $250,000 balance to a regular mortgage at 6%, but for 10 years. So
what would be the point of that? To lower the payment?
So if I lower the my payment's currently $3,300 a month. If I refinance, I can get that payment down to about $2,400 a month, and then I'll be able to actually put $1,000 per month towards the principal alone.
Well, you can just do that on your 20-year mortgage. You can still add more to the principal. It's not going to change the numbers.
With my income, I wouldn't be able to do that. So
what's your take-home pay?
About
every month.
Monthly, $10,000.
Okay. I think this is reasonable. I would just attack that mortgage with a vengeance. What you can look into is a mortgage recast, where they can just recast it without changing the terms, without changing the interest rate, and that can get your payment lower while really accomplishing the same goal. So I wouldn't refinance at this juncture unless you're going to ROI on it real quick.
Thanks for the call.
One man's take.
This is The Ramsey Show.
You want to know more about something you heard on the show today? Go to RamseySolutions.com, where you can get trusted resources our team put together just for you. Tools for money and more. It's all there at RamseySolutions.com. You know, every year I hear the same excuses for why people don't get the life insurance they need to protect their families. So this year, let's clear the air and look at the facts. Most people are concerned about price, but term life rates have never been lower. Having 10 to 12 times your income on a 15 or 20-year plan is, in many cases, just plain cheap. Second, life insurance through your work is not enough, especially since these plans go away if you change jobs. You need to have your own policy so you're not without protection when your family really needs it. Third, stay-at-home parents need life insurance, especially those with young kids. People don't realize how quickly the costs add up without someone at home taking care of things. So no more excuses, folks. Get the protection your family needs. Go to Xander.com or call 800-356-4282. They've been my choice for all my insurance for over 25 years and are...
From the Strait to the Sound, Newsradio KONP, Port Angeles Squim, is celebrating 80 years serving our community. A Radio Pacific station.
From ABC News, I'm Richard Cantu. President Trump explaining controversial comments On Wednesday night's mid-air collision between an Army helicopter and an American Airlines jetliner that apparently killed all 67 people aboard the two aircraft, he has suggested that diversity hiring somehow had a role.
Are you saying this crash was somehow caused and the result of diversity hiring? And what evidence have you seen to support these claims?
It just could have been. We have a high standard. We've had a much higher standard than anybody else. And there are things where you have to go by brain power, you have to go by psychological quality.
ABC's Sam Sweeney says there's no evidence of that.
The FAA hires the most qualified people out there. The selection process is so long, so incredibly difficult to become an air traffic controller that we are in a shortage because of that.
On the investigation,
about 40 of the 67 bodies from both aircraft have been recovered so far. Sources are telling ABC News additional bodies and human remains will need to be extracted from the wreckage once it's all lifted to the surface of the river. Crews are bracing for the possibility some victims will not be recovered because of the fireball after the jet and helicopter hit.
ABC's Alex Stone. The Justice Department is suing to stop Hewlett-Packard Enterprises' $14 billion acquisition of rival Juniper Networks, declaring it will eliminate competition, raise prices, and reduce innovation. Pop icon and torch singer, celebrated torch singer Marianne Faithfull died. Her cover of As Tears Go By was one of the first songs written by Mick Jagger and Keith Richards. Marianne Faithfull was 78. And 78-year-old Patti Smith is reassuring fans she's fine after collapsing in Sao Paulo Wednesday night, blaming it on post-migraine dizziness. You're listening to ABC News.
If you're living with dry age-related macular degeneration or dry AMD, you may be at risk for developing geographic atrophy or GA. GA can be unpredictable and progress rapidly, leading to irreversible vision loss. Now there's something you can do to
slow it down and get it going slower.
Izervay is proven to slow GA progression.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Izervay or avacincaptad pagel is a prescription eye injection used to treat GA. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may temporarily increase eye pressure. Your vision may be impaired after an eye injection or exam. Don't delay. Ask your doctor about Izervay today.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Visit Izervay.com. That's IZERVAY.com.
The latest snapshot of the U.S. economy tinged with a dark spot to close out 2024.
Based on the latest measure of gross domestic product, the economy accelerated at a 2.3% annualized pace in the fourth quarter, compared with 3.1% in the previous 3 months. Declines in both imports and exports helped to drag down the overall GDP.
ABC's Jim Ryan. In a bit of a surprise, first-time claims for jobless benefits plunged by 16,000 last week. Employment specialists expected a rise. Day 2 of the Senate confirmation hearing for Health Secretary nominee Robert F. Kennedy, Jr. Louisiana's Bill Cassidy worrying out loud about Kennedy's decades of vaccine criticism.
My concern is that if there's any false note, any undermining of a mama's trust in vaccines, another person will die from a vaccine-preventable disease.
He wonders if Kennedy can change his attitudes and approach. In Brunswick, Georgia, trial continues in the case of former Glynn County District Attorney Jackie Johnson. She was in office when a group of white men chased down and murdered unarmed black man Ahmaud Arbery in 2020. She is charged with discouraging police from making an arrest at the time, but the case took a blow on Thursday when police supervisor Stephanie Oliver denied any effort by Johnson or her office to obstruct her as she supervised the detectives investigating Arbery's murder. I'm Richard Cantu, ABC News.
Give the star in your life the brightest gift in the world. Name a star after them. This is Rocky Moselle with International Star Registry. For $59 and a call to 800-282-3333 or visit starregistry.com, you can name a star for birthdays, weddings, or even memorials. Over 45 years, we have named millions of stars for celebrities and individuals from around the world. The star you name will be recorded in book form in the U.S. Copyright Office. Visit starregistry.com or call 800-282-3333.
This is the Peninsula's Afternoon News.
Good afternoon, friends. Thanks for joining us on this Thursday, January 30th. This is Pepper Fisher with you in the KONP newsroom. Law enforcement is asking for the public's help in locating 39-year-old Richard Dennis Miller, a wanted felon with an active Superior Court warrant for possession of a stolen vehicle. The Clallam County Sheriff's Office, Port Angeles Police Department, and the Olympic Peninsula Narcotics Enforcement Team, or OPNET, say that Miller is also a suspect in multiple investigations. Though he's from Forks, he's known to frequent Port Angeles, Kitsap County, and Pierce County. Authorities confirm he was in Port Angeles as recently as last night. Anyone with information on Miller's whereabouts is urged to call 911 or the non-emergency line at 360-452-4545. Crime tips can also be submitted online. Esquim City Council is going to hold special meetings this coming Monday, February 3rd, and the following Thursday, February 6th, at 5 p.m. at the Esquim Civic Center to conduct interviews with applicants for the vacant seat on the City Council. It's anticipated that the council will appoint a new member at the regular meeting coming up on Monday, February 10th. If a decision is made that evening, the new member will begin serving after taking the oath of office. The City Council position is vacant due to the resignation of Councilor Kathy Downer for personal reasons. By Washington state law, the City Council is required to fill a vacant position within 90 days. Port Angeles is speeding up its permit approval process with the launch of Super Tuesdays with Tristan. That's a program offering same-day approvals for minor home improvement permits. Every Tuesday, residents can visit the City Hall permit counter, where permit technician Tristan will review applications, process fees, and issue permits on the spot. Previously, minor permits could take weeks to approve, delaying projects like water heater installations or siding replacements. City Manager Nathan West says the program applies to straightforward residential projects that don't require extensive review, such as HVAC installations, appliance connections, and residential solar panels. All applications are checked for safety and code compliance before approval. The service runs from 9 to 11 a.m. and from noon to 5 p.m. with both appointments and walk-ins accepted. A new policy also takes effect on February 3rd, requiring all planning and building permit fees to be paid at the time of application. That's to further streamline that process. It's time once again for the High Schools of the Olympic Peninsula Arts Exhibit, set to go on display in the Esquim Civic Center from Friday, February 7th through April 15th. You can join these student artists and their friends and families for a gallery opening reception. That's going to be next Friday, the 7th, from 5 o'clock to 7 p.m. Light refreshments will be provided. The Esquim Arts Commission invited high school students across the Olympic Peninsula to submit entries for the exhibit. 33 entries were selected from students who attend Esquim and Quilcene high schools and submitted art for the exhibit. Cash prizes for the top 3 artworks are going to be awarded. I'll have more news when we come back.
Where can you get everything you need to keep your vehicle running in tip-top shape? Automotive needs, including fuel, diesel, off-road diesel, and propane. Taillights, fuses, bulbs, oil, additives, and antifreeze. Can't think of anywhere? Here's a little secret. Mount Pleasant IGS has it all, and then some. Your one-stop shop in Port Angeles, where you can get your groceries and your car care, all while filling up your tank. Since 1959, Mount Pleasant IGS, your one-stop shop. So much more than your average corner store.
Your community-minded friends at First Fed bring you the Community Corner, highlighting good things happening right here in our area.
You're invited to the second annual Mardi Gras fundraiser, February 8th at the Naval Elks Lodge in Port Angeles, a fundraiser event that you'll enjoy and help raise money for homeless veterans. The Elks Riders is a group of caring Elks members who love to help the community and have a great time. And you can join them Saturday, February 8th at their big Mardi Gras bash at the PA Elks Lodge. Get tickets at the door or contact the Elks Lodge for online ticket details. Come celebrate Mardi Gras at the Naval Elks Lodge and help raise needed funds for homeless vets, Saturday, February 8th. If you can't make the party, you can make a cash donation or contribute items for their auction. Email elksriders353@pm.me or look up events on the Elks on Facebook for details.
Community Corner, presented by First Fed.
Also in the news, legislation paving the way for kit homes could offer a practical solution to the housing crisis by removing state barriers to siting and permitting. Here's Tracy Ellis.
Senator Jeff Wilson introduced two bills to streamline the permitting process for kit homes.
The kit home bills I proposed this year is a very simplistic, affordable method to add to the options for housing opportunities for everybody here in state.
The Longview Republican says these homes, which were popular a century ago, can provide affordable housing quickly.
It's not a new idea. It simply calls upon the past over 100 years ago. Kit homes were widely used. Some are still standing today. We can bring back the past in order to build the future.
One measure allows kit homes wherever single-family homes are permitted, and the other creates a new building code category for them. Wilson says they help address the state's housing crisis by cutting through red tape. In Olympia, I'm Tracy Ellis.
Nearly 5 months after a previous sale of the vessel was canceled, Washington State Ferries has found a new buyer for one of its decommissioned ferries. The Elwha was purchased by Everett Ship Repair for $100,000. That's according to a news release today. A tugboat was scheduled to arrive at the Bainbridge Island Ferry Terminal at 9 o'clock this morning to begin to move the Elwha. Ferry officials said Everett Ship Repair plans to convert the ferry into a floating office and warehouse space at its shipyard after some modifications. The Elwha was one of 4 super-class ferries built in the mid-1960s. Last summer, developer Nelson Armos attempted to tow the Elwha and the Klahowya ferries to Ecuador after purchasing both from State Ferries. He hired 4 sailors to tow the boats, but the towing equipment malfunctioned. The sale was canceled. The ferries were returned to the Eagle Harbor facility on Bainbridge Island, and now the Elwha has been sold again. The small town of Clay Elum, Washington, is one step closer to declaring bankruptcy after a special meeting and vote by its city council Tuesday night concerning how to manage a recent judgment against them for $22 million for failing to make good on land development deals that they made with Issaquah-based home building company City Heights Holdings, or CHH. This was more than a decade ago when the deal was cut. In a 5-2 vote, the City Council approved a resolution that provides the city with the option to file for Chapter 9 bankruptcy. The trouble began in 2011 when Clay Elum entered into their housing development contract with CHH to build 950 home sites on 358 acres north of downtown. The contract provided CHH a 25-year construction window and sole discretion to determine when market conditions were ready. In 2019, when CHH determined they were ready to start building in the community, Clay Elum city officials were no longer satisfied with the agreement, saying the deal was outdated, and they claimed it benefited CHH more than it did the city. Last year, a judge ruled in favor of CHH, and they awarded $22 million, a gigantic sum for a little town like Clay Elum. The sleepy town of only 2,300 residents, tucked along I-90 in the Cascade Mountains, has a fund budget of just $5 million a year. They've said publicly they simply cannot afford to pay the money they owe CHH or the 12% interest. The interest alone amounts to $7,300 a day, and that's also ordered to be paid by the judge. We'll take a break here. I'll come back with your weather forecast. Yes, there's snow in the forecast. We'll also get to ABC Sports and a whole lot more. Stay with us.
When shopping for building supplies, lumber, home goods, or hardware items, are you traveling to one of those big box stores? When you wander those big box store aisles, how's that customer service? Absent? possibly lacking in knowledge?
I don't know.
At Angelus Millwork and Hartnagel's, we have 2 convenient Port Angeles locations, and each one is far from the big box store experience.
Yay!
Since our stores are employee-owned, each one of us has a vested interest in how we serve and treat our customers. You won't find us hiding in the back aisle or turning the other way when you make eye contact for help.
They can't see me if I can't see them.
We're excited to share our day with you while making sure we set the bar high for what true customer service is all about. So if you're looking for a hometown building supply store that treats their customers like next-door neighbors, has deep knowledge on building products while continually supporting the local community, then avoid those trips out of town and come see us today. Angelus Millwork and Hartnagel Building Supply. Building homes, building community since 1906.
Everyone deserves the opportunity to thrive. That's why United Way mobilizes the caring power of neighbors, businesses, and community partners to lead transformational change here in Clallam County. From strengthening local resilience to advancing health, youth opportunity, and financial security, we're working towards a future where everyone can reach their full potential. Join us in leading the way to a better future for all by donating at tinyurl.com/UnitedWayClallam.
The National Weather Service says it's going to rain tonight. We're expecting a low of 37. It's going to rain all day tomorrow, too. And a high of 48 is expected. That's your Friday. By Friday night, the rain's going to turn to snow. For Saturday, 100% chance of snow, possibly mixed with rain, high of 41. Sunday, 90% chance of snow throughout the day, a high of just 39. And then we're expecting snow showers on Monday and going into Tuesday as well. It's 43 degrees.
I'm Christine Lisi. Rams quarterback Matthew Stafford recently said he'd take some time to decide on his NFL future. Well, it appears he's made that decision. The soon-to-be 37-year-old plans to return for his 17th NFL season. It is unlikely he's back in Los Angeles under his current contract. Only $4 million of his 2025 salary cap hit is fully guaranteed. None of the more than $53 million he's owed in 2026 is guaranteed. Coach Sean McVay recently endorsed Stafford as the Rams QB moving forward. ESPN Radio's unsportsmanlike co-host, Chris Canty.
So you're relatively close. You can compete for a championship. Matt Stafford still has a live arm, and he can still give you a high level of quarterback. And so, to me, it doesn't make sense for the Rams to pivot in a different direction at quarterback. You've got a known commodity in Matt Stafford. You've got a defense that's on the come. Sean McVay will make it work. He'll figure it out on the offensive side of the ball with Puka Nacua and Kyron Williams. So, to me, I don't think the Rams have much choice. Matt Stafford has a ton of leverage. I anticipate that he's going to exercise that this summer.
This past season, his fourth with L.A., Stafford threw for over 3,700 yards, 20 touchdowns. He led the Rams to an NFC West title and an NFC wildcard win. The only other quarterback the team currently has on its roster would be Stetson Bennett. Two of the top teams in the NBA's Western Conference meet up tonight when the Grizzlies host the Rockets. 9 Eastern, ESPN Radio. Both teams have won 7 of their last 9 games. Alex Ovechkin continues his chase of Wayne Gretzky's all-time NHL goal-scoring record tonight when the league-leading Capitals visit the Senators. 7 Eastern on ESPN+. Ovechkin is 20 goals away from passing Gretzky's 894. Denver officially announced today as the 16th team of the National Women's Soccer League will begin play in 2026. Denver's paying an NWSL record expansion fee of more than $110 million.
This is Ed from Leeds Farm Supply and Equipment Sales. Our family has trucked hay to feed the hungry animals in Western Washington for 4 generations. In that time, we have built a growing legacy of serving the needs of our customers, and we've never stopped. In 2014, we ventured into the equipment world by becoming a dealer and service provider for Mahindra tractors. Since then, we have partnered with quality brands such as Bad Boy, Aaron's Gravely, LS Tractor, Husqvarna, Snake River Trailers, and now Wacker Noyson Construction Equipment. We have a 3-bay shop where we not only service the brands we sell, but we also work on most major brands including Kubota, John Deere, and New Holland. We carry a wide variety of parts, filters, belts, and fluids. We have a fully stocked hydraulic shop and can build hoses for most machines while you wait. Chainsaw or weed eater needs some TLC, we work on small engines too. We even offer welding and fabrication services. We have been earning the Peninsula's trust for over 25 years with your animal's care. We look forward to earning your trust with your equipment's care too.
Newsradio KONP Business.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. A wild ride for stocks today, but at the close, the Dow was up by 169. The Nasdaq added 49. The S&P up 32. For much of the day, stocks were higher after robust consumer spending leading up to the holidays helped the U.S. economy grow at a healthy pace of 2.3% in the final quarter of last year. But late today, investors got spooked when President Trump said he will impose 25% tariffs on imports from Canada and Mexico. That sent stocks falling. But the U.S. dollar then made strong gains against the loonie and the peso on that news, and stocks moved higher once again. The big decliner, shares of UPS falling 14%. It said it plans to cut deliveries for its biggest customer, Amazon.com, by half next year. It's just not making enough money from them. And after selling nearly 11 million vehicles in 2024, little less than it sold the year prior, Toyota retaining its title as the world's top-selling automaker last year for the 5th year in a row. Tom Busby, Bloomberg Radio.
We'll be back in 1 minute with our first look at traffic this Thursday afternoon. Stay with us.
Something astounding awaits you at McCrory Carpet One in Sequim, Port Angeles, and Port Hadlock. All McCrory Carpet One showrooms have been remodeled, revamped, reorganized, and are even better and more luxurious than before. Bigger displays, more options, updated styles, colors, and trends. McCrory Carpet One is the #1 place on the peninsula for any and all of your flooring needs. Check out their beautiful new showrooms in Sequim, Port Angeles, and Port Hadlock.
Every second matters. When you or your loved one shows symptoms of a stroke, seconds matter. At Olympic Medical Center, we've been recognized with acute stroke certification, which means we're prepared the moment you arrive with stroke symptoms. For immediate, expert stroke care, trust Olympic Medical Center is always acute stroke ready. Learn more at olympicmedical.org/stroke ready.
Well, Eric's not picking up at Clallam Transit to get us a traffic report, so we'll try again at 10 minutes before the hour. That means we're going to move on to the 420 Funny, which is brought to you today by our good friends at Jose's Famous Salsa House in Sequim.
So in coming up with a new ad for Jose's Famous Salsa House, I thought, hey, why don't I go record people's reaction to their first bite of food? Sounded like a good idea. But this is all I'm allowed to play of that. Turns out the FCC thought we were making a brown chicken, brown cow kind of ad, because the audio was a bunch of, well, moans, for lack of a better word. Take it from this. You definitely need to try Jose's Famous Salsa House in Sequim, where the food leaves you satisfied.
Here's a comedian that really made the height of his career in the 80s and into the 90s. His name is Stephen Wright, one of the kings of the one-liners. Stephen Wright on today's 420 Funny.
You know in the movies when somebody reads a letter and you hear the voice of the person who wrote the letter? That kills me. That happens to me when I read menus. I've been arrested several times. I can't wait to be arrested and go all the way to the witness stand. Do you swear to tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes, you are ugly. See that woman in the jury? I'd really like to sleep with her. Should I keep going, or are you going to ask me questions? I remember when I was a fetus, I used to sneak out at night when my mother was sleeping. I thought to myself, you know, now's the time I should start stealing some stuff since I don't have any fingerprints. I remember when I was 7, my grandmother said, "Stephen, come over here." And I said, "What do you mean?" She said, "You know, you're over there, now come over here." I said, "All right." And then she said, "Here's $10, and don't tell your mother that I'm giving this to you." And I said, "It'll cost you more than that." Years ago, I worked in a natural organic health food store in Seattle, Washington, and one day a man walked in and he said, "If I melt dry ice, can I swim without getting wet?" I said, "I don't know, let me ask Tony." I hitched. I got picked up by one of those huge trailer trucks carrying 20 brand new cars. I climbed up the side of the cab and I opened the door and the guy said, "I don't have much room in here. Why don't you get in one of the cars and back?" So I did. And he was really into picking up people because he picked up 19 more. We all had our own cars. Then he went 90 miles an hour and we all got speeding tickets. I hate when my foot falls asleep during the day because that means it's going to be up all night. Today I went into a place to eat and it said breakfast anytime, so I ordered French toast during the Renaissance. I have a microwave fireplace. I can lay down in front of the fire for the evening in 8 minutes. When I moved into my house, there was a switch on the wall that didn't do anything. I would just flick it up and down. It wouldn't control the lights or anything, so when I walked past it, I would just give it a little flick every once in a while. And about a month later, I got a letter from a woman in Germany saying, "Cut it out." I had the photograph on my license taken out of focus on purpose, so that when the police stop me, they go, "Here, you can go." The Stones, I love the Stones. I can't believe they're still doing it after all these years. Watch them whenever I can. Fred and Barney. I was traveling with my friend George. Some people think George is weird because he has sideburns behind his ears. I think he's weird because he has false teeth, but he has braces on them. My friend George is a radio announcer, and when he walks under a bridge, you can't hear him talk. I'm planning a trip to Spain, so I bought an album that teaches you the language. You put the album on, you put headphones on, you learn the language while you're sleeping. During the night, the record skipped. I got up next day, I could only stutter in Spanish. I woke up this morning, my girlfriend asked me if I slept good. I said, no, I made a few mistakes. A lot of people are afraid of heights, not me. I'm afraid of widths. The police stopped me for speeding. They said, don't you know the speed limit is 55 miles an hour? I said, yeah, I know, but I wasn't going to be out that long. I have a 3-year-old dog. I named him Stay. He was a lot of fun when he was a puppy, because when I called him, I'd say, come here, Stay, come here, Stay. And he'd go. He's a lot smarter than that now. Now when I call him, he'll just ignore me and keep on typing. First time I ever read the dictionary, I thought it was a poem about everything. Little in our backyard, we had a quicksand box. I was an only child, eventually. My girlfriend hates it when we take a bath together and I practice skipping rocks. So I get out of the bed, I figured I'd go for a walk. She said, how long are you gonna be gone? I said, the whole time. I was driving down the street past a gas station. There were 2 signs in the window, help wanted, self-service. So I went in and hired myself. Sponges grow in the ocean. That kills me. I wonder how much deeper the ocean would be if that didn't happen. Taking Lamaze classes. No one's having a baby, I'm just having trouble breathing. Every day I like to put a little bit of time aside and just forget about it. And at the end of the year, I have a few days to myself.
Stephen Wright on today's 420 Funny.
Are you ready to fund your future success? United Way of Clallam County connects adults and teens to funding for career training and college. Funding can be used for a wide variety of programs, from welding to computer technology to traditional 4-year programs. Our educational attainment specialist hosts in-person workshops, virtual drop-ins, one-on-one appointments, and more. Ready to get started? Email collegeaccess@unitedwayclallam.org or visit unitedwayclallam.org/FAFSA-WASFA to begin.
Caviar Jewelry is ready to meet all your jewelry needs. Our beautiful store at 2416 East Highway 101 Suite B in Port Angeles is energetic and inviting. We shop discount wholesale vendors so we can bring the savings to you. Sharon consults with you directly for jewelry repairs with most done in-house. Annie offers appraisals for your beloved pieces. We're open 10 to 6 Tuesday through Saturday. We love being part of the community and look forward to serving you.
If you've missed the Kim Commando Show, you've missed a lot.
Well, I get that Facebook can't stop all the scams on their platform, but do they have to make it so easy for the scammers? Isn't there any other way to get Facebook to take some kind of action on these fake accounts?
Unfortunately, probably not, because you know what? They just don't give a rat's. They don't care.
America's digital goddess,
Kim Commando.
The Kim Commando Show, Saturdays from 9 to noon on KONP.
America Then and Now, a daily look at our unique heritage. In a moment, an attempted assassination. More after this.
Now Taxes is 100% free when you file in the TurboTax app if you didn't file with us last year.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, just do your own taxes in the app by 2/18.
What if I have lots of forms?
All good, all 100% free.
What if I had 3 jobs?
Still 100% free.
What if I once saw Bigfoot?
That has nothing to do with taxes, so still 100% free.
Now that's what I'm talking about.
Now this is taxes. See if you qualify in the TurboTax app. Excludes TurboTax Live, must start and file in app by 2/18.
It's Thursday, January 30th, 2025, and this is America Then and Now. It's the birthday of Franklin Delano Roosevelt, the 32nd President of the United States, born in New York in 1882. Roosevelt was Assistant Secretary to the Navy during World War I and served as governor of New York prior to his landslide victory in the 1932 presidential race over Herbert Hoover in the midst of the Great Depression. Roosevelt would be elected president a record 4 times during the Depression and World War II, dying 3 months into his 4th term in 1945. This day in 1835 saw is what is believed to be the first attempted assassination of a president when Richard Lawrence attempted to shoot President Andrew Jackson outside the U.S. Capitol. Both of Lawrence's pistols misfired, and an angry President Jackson attacked Lawrence with his cane before several members of Congress, including Representative Davy Crockett, subdued the assassin. Lawrence was later declared insane and institutionalized. And the Union Navy's first ironclad warship, the USS Monitor, was launched on this day in 1862. And that is America Then and Now. I'm Dusty Baker.
Checkup on Health, presented by Olympic Medical Center.
Check Up on Health with Chris Whitting.
Do you know what is the most common gastrointestinal disorder? Here's Dr. Daniel Leffler from Beth Israel Deaconess Medical Center in Boston.
Irritable bowel syndrome is the syndrome where people have disorders of gastrointestinal motility and sensations, combinations of disordered bowel movements, either too many or too few, with abdominal pain and disordered sensation of the abdomen. You can have variants of it where you have only abdominal pain or only constipation and no abdominal pain, but by and large, it's combinations of those symptoms, altered bowel movements and abdominal discomfort, that don't have any obvious physiologic reason.
Although as many as 1 in 5 American adults has signs and symptoms of irritable bowel syndrome, fewer than 1 in 5 who have symptoms seek medical help. Some patients can control their symptoms by managing diet, lifestyle, and stress. Others will need medication and counseling. With Checkup on Health, I'm Chris Whitting.
Does your Happy New Year come with happy news of a baby on the way? At Olympic Medical Center, our labor and delivery team gives moms a birth experience they'll cherish. Choose from experienced obstetricians or certified nurse midwives to tailor your birthing experience to you and your baby. Labor and delivery at OMC, a delivery designed with you. Learn more at olympicmedical.org/baby.
From ABC News Tech Trends, DeepSeek is all anyone can talk about in the tech world this week. The Chinese AI research company has been topping App Store charts with its AI chatbot. But is it safe?
There are a lot of cyber risks when it comes to
a Chinese-developed AI platform.
Cybersecurity expert Caitlin Sarian says, on the one hand, the threat from DeepSeek is just the same as any other Chinese app.
We are inputting potentially, personal, confidential data into this app, and therefore the Chinese government could technically use it and see it.
But DeepSeek is also, at its core, a generative AI technology, which means it's prone to the same hallucinations and misleading responses as American generative AI.
DeepSeek is actually giving us data back. Is it giving us the wrong information? Is it giving us misinformation, guiding us down the wrong place?
With Tech Trends, I'm Mike Dubusky, ABC News.
Hello, this is Amanda Huff with Swim Valley and Harper Ridgeview Funeral Chapels. I'd like to take a moment to tell you about a new, exciting, and environmentally friendly development in the funeral industry. It's called natural organic reduction, or simply terramation. Perhaps you've heard of it. Terramation is a process in which the body, after death, is returned to the earth in a carbon-neutral, eco-friendly manner. The process takes place in a controlled environment, and all that remains is a natural, odorless, compost-like material. If you'd like more information about terramation and advanced planning, call us today at Harper Ridgeview in Port Angeles or Swim Valley Chapel in Swim, and one of our knowledgeable and caring funeral professionals will assist you in answering your questions. Harper Ridgeview and Swim Valley Funeral Chapels, because your loved ones deserve the best.
News this hour from townhall.com. I'm Keith Peters reporting. Olympic figure skater Nancy Kerrigan is mourning the deaths of 6 people killed in the collision of an American Airlines flight and an Army helicopter over Washington, D.C.
Retired U.S. Olympic figure skater Nancy Kerrigan couldn't hold back the tears as she talked about the tragedy at a news conference Thursday. 2 young figure skaters, 2 of their parents, and 2 coaches from the Skating Club of Boston were among those killed when an American Airlines flight and an Army helicopter collided Wednesday night. Kerrigan says upon hearing about the tragedy, she came to the skating club.
I don't come here that often, and I just didn't know what else to do, so I just thought I needed to be with some friends.
Older members of the skating club say the accident reminds them of when the entire U.S. figure skating team was lost in an airline crash in 1961 in Belgium. I'm Donna Warder.
Tulsi Gabbard faced tough questions Thursday about past comments about Russia, Syria, and government leaker Edward Snowden during a Senate confirmation hearing on her nomination to lead the U.S. Intelligence Service. Gabbard speaks with Republican Senator Susan Collins about accusations against her.
Have you ever knowingly met with any members, leaders, or affiliates of Hezbollah?
No, and it is an absurd accusation.
Gabbard traveled to Syria in 2017 to meet with then-President Bashar al-Assad, a visit that angered lawmakers from both parties who said she helped legitimize an accused war criminal and key ally of Russia and Iran. Lawmakers also heard today from President Trump's nominee to be FBI Director Kash Patel and from Robert F. Kennedy Jr. to be Health and Human Services Director. On Wall Street, the Dow by 168 points, more at Town Hall.
Heard me talk about Relief Factor and how so many people enjoy a better, more pain-free life because of it. If you're dealing with everyday pain, it makes sense you'd want to try it first. Well, Relief Factor makes that pretty pain-free too with their 3-week quick start kit for only $19.95, less than $1 a day. Relief Factor is a daily supplement that fights pain naturally. Relief Factor doesn't just mask pain temporarily, it helps reduce or eliminate pain. Visit ReliefFactor.com or call 1-800-4RELIEF, 800-4RELIEF for Relief Factor.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at getethos.com. That's getethos.com.
The U.S. economy maintained modest growth in 2024.
The economy grew at a solid pace in the last quarter of last year. Consumer spending continues to drive growth. From October through December, the gross domestic product, the economy's output of goods and services, expanded at a 2.3% annual rate. It was slightly below what economists were expecting. The report from the Commerce Department also showed persistent inflationary pressure at the end of 2024. For the year, the economy grew at a healthy 2.8%. Ed Donahue, Washington.
Apple on Thursday disclosed its iPhone sales dipped slightly during the holiday season quarter, signaling a sluggish start to the trend-setting company's effort to catch up to the rest of big tech in the race to bring artificial intelligence to the masses. The iPhone's roughly 1% drop in revenue wasn't entirely unexpected. News and analysis at townhall.com. I'm Keith Peters. A sophisticated cigarette smuggling ring is busted in Europe.
The investigation began when a container arrived in Belgium packed with cigarettes instead of what was supposed to be construction material destined for Germany. A cross-border operation was launched. Detectives found the same method had been used to smuggle over 150 containers filled with cigarettes into the EU. The cigarettes were manufactured in Turkey and Iran, exported to ports worldwide, reloaded and brought into EU ports using forged sea freight documents.
BBC correspondent Anna Holligan reporting. Panama President Jose Raul Molino said there will be no negotiation with the U.S. over ownership of the Panama Canal. He also says he hopes Secretary of State Marco Rubio's upcoming visit will allow them to focus on shared interests like migration. More at townhall.com.
We'll take a look at the weather forecast when we come back, and stay tuned for SRN Sports.
The 2025 KONP Home Show is back. We are now accepting vendor applications for the largest two-day marketing event on the peninsula. Put your business in the middle of thousands of potential clients. Booths starting at under $500. The KONP Home Show will be Saturday and Sunday, March 8th and 9th, 2025. Sign up now for best locations and to lock in the lower rates. Call 360-457-1450 and get your space for the 40th annual KONP Home Show, March 8th and 9th.
Do you have a social function in your future to plan? Perhaps you're in charge of this year's class reunion, or you have a wedding reception to host coming up. Maybe even a celebration of life. Well, the Eagles Club in Port Angeles can help. We have a beautiful facility available for public use. We have staff available to show you around and see if we would be the right fit to facilitate your next gathering. The Eagles Club, number 483 on Myrtle Street in Port Angeles. Give us a call today at 452-3344.
What's the misconception when considering new cabinets for your home?
I think a lot of people are under the impression that if they go to the box stores, they're going to pay a lot less for their cabinets.
That's Tony from Tim's Cabinets.
Going custom cabinets, you're usually paying about the same or less.
Tim's Custom Cabinets in Sequim. 40 plus years experience ensures your cabinet project will be done right.
Let me help make the process comfortable. And at the end, you're going to be extremely happy with what we've done for you.
Tim's Custom Cabinets, Sequim.
A new year brings new tasks. Bobcat equipment from Brim Tractor will help get more done in 2025. Buy a Bobcat compact track loader with industry-leading travel speeds or a compact excavator with fast cycle times and get financing as low as 0% for 48 months. Or choose cash rebates on select models. Visit Brim Tractor in Carlsberg for details. Some restrictions apply. Length of contract and rate may vary. Offer ends February 28th.
The National Weather Service says rain is likely tonight, low of 37. Tomorrow is going to be a rainy day with a high of 48 degrees. That rain on Friday night begins to turn to snow, so that on Saturday we have a 100% chance of snow or rain-snow mix. They're not saying there's a lot of accumulation, but we are going to see that. And that's going to carry right in through Sunday. By the way, Saturday night and Sunday night, we're expecting highs, or overnight lows rather, to be in the mid to upper 20s. So chilly, snowy, and then the snow carries on into Monday and possibly into Tuesday as well. It's 43 degrees in Port Angeles.
Bring your kids to the
Next Door Gastropub.
We already know that adults have been loving Next Door Gastropub for over 13 years, but the kids love it too.
My favorite thing is a cheeseburger and fries. My favorite thing is grilled cheese and fries. But everything is good.
You'll feel the good vibes the moment you walk in, and your mouth will do a happy dance from the very first bite you take, because
we got the best beef in town.
Bring your kids down to the Next Door Gastropub in downtown Port Angeles.
We're open every day at 11, and we close at 10.
With so many choices for deliveries, how convenient is it that you've got an option for the perfect cup of Joe, too? Fogtown Coffee in Port Angeles delivers. We offer a no-cost delivery for orders to businesses of $20 or more within city limits. Call 360-504-3509 for delivery or download the Joe Coffee app. Just text coffee to 474747 and order ahead for store pickup. You can even schedule a specific time. Fogtown Coffee on Front Street, your front door coffee delivery headquarters.
With SRN Sports, I'm George Williams. There's sad news in sports this morning from the nation's capital as first responders search the icy waters of the Potomac River for survivors and remains from that deadly passenger jet military helicopter collision that took place last night near Reagan Airport. The U.S. figure skating is confirming passengers aboard the American Airlines flight included a group of figure skaters, coaches, and family members who were returning from a development camp following the championships held in Wichita. Kremlin also confirming 2 Russian figure skaters were also aboard. Evgenia Shishkova and Vadim Novov were pairs titleists at the '94 World Championships and were twice competitors at the Winter Olympics. They were coaches with the Skating Club of Boston. Their son, Maxime, is a competitive U.S. figure skater. No official death toll yet. 64 passengers on the inbound jet and 3 on the helicopter. SRN Sports. Competition last night in the NHL. The third-ranked team in the Central, the Wild, defeated the top-ranked Atlantic team, the Maple Leafs. Wild over the Maple Leafs 3-1. And the second-ranked Atlantic team, the Panthers, defeated the third-ranked Pacific team, the Kings. Panthers over the Kings in a shutout 3-0. Elsewhere, Devils over the Flyers. Canucks beat the Predators, and Penguins over Utah in overtime. NBA, the top 3 teams in the East won. The Cavaliers, Celtics, and Knicks. Cavs winners over the Heat. Celtics beat the Bulls. Knicks beat the Nuggets. In an upset, Warriors topped the top team in the West, the Thunder, by a 116-109 score. The Rockets and Grizzlies were idle. In a rout, Nets over the Hornets. Pacers beat the Pistons. Raptors over the Wizards. 76ers defeat the Kings by a point. The Mavericks over the Pelicans, 137-136. Clippers beat the Spurs, and it was the Timberwolves over the Suns. NCAA Top 25 play. Top-ranked Auburn, a winner over LSU, and fourth-ranked Alabama beat Mississippi State. This is SRN Sports.
Stop by Pawa Treasure Trap. We're located in the front of Easy Pond in downtown Port Angeles. We have a fun selection of gifts to choose from. Everything from our best-selling leather journals to anime figures and fun pop culture gifts. We also have hard-to-find collectible swords for fantastic displays. And you've got to check out our adult humor section in our front mezzanine that's full of not safe for work gag gifts guaranteed to spark laughter. Easy Pond in downtown Port Angeles.
Just because the seasons have changed and it's cold outside doesn't mean that you can neglect your lawn and garden. Get it ready for dormancy and prepped to welcome in spring in just a few short months by shopping at the Co-op Farm and Garden in Sequim. Pest control, lawn seed, fertilizers, and lawn equipment that will make you the envy of all your neighbors. Unless they shop at the Co-op too, then y'all can form a little club. Shop local, shop lawn and garden, shop the Co-op in Sequim.
ABC Entertainment News.
What's next on Netflix? The streamer announced its 2025 slate of films and TV shows Thursday. Among the many new details we received, a June 27th premiere date for Season 3 of Squid Game, a first look at Season 2 of Wednesday, a fall debut for the third Knives Out movie, and a new live talk show from comedian John Mulaney, premiering March 12th.
I see dead people.
An unlikely trio is coming together for a new movie. M. Night Shyamalan is teaming up with The Notebook author Nicholas Sparks for a supernatural romantic thriller starring Jake Gyllenhaal. Will Smith is going back to his musical roots. He just announced his first new album in over 20 years, titled Based on a True Story.
I'm Batman.
And Oscar winner Christian Bale is 51 today. Michelle Franzen, ABC News.
At Olympic Peninsula Title, we wear a lot of different hats. We are investigators, analysts, and the protectors of property rights. We seek a high standard of accuracy. Our commitment to exceptional service strengthens our mission. We reduce risk. We stay on top of current issues affecting property rights. We sweat the small stuff to give our customers the peace of mind they deserve. When it's time to choose a title company to close your transaction, opt for Olympic Peninsula Title.
The Ramsey Show. Up to 50% of American families are paying their adult children's bills to an average of $1,482 a month. Wow. I've never seen it like this. 25% of millennials, their parents are paying their house payment, their rent, or they're living in their basement. You pay your kids' bills. Psychologists call that enabling. As a matter of fact, enabling is quite the opposite of loving.
Catch The Ramsey Show from 2 to 4 Monday through Friday on your local information station, Newsradio KONP.
Newsradio KONP Business.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. The emergence of China-based DeepSeek as a cheaper alternative to U.S.-made AI chatbots shook up big tech companies and their investors as the week began. It also launched a surge of interest in what DeepSeek promises to do, to the point where companies and government agencies around the world are now restricting employees' access over concerns about potential data leaks to the Chinese government. Even workers at the security-focused Pentagon were connecting to the DeepSeek AI before the Defense Department moved to block it. As AI advances, jobs will change or be lost, but it might not look like mass layoffs. The CEO of Allstate says Microsoft's Copilot AI has been writing emails for claims agents. Tom Wilson also says the change has improved the quality of the emails and the speed of the work. So when those workers leave, there's less of a need to hire replacements. Tracy Jonke, Bloomberg Radio.
We'll be back in 1 minute with a check on traffic.
Hi, this is Jack at Angela's Furniture. Just because it's a new year doesn't mean you can't be a little lazy. And I mean lazy in a new Lazy Boy recliner. Right now, we've got special styles starting as low as $549 for the Vail Rocker recliner. Step it up to the Morrison Rocker recliner for just $649. Or you can still save a ton and move up to the luxury in the Astra Rocker recliner for $949. Be a little lazy in your new Lazy Boy with the help of Angela's Furniture, 1114 East 1st.
Does your Happy New Year come with happy news of a baby on the way? At Olympic Medical Center, our labor and delivery team gives moms a birth experience they'll cherish. Choose from experienced obstetricians or certified nurse midwives to tailor your birthing experience to you and your baby. Labor and delivery at OMC, a delivery designed with you. Learn more at olympicmedical.org/baby.
Sorry, friends, nobody's picking up at Clallam Transit to give us a traffic report. We'll give it another shot at 20 minutes after the hour. In the meantime, let's get on with our regular programming.
I'm John Tesh, and coming up, if walking is your workout of choice, you may want to walk alone. I'll tell you why walking with a romantic partner in particular isn't much of a workout at all. It's next in today's Intelligence for Your Life Minute.
Joe Montana here. In my football days, I knew the importance of a strong defense. Now I'm sharing how you can help defend your health against pneumococcal pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease. Are you 50 or older like me? The CDC now recommends vaccination against pneumococcal disease. Even if you're healthy, your age puts you at increased risk and over 6 times greater risk of hospitalization with pneumococcal pneumonia than adults under 50. Schedule your appointment today at vaxassist.com.
Sponsored by Pfizer.
So if you're walking for exercise, you may want to ditch your romantic partner and go solo, because couples who walk together for exercise, turns out they don't get the health boost they're hoping for. Purdue University found that both partners slow down compared to when they're walking alone, especially if they hold hands. They looked at romantic couples ranging in age from 25 to 80, and to their surprise, a large number of couples, even if they've been together for years, held hands while they walked. And the researchers say, quote, it's hard to maintain speed with linkage. It turned out people walked fastest when they walked alone and slowest when holding hands with a significant other. So, if you want an emotional boost, walk with a partner. But if you want exercise, the experts say you're better off going for a walk alone. I'm John Tesh with today's Intelligence for Your Life Minute.
Hey, Max, you look sharp in that purple tie. Ready to harness the world as a guide dog?
You bet, Daisy. And your purple service dog vest really pops against your shiny fur.
First day on the job for both of us. We've got this, right?
You bet. Dogs Inc. trained us well.
Ready to make a difference for our humans?
Born ready.
Discover how extraordinary guide and service dogs change lives at no cost to the recipients. Visit dogsinc.org.
ABC Entertainment News.
What's next on Netflix? The streamer announced its 2025 slate of films and TV shows Thursday. Among the many new details we received, a June 27th premiere date for Season 3 of Squid Game, a first look at Season 2 of Wednesday, a fall debut for the third Knives Out movie, and a new live talk show from comedian John Mulaney, premiering March 12th.
I see dead people.
An unlikely trio is coming together for a new movie. M. Night Shyamalan is teaming up with The Notebook author Nicholas Sparks for a supernatural romantic thriller starring Jake Gyllenhaal. Will Smith is going back to his musical roots. He just announced his first new album in over 20 years, titled Based on a True Story.
I'm Batman.
And Oscar winner Christian Bale is 51 today. Michelle Franzen, ABC News.
Small businesses are the heart of America. Like you, these entrepreneurs started out with a dream and the drive to build a better life. If you have a small business idea to grow or challenge to face, you don't have to go it alone. Since 1964, SCORE has helped millions of entrepreneurs build their businesses. Today, they are the nation's largest nonprofit source of expert mentoring, resources, and education. Whether you're starting out, building back, or have worked at it for years, SCORE will match you with specialized mentors. Our thousands of volunteers provide the guidance and connections you need for free. Your success is waiting. SCORE is ready to help. Find a mentor today at SCORE.org.
More than 6 million kids in the U.S. have ADHD, and many aren't getting the support they need. At understood.org, we can help. Sometimes in class, the only thing your child can focus on are the thoughts racing through their head.
Why am I always falling behind? Why do I feel so alone? So different.
Your child is looking to you for answers. But as a parent, you probably have a lot of questions too. What should I do next? Where do I even start? At understood.org, we provide parents with the resources they need to help kids with ADHD thrive. Your child wants to thrive. Be the reason they do. Visit understood.org/thereason to get started.